Hello and welcome back to the Amagi. Today we're going to be speedrunning One Piece, which means hitting each and every plot point as quickly as humanly possible. Before we get started, make sure you subscribe to the Amagi so you can see more great content like this. Now I don't want to spend too much time on this intro because we are trying to go as quickly as possible. So with that out of the way, let's get going. 3, 2, 1, go. East Blue Saga. The series begins with a barrel floating in the water. Aboard a passenger ship, two sailors spot the barrel floating in the sea. The ship is hosting a formal dance for the rich passengers, and among them a pretty young girl is invited to dance. Two sailors cast out a rope to reel the barrel in. However, when they pull it in, another sailor spots a pirate ship in the distance, a pink one belonging to the pirate Alvida. The pirate ship, known as the Miss Love Duck, fires its cannons, and the barrel is knocked out of the sailor's hands, sent rolling into the kitchen. Panic ensues as the pirate ship attacks the crew's vessel, pulling it beside and allowing the pirates to board, led by Alvida. While pirates are attacking the ship, Kobe, a young boy who is essentially a slave of Alvida, sneaks into the kitchen and notices the barrel. As he's rolling it away, several pirates come in and ask why he's sneaking around. They then proclaim that they're thirsty, and just as one of the pirates is about to smash open the barrel with his fist, it bursts open and out jumps Monkey D. Luffy, shocking everybody. The pirates try to attack him, but they're easily defeated and flee, and Kobe is left intrigued by Luffy. Luffy and Kobe head to the ship's storage cellar, and Luffy starts eating apples out of a crate. While in the cellar, Luffy asks if they're on a pirate ship. Kobe replies that they're not, but rather on a cruise ship being raided by pirates. Luffy then explains how his dinghy was destroyed in a whirlpool and how he barely survived by jumping into the barrel. Then Kobe explains how he ended up getting picked up by Alvida's pirates and how he's been their slave ever since. Luffy then mentions his dream and wants to become the Pirate King, which causes Kobe to lose it, realizing that Luffy is a pirate. While this conversation is being held, Alvida's pirates tell their captain that there is a barrel monster aboard the ship and are all oblivious to the fact that Nami is robbing them blind. Alvida bursts through the ceiling of the cellar and sees Luffy, mentioning how he is not Roronoa Zoro. Luffy then asks who the fat lady is, infuriating Alvida. Alvida attacks, but Luffy picks up Kobe and launches himself out of the cellar and onto the deck. He's then attacked by Alvida's pirates, but knocks them all out using a Gomu Gomu no rocket attack. When everyone is shocked by this, Luffy explains that he's a rubber man who ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi. He says that he wants to find the One Piece and is currently looking for a crew, thinking that 10 people are good. Alvida asks Kobe who the most beautiful woman in the world is. Alvida, who had trained Kobe to stay by her side, is shocked when Kobe, inspired by Luffy, stands up for himself and yells that Alvida is a smelly fat old hag. Alvida becomes livid and attacks. Her mace strikes Luffy right on the head, but he stays standing. Luffy proclaims that a normal attack like that won't work on a rubber man, and then winds back and uses a Gomu Gomu no pistol attack to send Alvida flying, defeating her with one hit. Luffy orders Alvida's remaining pirates to get a boat ready for him and Kobe, and they jump on the boat and sail away, briefly seeing Nami in her boat as they head off. Sailing out into the Great Blue Sea, Luffy asks about the pirate hunter Kobe mentioned. Kobe says that he was captured by the Marines, and Luffy announces his intention of asking him to join his crew. This causes Kobe to lose it again. Luffy makes up his mind, saying that he will recruit Zoro as his next member. As they're speaking, the scene changes to a nearby Marine base where a man with a green bandana is tied to a cross looking up. The episode opens with Luffy and Kobe aboard their boat, and Kobe once again explains how Zoro is a demon who takes down men just for the bounty. The boat then arrives at an island where a large marine base is stationed. Luffy and Kobe walk through the town, and at the mention of the names of both Roronoa Zoro and Captain Morgan, the townspeople are thrown into a panic. Luffy and Kobe then arrive at the marine base where Kobe thinks it'll be his goodbye as he plans on enrolling in the Marines, but Luffy climbs over the wall and spots Zoro tied to a cross. As the two look at Zoro, a little girl named Rika climbs over the wall with a ladder. She offers some rice balls to Zoro that she made herself, putting her whole heart into it. At that moment, the snobbish Helmeppo, son of Captain Morgan, arrives with several Marine soldiers. He eats one of Rika's rice balls and says it's disgusting, since she used sugar instead of salt, and he stomps on them and has her thrown out. When he leaves, Luffy goes up to Zoro and asks him to join his crew. Zoro rejects the offer and refuses to be freed from his binding since he plans on surviving just to spite Helmeppo. He then eats the flattened rice balls. Luffy and Kobe then meet with Rika in the town, and Luffy mentions how Zoro loved the rice balls. Luffy asks if Zoro is actually evil, but Rika replies that he's a really good guy. One day, Helmeppo brought a vicious wolf into the town bar, but Zoro knocked it out to protect everyone inside. He then knocked down Helmeppo, but Helmeppo convinced Zoro to have himself arrested in exchange for the people in the bar not being executed. Luffy, Kobe, and Rika walk into a restaurant and find Helmeppo talking about how he's going to execute Zoro the next day. Luffy, furious at Helmeppo's dishonesty, punches him, and Helmeppo runs off to complain to his father. Captain Morgan, at that time, is having a statue of himself erected on top of the marine base as he punches his son and calls him worthless after Helmeppo tells him what happened. Luffy, meanwhile, goes to untie Zoro, but Zoro mentions how his swords were taken away. Luffy says that he will go get them, and he uses Gomu Gomu no rocket to launch himself to the roof of the marine base. In doing so, he knocks over the statue and causes it to break. Morgan orders that Luffy be executed, so Luffy grabs Helmeppo and runs into the base, searching for Zoro's swords. Outside, Kobe is trying to untie Zoro and explains the situation to him. All the while, Nami is sneaking around the marine base. Luffy drags Helmeppo into Helmeppo's room where the swords are. Meanwhile, Captain Morgan and his soldiers surround Zoro and Kobe, and Morgan orders that they're both executed. The soldiers hold up their rifles and open fire, and Zoro thinks how he cannot die and remembers Kuina. However, before the bullets can reach them, Luffy leaps up from the marine base and uses his rubber body to block the bullets and send them flying. When Zoro is shocked and asks who he is, Luffy responds that he's Monkey D. Luffy and he will become the Pirate King. Luffy delivers Zoro's sword and says he doesn't know which one was his, so he took all three. Zoro explains that he uses all three for his sword style. Luffy demands that Zoro choose between joining his crew or dying there. While the Marines are in shock at how Luffy was able to deflect their bullets, Zoro agrees to join his crew. Captain Morgan realizes that Luffy must have eaten a devil fruit, and after Zoro asks him, Luffy responds that the Gomu Gomu no Mi. Captain Morgan explains about the mysterious devil fruits, describing examples such as the ability to breathe fire and the ability to create tsunamis. Luffy then hands the 3 swords to Zoro in exchange for Zoro joining his crew. Zoro accepts the terms, saying that he cannot die yet and he must fulfill his vow. He then says that if Luffy gets in the way of his dream, Zoro will kill him. With his swords drawn, Zoro frees himself from the cross. Morgan orders the soldiers to attack, so they draw their cutlasses and charge. Luffy uses Gomu Gomu no Muchi to take them all out. This makes Morgan livid, so he removes his coat and declares that he is Axe Hand Morgan and he will handle the job himself. Luffy accepts the challenge and charges at Morgan, taking a swing, but Morgan blocks with his axe. The two engage in a great battle with all of Morgan's attacks missing and Luffy gaining the upper hand, knocking Morgan to the ground and patting him with his fists. Helmeppo then puts a gun to Kobe's head, ordering that Luffy stop attacking or else he'll kill Kobe. Kobe declares that he will not stand in the way of Luffy's dream, even if it means death. Luffy turns towards Helmeppo and gets ready to attack, but Morgan stands up behind Luffy. Just as Morgan swings his axe, Luffy uses Gomu Gomu no pistol to strike Helmeppo in the face and send him flying. Morgan's axe, however, does not reach Luffy's head because Zoro slashes him across the chest. Morgan collapses on the ground defeated, and Luffy, Zoro, and Kobe are surprised to see the Marines toss their weapons into the air in celebration of their captain's defeat. Elsewhere, Nami finds the location of a map in the Marine base, but there is a note from Buggy there instead, saying that he took the map already. Later, Luffy, Zoro, and Kobe are in the town restaurant with Rika and her mom. They eat their fill, and Rika asks where Luffy is headed next. Luffy replies that he's going to the Grand Line to find One Piece, and Kobe responds with horror, saying how the Grand Line is a dangerous place, also known as the Pirate's Graveyard. Even so, Luffy remains confident in his dream. Zoro asks how many members there are in Luffy's crew, and Luffy replies that Zoro is the first one. He then points out the boat they'll be riding in. At that moment, the Marines step into the restaurant, and as Luffy and Zoro are pirates, the Marines order them to leave the island immediately. Though the townspeople are unhappy about this since Morgan abused them too, their leader Lieutenant Ripper points out that they will not report them to the Marine headquarters to repay the favor for them getting rid of Morgan. Luffy and Zoro get ready to go, and Ripper asks if Kobe's with them. Luffy goes on to explain that Kobe spent time aboard Alvida's pirate ship as her slave, and this makes Kobe angry as it will ruin his chances of enrolling in the Marines. Kobe has had enough and he punches Luffy, causing Luffy to retaliate and punch Kobe. The Marines see that Kobe is not with them, and so they order Luffy and Zoro to leave. As they leave, Kobe asks to join the Marines and is accepted. Outside, Luffy and Zoro climb onto their boat, and as they set sail, the Marines salute them for saving their town, including Kobe. Kobe vows to meet Luffy again as a Marine meeting a pirate. Later, Zoro asks Luffy why he wants to become a pirate king so badly. Luffy replies that he made a promise to the man that gave him his straw hat and that he will not break that promise no matter what. The episode opens with 3 pirates from Buggy's crew that come upon Nami stranded in a boat. She asks them to save her in exchange for payment, but when they climb onto her boat for her treasure, she steals their ship, leaving them stranded in the ocean. Meanwhile, Luffy and Zoro are hanging in their boat, drifting at sea, and both of them wonder why they do not have any navigation skills. Suddenly, however, the boat is rocked and Luffy's straw hat blows off his head, fluttering around in the air. Luffy frantically reaches for it, and Zoro catches it before it lands in the water. Zoro then inquires about the hat's importance, which triggers a flashback showing Luffy's past. Young Luffy is in a bar filled with pirates, the crew of Shanks. Shanks makes fun of Luffy for being a kid, though Luffy thinks he's a man. Yasop remarks that he is a kid about the same age as Luffy. A bandit named Higuma then kicks down the door and walks into the bar, ordering some sake. The bartender, a girl named Makino, says that all the sake has been sold to the pirates in their bar. Shanks offers him a bottle, but Higuma smashes it, claiming that he's a wanted man with 8 million on his head. He storms out of the bar, and all the pirates start to laugh. Luffy gets angry that Shanks did not fight back against him, and in a huff he spots a purple fruit in a small box, the Gomu Gomu no Mi, and eats it. When Shanks notices, he holds Luffy upside down and orders him to spit it out, but it's too late and the effects have already set in as Luffy's body stretches. Shanks tells Luffy that he just ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi, a devil fruit, and now he's a rubber man and will not be able to ever swim again. Later, Luffy finds himself in trouble when he gets attacked by Higuma and his bandits outside. Makino sees this and runs to the mayor for help, who yells at the bandits to stop. Higuma decides he will kill Luffy, but then Shanks and his crew arrive. One of the bandits points a gun at Shanks' head and orders that he stay still, but with insane speed, Lucky Roo shoots the bandit through the head and kills him. Everyone gasps in shock as Shanks explains that they're dangerous pirates. More bandits charge at Shanks, but Ben Beckman steps forward and swings his rifle like a club, taking them all out. Beckman quips that if the bandits were truly serious about fighting them, then they should have brought a battleship. Higuma, frightened, throws down a smoke bomb and makes his escape, taking Luffy with him. He flees out to sea in a boat, where he throws Luffy into the water. Luffy, having eaten the Gomu Gomu no Mi, cannot swim and is about to drown. As Higuma laughs at Luffy's plight, a big sea monster comes up behind and devours him in one bite. The sea monster then goes for Luffy, but Shanks stops it as it takes a bite, and with one look drives the beast away. Luffy clutches Shanks and starts crying since Shanks' arm was bitten off by the creature. Shanks replies that it's fine as long as Luffy is safe. Later, Shanks and his pirates pack up their ship ready to leave. Luffy decides that he'll become a pirate on his own and go on a great adventure. Shanks gives his straw hat to Luffy and tells him to return it when Luffy becomes a great pirate and they meet again. The pirates then sail away as the flashback ends. Back on their boat in the present, Luffy spots a pink bird in the sky and decides to eat it. He launches himself at it using Gomu Gomu no rocket, but the bird grabs his head in its beak and flies away. Zoro paddles after it in a fury and comes upon the pirates that Nami left stranded earlier. They try to take over the boat, but Zoro gives them a beating and they end up having to row instead. The pirates mention that they are members of Buggy's crew and that Buggy has eaten a devil fruit, making him one of a kind. The bird by this time has flown over a nearby town. In the town is Nami, seen fleeing from Buggy's pirates with a map of the Grand Line. Buggy orders that the bird in the sky be shot down, and when it does, Luffy comes hurtling down. Nami and Buggy's pirates watch in shock as Luffy lands in front of her, and he stands up, saying it was an interesting experience, ending the episode. The episode opens with Nami pretending that Luffy is her boss, using the distraction to escape. She watches as Luffy takes out Buggy's pirates with a Gomu Gomu no pistol, so she asks Luffy Luffy to join her. Luffy declines, but Nami decides to treat him to lunch, so he goes with her. While eating in an empty house, Nami says that she will stop at nothing to collect 100 million, and Luffy finds out that she's a navigator due to her mentioning that she stole a map of the Grand Line from Buggy. When Luffy asks her to join his crew, she refuses because she hates pirates. Nami ties up Luffy and brings him to Buggy as a gesture of goodwill, and Luffy is thrown into a cage. Buggy then throws a party for Nami as she returns the stolen map and asks to join his crew. During the party, Buggy demonstrates the Buggy Ball, a massive cannonball that destroys a whole row of houses. He then orders Nami to blow Luffy up with a Buggy Ball. Nami cannot bring herself to do it, but one of Buggy's pirates takes the matches and goes for the cannon, which results in Nami taking out her wooden staff and knocking him out. The fuse is lit though, but Nami grabs the fuse with her bare hands to put it out and declares that she hates pirates and will not stoop to their level. Buggy's goons attack her, but Zoro arrives and saves the day, knocking them out. Buggy recognizes Zoro as the pirate hunter and so he attacks him. Zoro cuts Buggy into pieces, but Buggy's hand floats over to Zoro and stabs him in the side. Buggy gets up, his body whole again. Buggy explains that he ate the Bada Bada no Mi, allowing him to separate himself. Luffy calls Buggy a coward with a big red nose, infuriating Buggy, who throws a knife at him. Luffy catches it with his teeth. Zoro then dashes at Buggy and the two enter into a heated exchange. Zoro slashes through Buggy's midsection to get past him, and he runs to the cannon, flipping it so it points at Buggy and his crew. Nami lights the fuse, and the cannon fires a Buggy bomb right into the Buggy pirates, and the episode ends. As the smoke of the Buggy Ball's explosion clears, Zoro, wounded, picks up Luffy's cage and drags it all the way to a nearby pet shop. He collapses soon after, barely conscious due to his blood loss. Luffy spots a small puppy in front of the shop. Nami then arrives and tosses Luffy a key to the cage, but the puppy swallows the key and Luffy strangles it to get it back. The mayor then arrives and orders Luffy to leave the dog alone. He then brings the wounded Zoro to his house so that Zoro can sleep. The mayor then returns and explains to Luffy about the dog named Shushu, whose master died. Shushu and his master were very close, but the mayor knows that Shushu must have realized that his owner's dead. Soon, Buggy's first mate Moji arrives riding on top of Richie, his giant pet lion. While questioning Luffy about Zoro's whereabouts, Moji attempts to tame Shushu, but gets bitten instead. Shushu stands up to Richie, attacking the lion, but is quickly batted away. Richie then turns on Luffy's cage and smashes it, sending Luffy flying into a building. Shushu continues to fight against Richie to protect his owner's legacy, but takes a severe beating. Meanwhile, Nami and the mayor run up to Luffy and are amazed that he's still alive. Luffy watches Shushu fight valiantly against the lion, and soon the pet shop goes up in flames, destroyed. Luffy gets angry, and when Moji and Richie confront him again, he uses Gomu Gomu no Sushi to drive Richie into the ground. Seeing Luffy as a devil fruit user like his own captain, Moji begs forgiveness. Noting that an apology won't get Shushu's treasure back, Luffy beats the tamer into the ground, knocking him out with one punch. Nami and the mayor soon realize that Luffy ate a devil fruit like Buggy and is a rubber man. Moji returns to Buggy, and when Buggy hears of the loss, he orders that the whole town be destroyed. A Buggy Ball is fired and the mayor's house is destroyed, but Zoro is miraculously fine as he wakes up standing atop the rubble. The mayor decides to go fight Buggy, not heeding the advice of Luffy, Zoro, and Nami. Luffy and Zoro decide to fight Buggy and his crew as well, and when Luffy asks Nami to join them, she says she will join temporarily as they share a common goal. Meanwhile, Buggy orders a second Buggy Ball be fired, and the mayor arrives and stops it. He challenges Buggy, but Buggy's hand grabs him and chokes him. Luffy then arrives and pulls Buggy's hand off of the mayor, and the episode draws to a close. Zoro and Nami arrive just as the mayor declares that he will fight Buggy, but Luffy knocks him unconscious. After Luffy calls Buggy a big nose, Buggy orders that Luffy be blown to smithereens with Buggy Balls, and the cannoneer opens fire. Luffy uses the Gomu Gomu no balloon to bounce the bomb back at him, blowing up the building that the Buggy pirates are standing on. Buggy, however, protects himself from the explosion by using two of his men as a shield. Kabaji protects himself with Richie, making Moji angry, and he attacks Kabaji. Kabaji sends him flying with a kick, and Luffy then knocks Moji out of the air. Buggy orders Kabaji to kill Luffy, but as he charges on his unicycle drawing his sword, Zoro blocks the attack, claiming that he will be his opponent. Kabaji and Zoro quickly begin their duel. Kabaji takes advantage of Zoro's earlier wound and kicks him repeatedly in the side, which makes Zoro fall. Zoro gets up though, refusing to lose, and the fight continues. Kabaji uses a series of carnival tricks and he charges right at Zoro, slashing him in the side. Zoro stays standing as Nami decides to leave. Kabaji uses a series of tops as a distraction before riding up the side of a building, leaping off the top, and descending rapidly with his sword pointed down at Zoro. Buggy then launches his hand to grab Zoro's foot and hold him, but Luffy stomps on Buggy's hand to stop it. Zoro leaps out of the way of Kabaji's attack just in time. Meanwhile, Nami sneaks past a drunken pirate and starts stealing Buggy's treasure, knocking the drunk pirate out when he finds out that she's there. Zoro gets up to face Kabaji one last time and they charge at each other. Zoro uses Onigiri to take out Kabaji with one slash. He then collapses and Luffy says he will take care of the rest. He and Buggy prepare to face off, and Buggy says how Luffy's straw hat reminds him of a man he hates. Luffy realizes this is Shanks and says he will pound the questions to his answers out of Buggy. Buggy draws his knives and uses Bada Bada Japanese cracker, Chop Chop rice cracker, but Luffy narrowly avoids it. Luffy retaliates with Gomu Gomu no pistol, but Buggy dodges it, leaving Luffy wide open. Luffy then uses Gomu Gomu no sickle, and Buggy uses Bara Bara emergency escape, Chop Chop quick escape, to dodge yet again, sending Luffy smashing into a building. Luffy emerges from the rubble, and Buggy uses Bara Bara cannon, Chop Chop harpoon, knocking back Luffy. Luffy becomes livid when he finds that his hat has been nicked. Buggy realizes that the hat is precious to Luffy, so he attacks again, this time managing to stab it right through the hat and take it. Luffy remembers his past with Shanks and yells at Buggy to return his treasure. Buggy then expresses how much he loathes Shanks, then he will curse him for the rest of his life as the episode ends. The episode opens with a recap of the previous episode, and with Buggy claiming that he will call Shanks whatever he wants. His flashback begins with a young Buggy and Shanks in an argument about which of the North Pole and South Pole is colder. After being separated by another crew member, the pirate ship attacks another vessel. Buggy cuts down one of the people aboard the vessel and finds a treasure map in his shirt, and he keeps the map a secret. Later, after a party, Shanks and Buggy sit together and Shanks mentions how he'll start his own pirate crew. He then tells Buggy about the devil fruit and its value, so Buggy plans to steal it. Buggy eats a fake devil fruit in front of everyone while keeping the real one hidden so he can sell it for 100 million. However, Shanks finds him and surprises Buggy, so Buggy jams the devil fruit into his mouth. After being surprised again, he accidentally swallows it. Buggy is livid about swallowing the fruit, and so he yells at Shanks, but the map flutters into the water. Buggy dies after it, but he can no longer swim, so Shanks saves him. Present time. Back to present time, Luffy says that Shanks saved Buggy's life. Buggy refuses to accept it and says that his plan was delayed for 10 years. His upper body then separates and rises up, and he spots Nami stealing his treasure. He goes after her, but Luffy kicks Buggy's lower body in the groin. Buggy collapses, even more frustrated after he hears what Nami has said about keeping his treasure for herself. He uses Bada Bada Festival, Chop Chop Festival, his body parts flying out everywhere. Luffy grabs one of his feet and tickles it, pulling on it, really messing Buggy up. When Buggy attempts to rejoin with the rest of his body, his head, feet, and hands come together, but the rest of his body parts are tied up by Nami. Luffy then uses Gomu Gomu no Bazooka to send Buggy flying, and he's defeated. The townspeople, led by Poro, come and find most of the town in ruins and Boodle unconscious, so they turn on Luffy, Nami, and Zoro. Luffy mentions that they are pirates, so the townspeople chase after them. However, when running away down an alleyway, Shushu stops the townspeople by barking at them. Luffy, Nami, and Zoro come to their boat and Nami's stolen ship, and the tightrope walking Funin Bros from before emerge from the ship. When seeing Zoro, however, they flee. Nami jumps into her stolen ship while Luffy and Zoro get into their boat and they sail away as a new crew. As they're leaving, the mayor comes too, scolding the townspeople for chasing away Luffy and his friends, as he yells thanks to them. Nami then becomes angry with Luffy when she finds that they left behind half their treasure to help pay for the town's repairs. Zoro laughs it off while Nami tries to drown Luffy for being too kind. In another location, we see a familiar long-nosed young man standing proud as the episode ends. Nami forms an alliance with the crew as their navigator, though not as an actual member, and the crew arrives at Syrup Village in search of a proper ship. They meet a young boy named Usopp, who is the town liar, and who is the son of one of Shanks' crewmates. The episode opens with Usopp running through Syrup Village, yelling the pirates are coming. Meanwhile, on the sea, Nami mentions that they'll need a ship if they want to make it to the Grand Line. At Syrup Village, Usopp says that what he said before was a lie, so the townspeople get mad at him. He runs away and meets with Piman and Ninjin. At that moment, Tamanegi comes running up to them, yelling that real pirates have arrived. Usopp wants to run away and have a snack, but after the urging of the Usopp pirates, he goes out to face them. When Luffy, Zoro, and Nami hit the land, Usopp comes out to greet them, introducing himself and saying he has 80 million men to squash them. Nami sees right through his lie and Usopp freaks out. He then puts a pinball in his slingshot and aims at Luffy, saying that his slingshot is better than a pistol. Luffy and Usopp stare at each other and Luffy quotes Shanks, telling Usopp that they are real pirates and that they should bet his life on it. Usopp cracks, saying that the speech was intimidating, and Luffy mentions getting it from Shanks. Usopp recognizes Shanks, and Luffy brings up Yasopp, Usopp's father, and about how great of a sniper he is. Usopp brings him to a restaurant, and Luffy continues to talk about Yasopp, how he tells stories of Usopp and how well off he is. Nami then asks if there's any way to get a ship in the village, but Usopp says no. Zoro points out the large mansion on top of the hill, but Usopp quickly runs away. At the mansion, Kaya and Cloudahor, her butler, talk about Usopp, and Cloudahor forbids her from seeing him. Usopp comes anyway, and he tells Kaya a story about fighting a giant goldfish with droppings the size of islands. Back at the restaurant, the Usopp pirates come in to fight Luffy and company, but are tricked into thinking that Luffy ate Usopp. After that's cleared up, they bring Luffy, Zoro, and Nami to Kaya's mansion and tell them how Usopp tells Kaya lies to cheer her up since her parents died and she became ill. Luffy decides that they should ask her for a ship, and as there are bodyguards guarding the gate, he uses Gomu Gomu no Sari to intrude to launch himself and others over the fence. They crash into the ground near Usopp, and as they get up, Cloudahor comes out and calls them intruders. Elsewhere in the town, a peculiar man is moonwalking as the episode draws to a close. The episode begins showing the mysterious moonwalking man once again. This mystery man stops to look at a sheep. Meanwhile, at Kaya's mansion, Cloudahor is asking Luffy and the rest of the trespassers to leave. Kaya tells Cloudahor that it's okay that they're there. He responds with, "I will listen to your explanation later." Usopp tries to hide from Cloudahor by hiding in a tree. He gets caught anyways, and Cloudahor goes on about how Usopp's father, Yasopp, is a filthy and low-class pirate, making Usopp livid. He's doing this to provoke Usopp, which works, and he angrily punches Cloudahor in the face, knocking him down. Cloudahor gets up and continues taunting Usopp, telling him that he's barbaric and violent. He provokes him even more by saying, "No wonder they say like father, like son." Usopp responds by giving a speech about how proud he is that his father is a pirate and he will defend him. After this, Cloudahor says that Usopp is just befriending Kaya to get her wealth, so Usopp, furious, leaves. Luffy gets mad as well, but Zoro and Nami hold him back. They all leave too. Later, Kaya is crying in her room and Cloudahor comes in to bring her a meal. Since Kaya is still mad and sad about what happened, she tells Cloudahor that she does not feel like eating. Cloudahor responds by saying, "You will break the chef's heart by saying that." Then Kaya asks why Cloudahor was so harsh, but he replies by reminding Kaya of the day 3 years ago when he came to the mansion and he was battered and dying. Her father let him in and cared for him. Not only that, but her father also gave him a job as her butler. He says that if anything happened to Kaya, he would not forgive himself, and he's only doing what he does with Kaya's best interest in mind. He also says that it's the only way to repay her father for the thoughtful act of saving his life. He asks Kaya, "What happened earlier? Are you still angry with me?" Kaya, however, is still unsure, but says no, it's nothing like that. On another part of the island, the mystery man Django is still moonwalking. He's spotted by a member of the Usopp pirates, who goes to report him to Luffy and the rest. Elsewhere in the village, Nami and Zoro are sitting on the fence, wondering where Luffy went. The member of the Usopp pirates come running up to them, telling them about the strange backwards walking man in the village. Django then moonwalks up to them, saying that he in fact is not weird. Nami says that she thinks he is a weirdo. He tells her that that was the most ridiculous thing he has heard and that he is just a hypnotist passing by. The Usopp pirates went to see a demonstration. He then hypnotizes the Usopp pirates with his ring, but also winds up falling asleep himself. By a cliff overlooking the ocean, Luffy and Usopp sit, talking about how Yasopp was a great pirate. Below them, they see Klahadore and Django arrive, discussing plans. They hear that the two are planning to assassinate Kaya so that Klahadore can take her inheritance. Klahadore is revealed to be Captain Kuro, a dangerous and cunning pirate thought to be executed 3 years ago. Django then says that his pirates are mobilizing and are ready to mount an attack on the village and kill Kaya, but make it look like an accident. Luffy stands up and yells at him not to kill Kaya, and Usopp freaks out because their cover's blown. Django uses his hypnotism to put Luffy to sleep and then falls asleep himself, but Usopp manages to crouch and avoids being hypnotized. Luffy falls asleep and falls forward off the cliff, landing on his head so they all think he's dead. Kuro then tells Usopp that anything he says will not be believed because the whole village thinks Usopp is a liar. Usopp takes off running to tell Kaya, though he's worried that Kaya will be mad at him. Kuro then looks out on the water and sees his former pirate ship, ready for the assassination as the episode ends. The episode opens with Zoro, Nami, and the Usopp pirates still waiting around for Luffy and Usopp. The Usopp pirates mention how Usopp always goes to the coast. They then spot Usopp running up to the village, but he does not respond to their questions and runs right past them. Usopp then runs into the village and starts yelling to everyone that pirates are coming and that they have to abandon their homes. The townspeople, however, are furious when they come out, refusing to believe Usopp because he lies so often. Usopp realizes that what Kuro said was true, so he runs up to Kaya's house. At that time, Zoro and Nami decide they should go to the coast to look for Luffy. The Usopp pirates lead the way and they find Luffy lying at the bottom of the cliff, seemingly dead. Zoro pokes him, however, and Luffy wakes up not injured at all. Back at the mansion, Mary shows Kaya the glasses that she got for him to buy for Klahadore's 3rd year of being a caretaker. Usopp arrives at Kaya's mansion and says that she has to run or she'll get herself killed and that Klahadore is planning to assassinate her and take away her inheritance. Kaya refuses to believe him. Back at the cliff, Luffy fills the others in on what happened and says that they have to get to the village so that the store owners will not evacuate and leave him without any meat. Meanwhile, Mary comes into the room with a gun, so Usopp grabs Kaya and jumps down below. More guards take out guns so that Usopp will leave, and Usopp fires a slingshot to drive him away. He then tugs at Kaya's arm so they can escape, but Kaya slaps him. Mary then shoots Usopp in the arm, and so Usopp runs. Mary tells the town people who have now formed a mob to chase after Usopp so he cannot hurt Kaya. On the ship of the Black Cat pirates, Kuro stands before them and tells them a plan to attack the village at dawn. At sunset, Usopp walks along the beach, remembering the stories he would tell Kaya when he hears the Usopp pirates calling to him. He looks up and is shocked to see Luffy is alive and runs up to them. Usopp tells him about Kuro's plan and then says that he was joking about it. The Usopp pirates say they have lost respect for Usopp and leave. That evening, Nami bandages up Usopp's arm that he was shot in and asks him why he said he made everything up. Usopp replies that it's because he's a liar and no one would ever believe him anyway. He says that he loves the village and wants to protect it, so he will stand up against the pirates. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami decide to join him, and so Usopp stands up, declaring that even though he is scared, he will fight. And he cries as the episode ends. The episode opens with Kuro returning to Kaya's mansion. He watches the sea at night, patiently waiting for his crew to arrive tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, on the slope, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp discuss a plan to stop the Black Cat pirates in the slope before they reach Syrup Village. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami reveal their strong points. Zoro is that he cuts, Nami is that she steals, Luffy is that he stretches. Usopp also reveals his strong point, which the crew does not like at all. At Kaya's mansion, Kuro returns home and learns from Mary that Kaya is sleeping well. Mary tells Kuro that he does not believe Usopp's claim that Kuro is a pirate, which makes him laugh. Of course, Kuro has an evil delight to the fact that no one knows his past. Kuro discovers the glasses that Kaya bought him as a gift. Mary says that it's a present to Kuro for 3 years he's been in the mansion. Then Kuro saw a crescent moon and tells Mary about how the crescent moons make him feel alive, which confuses Mary. Suddenly, Kuro crushes Kaya's gift with his left foot. This action shocks Mary. Kuro reveals to Mary that he intends to get Kaya's inheritance and destroy Syrup Village, which shocks Mary further. He reveals his cat claws gloves and attacks Mary, leaving him for dead. Kuro heads upstairs to Kaya's room and is about to kill the young heiress. Then he decides to let her live a little longer until the village is completely destroyed tomorrow. On the ship, hidden in the huge rocks on the beach of Gecko Island, one of the crewmates tells Django that it's almost daybreak. Django leaves his captain's chamber and tells the crew that only the sun can wake him up. The crew then apologizes to Django. The crew is now confused on whether Django's in a bad mood or not. Then Django orders the crew to start the attack. Meanwhile, on the slope, Usopp and the Straw Hat pirates pour oil on the slope, making sure that the Black Cat pirates will not make it to Syrup Village. Usopp also hopes to use his sniping abilities to drive the pirates away off the island while they're busy trying to stand up on the greasy floor. Luffy's impressed by Usopp's ingenuity, which makes the liar proud. It's almost daybreak. The Straw Hat pirates are waiting patiently for the Black Cat pirates to arrive. The ship arrives at a shore of Gecko Island and discovers the 2 boats in which our heroes used to arrive at the island, which means that Usopp and the Straw Hat pirates are waiting on the wrong slope. Thanks to Nami's perfect hearing, they discover too late their mistake and try to reach the north slope on time. Only Nami and Usopp are on their way, while Luffy, having no sense of direction, becomes lost on Gecko Island. Zoro attempts to pass the oiled floor, in which Nami has accidentally put him there. Usopp is the first to arrive at the north slope and defeat some of the Black Cat pirates using his sniping abilities. He's surprised to be the first one on the north slope. Meanwhile, Zoro struggles with the greasy floor in which he keeps falling down and Luffy's still lost. Back on the north slope, Usopp uses his lie about having an army of 100 million men to force the Black Cat pirates to leave the island. Only Django believes for a moment Usopp's lie, and the rest of the crew are not impressed. Some of the Black Cat pirates found the bag of treasure in one of the heroes' ships. Usopp uses this opportunity to tell them the bag of treasure is his and they can keep it if they leave the island. Django tells Usopp, despite his efforts, that they're going to attack the village. Then Django decides to hypnotize Usopp with his pendulum. Nami arrives just in time on the north slope to stop Usopp from being hypnotized and stopping the Black Cat pirates from stealing her treasure, which makes her very angry. Of course, Django has been hypnotized by his own pendulum. Nami is determined to stop the pirates from stealing her treasure and argues with Usopp about letting the pirates steal it. After that, they argue about who's going to stop the Black Cat pirates. Annoyed by their bickering, the pirates continue on their way to Syrup Village. Usopp and Nami use some caltrops to stop the pirates in their tracks. Back on the slope, Zoro, exhausted by his constant efforts to walk through the oiled floor, decides to use his swords to walk through the greasy floor, and it worked. Meanwhile, Luffy is still lost. Back on the north slope, the Black Cat pirates are filled with pain with caltrops stuck in their feet. Usopp uses one of his slingshot's pearls to knock down one of the pirates. However, Nami and Usopp cannot get away because their way is being blocked by caltrops. One of the pirates knocks Usopp down with a big hammer. Despite being hurt, Usopp still tries to stop the pirates from reaching Syrup Village. Then Nami joins and fights some Black Cat pirates, but eventually she lost. Django orders the crew to kill them and to continue to follow Kuro's plan. The pirates agree to continue. While they're going straight to Syrup, one of the Black Cat pirates kicks Usopp far away despite his plea of not attacking the village. After that, he has a vision of his friends, the Usopp pirates and Kaya. Suddenly, the Black Cat pirates are pushed back onto the north slope. It was Luffy and Zoro who pushed them back. They're a little upset that the Black Cat pirates aren't as strong as they thought they'd be. Zoro is angry at Nami for putting him on the greasy floor, and Luffy is upset at Usopp for not telling him which way is north. Back at Syrup Village, Kuro is getting upset that the Black Cat pirates have yet to reach the village. He intends to kill his crew if they ever disappointed him. He then leaves the mansion with his weapon in a bag and goes to the north slope. Unknown to him, he's being watched by Onion. Onion wonders why he's going up to the north slope. The episode starts with a recap of the previous episode and opens with Amagi, who runs to warn his friends about Klahador's suspicious manner. Back on the north slope, after defeating all the Black Cat pirates minus Django, Luffy and Zoro argue with Nami and Usopp, who blame them for their lateness. Determined not to fail Kuro's plan, Django decides to hypnotize the pirate crew into thinking that they're stronger than the Straw Hat pirates. Once hypnotized, the crew gets so enraged that they become stronger. One of them manages to break a cliff of the north slope with only his left arm. They begin heading straight to Syrup Village. However, Luffy also gets hypnotized and also becomes just as enraged, as well as even stronger than before, basically meaning that they're back to where they started. He then uses his Gomu Gomu no Gatling to knock them all out and runs straight to the Bez in Black. One of the pirates asks what he's doing. Luffy proceeds to use his full strength to remove the ship's figurehead. Django quickly hypnotizes Luffy to sleep, the figurehead falling on top of him before he can do any more damage. Back at Syrup Village, Tamanagi tells his friends P-Man and Ninjin about Kuro's suspicious manner, and decides to warn Kaya about Klahadore. Tamanagi suspects that Usopp lied about the attack to protect them from harm, but they're determined to protect Syrup Village. After seeing her window open, the Usopp pirates think she might be out of town somewhere. The Usopp pirates try to open Usopp's secret passage to Kaya's mansion through the bushes, but it does not work. However, Kaya is still at home and is dreaming about Usopp trying to kill her. She wakes up and decides to search for Klahadore. While searching for him, she finds Mary on the floor, terribly wounded but still alive. Mary tells Kaya that Klahadore is actually Captain Kuro and wants to take Kaya's inheritance. Kaya realizes that Usopp was telling the truth about Kuro. Mary tells Kaya that she's the only one who can stop him now. The young heiress is now determined to find Kuro and stop him. Meanwhile, the Usopp pirates, who are trying their best to get inside Kaya's mansion, see Kaya getting out of the mansion and on her way to the north slope. They follow her discreetly. Back on the north slope, the Straw Hat pirates and Usopp are confident that they are winning the battle against the Black Cat pirates, until Django, frightened and desperate not to let Kuro down, calls forth his last trump card, the Nyaban brothers, Sham and Buchi. Django orders them to attack Usopp and the Straw Hat pirates, beginning with Zoro. The Nyaban brothers pretend to be afraid of Zoro to let down his guard. Sham delivers the first strike and steals 2 of Zoro's swords, throwing them away. Zoro slashes Sham but misses and tries to recover 2 of his swords, but to no avail. Sham jumps to Zoro's back and throws him to the ground, while Buchi joins his brother and tries to use his Cat the Fungiata technique on Zoro, but the swordsman dodges it at the last minute. The Nyaban brothers use their Neko Yanagi Daikoshin technique on Zoro, while the swordsman blocks as best he can, although he's not that good at using one-sword techniques. Usopp tries to help Zoro by attacking one of the Nyaban brothers, but Zoro uses himself as a shield at the last second. Sham and Buchi slash Zoro quickly after that, gravely wounding him. Usopp fires his slingshot in an attempt to aid Zoro, but Zoro takes the damage, leaving him to be hit by Buchi. Nami angrily tells Usopp off for his failed attempt, but Usopp says that Zoro took the hit on purpose. Zoro yells at them that if they hit the pair, the Nyaban brothers will go after them instead. Nami attempts to get Zoro's swords for him, however, as she approaches, so does Django, and he slashes her side with his ring. Django and the others then see Kuro at the top of the north slope. He demands to know why dawn has passed and yet his plan is not in motion. This episode starts with a recap of the previous one and opens with Kuro arriving at the north slope, very angry that his plan did not go as planned. Django and the rest of the Black Cat pirates are terrified by him, including Sham and Buchi. He can't believe that his former crew was held back by a bunch of children. He asks Django for an explanation. Django reminds Kuro who said letting Usopp go would not cause any problems. Kuro said that he knew that Usopp would try in vain to stop the Black Cat pirates from invading Syrup Village since no one would believe him, but the one thing he didn't count on was the weakness of his crew. This remark made Sham and Buchi very mad. They remembered Kuro as a strong killer and said that they were sinking ships and vanquishing pirate crews while Kuro lived a good life. They accused him of becoming weak. They go straight to him hoping to kill him. Django tries to warn them, but it has no use. Before they could deal him a blow, he suddenly disappeared and reappeared moments later behind them with his cat claw gloves on his hands. It surprised even Zoro. They tried to attack him again, but he disappeared one more time. Django recognized his move as the Nuki-Ashi technique, Kuro's trademark attack. He reappeared behind Sham and Buchi again with his claw-like knives pointing at them. Even Nami is impressed by this, as the Nyaban brothers nearly defeated Zoro. This silent technique is so powerful, not even a group of 50 assassins could stop Kuro. Django knew he hasn't lost that attack by the way he lifted his glasses to avoid being cut by his cat claw gloves. Nami managed to get up despite her wound. Kuro gave his crew 5 minutes to kill Zoro, otherwise he would kill them all. Sham and Buchi go straight to Zoro to kill him. Django encourages them to stop him. Nami kicks the 2 swords straight to Zoro. The swordsman managed to get them. Although a little upset that Nami kicks the swords without any respect, Zoro thanks her for giving him back his swords, and he defeats the Niaben brothers by using the tiger trap technique. Kuro is still counting the minutes. Usopp and the Black Cat pirates are surprised by the swordsman's attack. Even Django is shocked by it. Zoro said to Kuro that the former captain will be defeated in less than 5 minutes. Kuro is a little impressed. Buchi is still conscious and begs Django to hypnotize him so he'll become strong enough to defeat Zoro. Django managed to do so, and Zoro decided to deal with Buchi before he could fight Kuro. After being hypnotized, Buchi becomes stronger and more savage than before. His muscles even increase in size. That surprised Zoro, but he managed to regain his calm and decided to fight him no matter what happens. Meanwhile, Nami goes to wake up Luffy, who was sleeping beneath the figurehead of the Bezan Black. She managed to wake him up by pressing her foot into his head. Luffy woke up just in time to stop Django's pendulum from killing Nami with his bare teeth while arguing with Nami about the way she wakes people up. Nami learned that Django's pendulum is also used as a weapon. Luffy broke the pendulum with his bare teeth, although it hurts him a little bit. The Black Cat pirates begin to think that it'll be impossible to defeat Luffy and Zoro since they appear to be very strong. After waking up Luffy, Nami passes out for a bit. Luffy notices Nami's wound. Nami asks Luffy to fight for the village and her treasure, and Luffy accepts. The pirates run from Luffy, scared for their life. While Buchi fights Zoro, Django will deal with Luffy. Kuro said that time is up and he'll kill everyone on the North Slope. He's surprised that Luffy survived the fall from the cliff since he thought that the fall would have killed him. Before Kuro could kill anyone, Kaya arrives and begs him to stop. Usopp managed to save her before Kuro slashes her. She said to Usopp that she could not bear to see him getting hurt protecting her. She then talks to Kuro and said that he can take her fortune and leave the village alone. Kuro said to Kaya that he wants more than her fortune, he wants peace. He said despite her plea, the Black Cat pirates will still attack Syrup Village and kill her. She then pulled a gun from her coat and pointed it at Kuro. She threatens to kill him if Kuro and the Black Cat pirates don't leave Gecko Island this instant. Kuro managed to lower her guard by talking about the last 3 years they spent together. He also said that spending 3 years with her was an insult to his pride as a pirate. He takes the gun from her and throws it to the ground. Usopp takes the gun and tries to shoot Kuro down, but Kuro uses his Nuki Ashi to reappear behind the liar with his cat claws gloves on. He tried to kill him and make him pay for punching him, but his attempts were stopped by Luffy, who gave him a Gomu Gomu no pistol, sending him to the ground. Luffy swears Kuro will have a bad day since he hates being punched. This episode starts with a recap of the previous episode and opens with Kuro lying on the ground by Luffy's Gomu Gomu no pistol. The Black Cat pirates are terrified by this. Nami decided to search for the pirate's treasure despite her wounded shoulder. The Usopp pirates arrive and hit him as hard as they can with a shovel, a casserole, and a bat. Usopp, Kaya, and the others try to warn them to stay away, but they refuse to listen. Too busy beating Kuro up trying to kill him. They stopped. Django is afraid the kids make Kuro really mad. The Usopp pirates go to Usopp and argue with him for not telling them about the fight. Usopp begs them to run away, but the kids refuse to run away, saying it will only shame the Usopp pirates. Suddenly Kuro got up, making the Usopp pirates terrified and scream in terror, but Kuro ignores them and goes to Usopp to beat him. His sight then goes to Luffy, in which he asks him if he'd eaten a devil fruit. Luffy confirms this. This news frightens the Black Cat pirates even more. Kuro orders Django to take care of Kaya and the Usopp pirates while he takes care of Luffy. Django agreed. Zoro tries to block him, but Buchi attacks Zoro using his Kyoto Zafunjiara technique on him, in which Zoro managed to dodge. The attack creates a dust cloud which Zoro can barely see a thing. Buchi attacks from behind, putting Zoro to a cliff wall. The swordsman tries to get loose of Buchi by putting a foot on the brother's face. Usopp is shocked that Buchi becomes stronger than before. He saw Django going straight to Kaya, and with all his strength he asked the Usopp pirates to protect Kaya, saying that this is the reason they became pirates in the first place, to protect what's dear to them. Kaya is overwhelmed by Usopp's kindness. The Usopp pirates proudly agree to take Kaya to the forest. Even Zoro is impressed by Usopp's determination. Django tried to kill them using his pendulum, but he's stopped in his track by Usopp's slingshot ball. Django tries to get even, but Kuro orders him to track down Kaya and the Usopp pirates. After that, Django goes after his prey. Kuro says to Usopp that escape is useless since he knows that Kaya is weak. Meanwhile, Luffy advances straight to the Black Cat pirates as captain. Zoro managed to defeat Buchi by using his other foot and his technique Onigiri. Usopp managed to get up a little and heard a noise coming from the forest. Kuro tells Usopp this is Django tearing up the forest. Usopp asks him if he has even a shred of pity. Kuro tells him that he has none and that Kaya is nothing more than a pawn in his plan and he'll express gratitude when she's dead. Usopp is angry by Kuro's words. Luffy tells Usopp to go to Kaya and the Usopp pirates and he will take care of Kuro. Usopp managed to get up more despite his multiple wounds. Kuro is impressed by this. Usopp says to him that he won't let him win. He tried to walk but he falls down due to his wounds. Kuro laughs at Usopp's effort and says that even if he did manage to get Django, he'd end up dead. Usopp says that despite his weakness, he will protect the village. The Black Cat pirates laugh at Usopp's vow, but Luffy throws a rock at them, telling them not to laugh at Usopp. Zoro takes Usopp on his right shoulder and tells him that he'll go after Django. Luffy agreed to it. Kuro tried to stop them, but Luffy stopped him using a Gomu Gomu no Kama, in which Kuro dodges. Kuro tried to slash him, but Luffy evaded the attack. He then counterattacks with a Gomu Gomu no Yari, but Kuro disappears using his Nukiashi technique. Zoro and Usopp manage to get to the forest during the battle. Kuro reappears and asks Luffy why an outsider like him is butting into the village's business. He tells Kuro that's because there's a man in the village that he doesn't want to let die and he won't die today. The battle continues. Luffy stretches his arm to hold Kuro and tries to give him a foot kick. Kuro managed to evade it by sending the Straw Hat Kid into the ground. Luffy tried to use a Gomu Gomu no Muchi and a Gomu Gomu no pistol at him, but Kuro dodges both. Luffy finds Kuro on one of his arms. He says to Luffy that this fight is boring. He then delivers a kick at Luffy, sending him to the ground again. The crew tried to cheer their captain on, but Kuro angrily tells them not to call him by that name, saying that his plan was to get rid of the name Captain Kuro. He says that he's tired of devising plans for a band of men who only care about mayhem and to be relentlessly pursued by bounty hunters and government dogs. pirates. While saying that, flashbacks of his 3 past years are shown. Back then, Kuro wore his captain costume. He tells Django that he wanted to give up being Captain Kuro after being pursued by the Marines the 3rd time in a week since he's now an infamous pirate. Django tells Kuro that the Marines won't stop until their pirate captain is dead. Kuro tells Django that he's going to die and that Django will be captain. A Marine ship is attacking the Bazan Black with its cannons. He orders his crew to give him a small boat, which they do. He arrives at the Marine ship and kills everyone on board except for a jaw-broken Marine soldier who is none other than Morgan. Django orders his crew to board the ship. He notices Nugira Yainu and says to him goodbye. Morgan begs Kuro to kill him, but Kuro says that today he will be the one to capture Captain Kuro. Django hypnotizes Nugira to be Captain Kuro and Morgan to be the one who captures the dreaded pirate. The Marine ship sails away with the fake Captain Kuro to be executed. Kuro is happy that the first part of his plan worked. Back in the present, Kuro tells Luffy when his plan succeeds today, his goal will be fully achieved and that money and peace of mind will be his. He refuses to let Luffy ruin his plans. He tried to kill Luffy, but the Straw Hat Kid stretches his arms to pick a rock and blocks the attack. The rock broke his first cat glove. While throwing the rock at him, Luffy tells Kuro that if the pirate captain did not want a reputation, he should not be a pirate, and that his ambition is greater than Kuro. The episode starts with the Usopp pirates running away with Kaya from Django. They thought that they'd lost Django, but the latter chops down all the trees with his pendulum in search of Kaya. The Usopp pirates then hide behind one of the fallen trees as Django's looking for them. As Django gets close to the fallen tree in which they're hiding, Ninjin was about to sneeze but is then stopped by Tamanagi and P-Man. The scene then changes to Usopp asking Zoro to go east, but Zoro asks whether to go left or right, in which Usopp says to go to the left and then asks if it's the other way. As the Usopp pirates are running away from Django, Kaya trips and tells him to leave her, but they say that their job is to protect her. The Usopp pirate gang realizes that Kaya is burning up and notice that Django is nearby. They have to make the decision of either running away and leaving Kaya or to fight Django, in which they think of what Usopp would always say. They then decide to fight Django, in which Kaya is against it and says that they cannot die just for her, in which Ninjin responds by saying that they're not fighting to die but fighting to live, and say that their captain always says. Meanwhile, after his right cat claw was disposed of by Luffy, Kuro then gets back up and tells the Black Cat pirates that he will kill them and Django later. Kuro then reveals that he was planning to kill the Black Cats anyway to prove his innocence and make sure that nobody knew that he was still alive, which greatly shocks the pirates. Luffy is then telling Kuro that his pirate crew is dumb. Then Kuro explains his ideals what a pirate crew is and uses his shakushi. One by one, the Black Cats start falling. Nami and Luffy watch in disbelief. In the forest, Usopp's gang attacks Django with pepper, a pan, and a log. Django chokeslams Tamanagi. Kaya reveals herself just in time to stop him from harming Ninjin and P-Man. In return for letting the gang go, she will right the will, leaving everything to Klahadore. After Kuro finishes his rampage of killing his own men, he turns to Luffy. He tries to attack Luffy, but Luffy easily dodges it. Luffy tells Kuro that shakushi has too many useless movements, so he can predict it. Kuro responds by saying, "Don't get cocky. Up till now I was just toying with you." Kuro then uses it again, but here, before he can do anything, Luffy quickly grabs his leg and jumps on him. Luffy uses his stretching ability to wrap all around Kuro, preventing him from moving. Luffy tells him that he can't run around now that he's wrapped up. At first, the Black Cats are in shock that Luffy can so easily get a hold of their captain. Then the Black Cats realize that if Luffy wins, that they will not be killed, so they're glad and cheer Luffy on. Meanwhile, in the forest, Django's about to kill Kaya when Usopp's gang use a shovel they found to knock him over. When Django notices them, he quickly kicks them, sending them flying. Zoro, who is waiting behind, then comes in, but Django tells him he's too late. Instead of attacking Django, Zoro cuts a branch that was in the way of Usopp. With the branch out of the way, Usopp now uses his slingshot to prevent Django from killing Kaya. Back on the shore, Luffy has the entire Black Cat crew cheering for him. He headbutts Kuro and stretches his head all the way up to the pirates and yells at them not to cheer for him. After this brief scene, it returns back to Usopp and Zoro. Kuro yells that his plan will never fail, but he's cut off by a second headbutt by Luffy. This incredibly strong headbutt knocks Kuro completely out. The Black Cats marvel at Luffy's strength, saying that even the strongest Marines couldn't defeat Kuro. They ask Luffy who he is, and Luffy responds by saying that he is Monkey D. Luffy, and that Kuro was never strong. Luffy said that he could never lose to someone who ran away from his crew, that a true pirate stays loyal to his crew till the day he dies. His final statement to the Black Cats was that he'd be the one to be Pirate King. Luffy's crew then starts to regroup. Usopp tells his gang to keep quiet about what happened. They don't want to. Instead, they want to tell the whole village what happened and be heroes. Even Kaya pitches in, telling Usopp that they should clear up any misunderstandings with the village before he leaves. Usopp responds by telling them that the villagers would just think he was lying like usual. The gang agrees to help Usopp and not to tell anyone what happened. Usopp goes to meet up with Luffy and the rest of the Straw Hats. He thanks Luffy, saying that he'd never be able to protect the village alone. Usopp decides to become a real pirate and says goodbye to his gang at the place where they first met 5 years ago. He tells them that he's proud of them for helping defend the village. Usopp tells the gang that the battle that they just fought was the last battle they would have together. He then starts to reminisce about the old times. He orders his crew, Tavern Keeper Ninjin, Carpenter P-Man, and Raider Tamanagi to follow their own paths as the Usopp pirate crew is disbanded, and to keep everything that happened a secret. The gang then dissolved. Kaya starts feeling better and has prepared a present for Luffy. She meets and thanks Luffy and the crew at the Meshi. The present is a ship designed by Mary, the Going Mary. It has a lamb head with a cannon beneath. Usopp finished packing his bag, but it appears as if he packed everything in the house. It is far too large to fit out the door, so he's pulling very hard on it to get out the doorway. He pulls so hard that when it finally comes loose, it sends him rolling down the cliff. Luffy and Zoro stop him before he hits the Going Mary. Usopp tells Luffy that he hopes that someday they'll meet in the sea as rivals. Luffy then says, "What are you talking about? Aren't we comrades?" Usopp happily joins Luffy's gang and they sail off together. Ninjin, P-Man, and Tamanagi carry on the traditional warning to the village that the pirates are coming. training. Kai wants to become a doctor after finding out about Usopp's childhood from Mary, who heard it from the villagers. While at sea, Usopp daydreams, unbeknownst to the other crew members. Since the crew is increased to 4, Luffy wants to make a Jolly Roger. 50 years experience of painting walls, Usopp creates one for the Straw Hat Pirates. He also paints the sails as ordered by Luffy. Their first destination is legendary Treasure Island. There they encounter strange-looking wild animals. Get out of here, get out of here, the Guardian God of the island commands. The Guardian God attacks the Straw Hat Pirates. When all the attacks fail to hurt Luffy, the Guardian God runs away. Luffy catches him and finds out that he's actually just a man living in a box named Gaimon. 20 years ago, Gaimon was a pirate who fell into the box and was stuck ever since. Luffy and Zoro futilely try to pull him out of the box, but their efforts were in vain. Luffy introduces himself as the one who's going to be the Pirate King after getting the One Piece. Afterward, Gaimon fills Luffy in on how he fell into the box 20 years ago. He took pirates to the hill where there is a treasure when Nami promises to get him for it. Luffy rockets up the hill and finds 6 treasure boxes but refuses to hand them over to Gaimon. Nami thinks that he's keeping them for himself, but Gaimon admits that he already knew that the boxes had long been emptied. While out at sea, Luffy finds a box of cannonballs in the Going Merry storeroom and brings it out onto the deck. Nami finds a place on the map where they can go to practice cannon shooting. This gets Luffy excited. This episode flashes back to Zoro's childhood. Zoro was a dojo yabari, collecting dojo signboards. When Zoro challenges Koshiro, the owner, he accepts but offers his daughter Kuina as his opponent. Zoro grabs a huge amount of shinai, several in each hand and 3 in his mouth, to prepare. Even before the match begins, he has dropped 2/3 of the ones in his mouth. Zoro is able to block the first overhand strike with his shinai collection. The second vertical strike is more powerful and knocks Zoro back onto the ground, causing him to drop all the weapons. Zoro gets up and strikes a great 2 swords shinai technique pose. This causes visible surprise in the master and his daughter, who ask if he's been trained in kendo before. Zoro explains this is the first time he's ever held a shinai. Zoro charges towards Kuina and gets smacked between the eyes and ends up losing. Zoro joins the dojo and swears that he'll beat Kuina one day. Kuina tells Zoro that he'll have to train a few years till he can fight with 2 swords. A training montage is shown where Zoro works himself to exhaustion on a daily basis, regardless of it being hazily hot or chillingly cold. In addition to smacking a training post, Zoro is seen competently fighting off adult male members of the dojo. One distinctive scene is Zoro standing on a pair of rocks with a stream running between them. A bite in his mouth is attached to a large boulder with a piece of rope, and he's holding that position to strengthen his biting muscles, as well as his legs and torso. As he's training, Kuina is seen watching from the shadows. The scene then cuts to Zoro losing a 2000th consecutive fight to Kuina. She then calls him weak. The younger male students comment that he is not weak and able to defeat adult male students. They then ask Koshiro if he's giving his daughter special training on the side due to favoritism. He explains that he's not, and that she's also getting stronger. Kuina later overhears her father discussing with another man that a female sword fighter has many barriers, and he would not let her inherit the dojo. This visibly angers her, and she breaks in, revealing her eavesdropping, which her father criticizes, and claims that she'll become the strongest and that she deserves to inherit it. Yoshio replies calmly that a woman would not be able to become the world's best. This causes her eyes to glaze over in shock as she walks off stricken. Kuina is sitting by the road in the middle of the night, apparently crying. Zoro approaches and challenges her, carrying a pair of real metal katana instead of the wooden shinai they'd used in the previous battles. Kuina accepts the challenge and goes into her family's shrine and retrieves the Wado Ichimonji for their duel. In their first challenge, Zoro manages to cut off some of her hair with the second blade. After fighting for a while, Zoro is visibly gasping while Kuina is not breathing heavily at all. She comments that 2 swords must be heavy and that he is still lacking stamina. In response to Zoro's usual rude reply, Kuina lunges in and is able to disarm both of his weapons in a single upward swing. As he lies helpless on his back, she goes for the finishing blow, but intentionally plunges the Ichimonji into the ground an inch from his cheek. Still undefeated after the fight, Kuina consoles Zoro, telling him that as they grow older, Zoro will eventually surpass her. Kuina tells Zoro that a woman can never be the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro disagrees and challenges her to compete and see who between them will become the world's greatest swordsman. Kuina accepts. Kuina is then seen continuing to train enthusiastically while beating an adult male student. Zoro is seen doing another strange exercise by himself where he holds a dumbbell in his mouth while pulling a pair of ropes slung over a tree branch, uses a pulley to lift a pair of boulders to increase his stamina. It's at this point when younger students approach with gaunt looks on their faces and tell Zoro that Kuina is dead. She had apparently died falling down the storage room stairs while looking for her katana whetstone. After her funeral, the master thanks Zoro for joining the dojo and motivating Kuina to train her hardest. Zoro asks for Kuina's katana. He swears that he will keep the promise he made with Kuina to become the strongest swordsman in the world. The master leaves Kuina's soul and dreams of Zoro. 8 years pass and it's time for Zoro to leave the dojo to fulfill that promise. Back to the present, Luffy and Usopp practice shooting cannons. Usopp hits a target in a single try. Unknown to them, they have hit someone, Yosaku. Later, back in the cabin, the Straw Hat Pirates are having a discussion about adding a new crew member, either a musician or a cook. When they hear a commotion on the deck, Luffy goes out to check. Johnny, whose partner was hit, is seeking revenge. They were friends back in the days when he was a pirate hunter. Zoro is surprised to find Johnny alone and asks about Yosaku. Johnny recounts what happened that day, how Yosaku fell ill and they decided to rest on a rocky island where they were attacked by Usopp. Nami examines Yosaku and finds that he has scurvy, which can be easily cured with vitamin C. Johnny is relieved to hear that Yosaku will be alright in a few days' time, and when Yosaku is feeling better after taking some lime, they introduce themselves to the rest of the crew. The crew decided that they need a cook to take care of their diet for their long trip, as they do not want to get scurvy like Yosaku. Johnny suggests that they go to Barity, the floating restaurant. On the way there, the Straw Hat Pirates run into Iron Fist Fullbody, a lieutenant in the Marines who did not think much of the Straw Hats or Johnny and Yosaku. Johnny is particularly offended and flings a series of wanted posters across the deck of the Going Merry to prove that he and Yosaku don't go after the small fry. Provoked by his boasting, Nami is curious to see the criminals the duo tend to hunt and peers at their collection of collected and desired bounties. Unfortunately, Nami sees something so disturbing to her that she chokes up and quietly trembles. She's aghast at a specific poster, one bearing the face of a crook named Arlong. She rings the poster her in her fist viciously as if she had a personal grudge against him. As Fullbody heads to the Verity with his date, he orders his crew to sink the Going Merry. A shot was fired, but Luffy managed to divert it from hitting the Going Merry, but due to losing his grip, Chef Zeph's cabin on the Verity was hit. The Verity crew dragged Luffy to Chef Zeph's cabin. Luffy naively thought that Chef Zeph lost his leg from the attack and immediately apologizes. Chef Zeph sets Luffy straight and wants him to work in his restaurant for a year to pay for repairs and medical bills. Luffy disagrees and gets beaten up by Chef Zeph. Meanwhile, in the dining hall of the Verity, Fullbody gets into a fight with Sanji, the sous chef. The episode starts with Patty having a pep talk with himself in the bathroom mirror. As he enters the dining area, he's met with Sanji holding Lieutenant Fullbody in the air. Patty begins demanding that Sanji put their customer down since Fullbody is a customer and customers are never to be harmed. Sanji says that Fullbody has ruined the food, a deadly mistake at sea, and also insulted the chef and needed to be taught a lesson. Fullbody gets up angrily and tells him that he's going to contact his superiors and close the restaurant. Sanji replies that he will not let Fullbody leave the restaurant alive and then he'll close down the restaurant. Suddenly, Luffy and Zeph burst from the ceiling. Angry about breaking through the ceiling, Zeph begins arguing with Luffy. The chefs of the Verity plead for Zeph to help them, with Sanji causing Zeph to kick both Sanji and Fullbody. Surprise, Fullbody then comments that the chefs in the restaurant are like a pirate gang. Suddenly, a marine soldier bursts into the restaurant and informs Fullbody that the pirate Krieg's crewman has escaped, killing 7 marine soldiers. Fullbody, frustrated, mentions that Krieg's crewman was without food for 3 days and was on the brink of starvation. At the mention of Krieg's name, a customer begins to panic and says that Don Krieg is one of the most powerful pirates in the East Blue. Without warning, the marine soldier is then shot by a man that turns out to be Krieg's crewman, Gin. Gin calmly sits down and demands food. Patty asks Gin if he has the money to pay for his food. Instead of answering, Gin points a gun at Patty. Slamming Gin to the floor, Patty announces that if you're unable to pay, then you're not a customer and that you should not be treated as a customer. Sanji decides to take his leave of the situation, and as Patty continues to pummel Gin, he removes himself to the kitchen to continue cooking. After a thorough beating, Patty bars Gin from the restaurant. Gin lays on the deck of the ship, beaten and hungry, when Sanji appears with food. Gin tears up and refuses the food at first, but Sanji explains to him that it's unwise to refuse food on the open sea and tells the pirate he will die if he doesn't eat. Luffy, having watched this exchange, asks Sanji if he wants to join his crew as cook. Sanji declines the invitation since he's in debt to Zeph. Hearing what Luffy says, Gin tells him that he should not go to the Grand Line due to high danger. Sanji disposes of the incriminating dishes from Gin's meal and returns to cooking, where he sees Zeph has already put Luffy to work. Luffy is annoyed to find out that Nami, Zoro, and Usopp are having lunch while he's working to repay the debt. As payback, he puts a booger into Zoro's drink, much to the amusement of Nami and Usopp. Zoro sees it before he takes a drink, and in retaliation makes Luffy drink it. The laughter from Luffy's crew catches Sanji's attention, and when he looks over at them, he notices Nami. Head over heels, Sanji runs over and agrees to join the crew, means that he and Nami will be together as crewmates. Hearing that Sanji may be leaving, Zeph butts into the conversation and begins to argue with Sanji. Elsewhere, Gin has returned to Don Krieg's ship, the Dreadnought Saber, and prepares to bring his captain to Verity. Sanji is confronted by Zeph, and they have an argument about Sanji being a nuisance for the restaurant ship. Zeph demands Sanji leave, and that he can go be a pirate or anything he wants. Sanji refuses to do so. Angry because his cooking was insulted, Sanji approaches Jeff and tries to hit him, but is easily thrown off the table where Luffy and the others sat. Sanji still refuses to leave the restaurant. Luffy invites him to join the Straw Hat Pirates again, but is rejected. Sanji offers Nami a fruit Macedonia as an apology, while Usopp argues with Sanji and is stopped by Nami. Nami flirts with Sanji so she could have free food, but the others still have to pay for their food. Zoro sweats as he already saw that coming. Luffy laughs but is kicked in the face by Sanji because he was slacking off. Luffy is brought into the kitchen with Sanji. A few days later, Usopp is seen in the boat talking to Zoro and Nami and complains about their situation. Usopp is worried that they might be stuck here for a year, and Nami says she's okay with it since they get free food and a cozy atmosphere. Zoro corrects her by saying that she's the only one who gets free food. Luffy's then seen on the restaurant deck carrying a huge garbage bag. Usopp calls him and complains. Luffy tells him to wait a bit longer and he'll talk to Zeph again. Luffy looks to the sea and seems agitated. Suddenly, the Dreadnought Saber appears, the pirate fleet ship of the Krieg pirate, causing the customers of the restaurant to panic, while Sanji and Zeph are seen looking at the ship. The chefs are also in panic and blame Patty for the appearance of the feared Don Krieg pirates. Luffy and Zoro are seen looking at the ship, while Nami and Usopp panic, telling Luffy that they should escape while they can. Luffy is seen standing with Sanji, saying that Gin had come to pay him back, but Sanji doubts it. Zeph and the chefs are seen having a clear view of the ship. Luffy comments on how battered the ship is. Don Krieg is seen on the deck, and he gets into the restaurant with the help of Gin. Everyone is shocked that he's begging for food and water. Luffy comments that he looks hungry, while Sanji heads to the kitchen and Don Krieg falls to the floor. Gin begs them to help his captain, but Patty laughs at him. Gin still begs for food, saying they have the money to pay for it and that makes them customers. Patty denies them, and the other chefs commenting on how dreadful Don Krieg really is. Don Krieg is then seen bowing his head and begs for food. Gin stops him and is seen crying. Sanji heads down the ladder with food and kicks Patty out of the way. All of them are shocked that Sanji is offering food to Don Krieg. Don Krieg quickly devours the food. Karnai argues with Sanji and states the hideous things that Don Krieg did in the past. Luffy wonders if Don Krieg is a snake, as everyone is shocked upon hearing Karnai's tale. After Don Krieg finished eating, he attacks Sanji immediately, and Gin is shocked by his captain's actions. Don Krieg breaks Gin's shoulder. The customers flee the restaurant in panic. Usopp is seen with Zoro worrying about their situation. Zoro comments if he was scared, but Usopp denies it. Zoro then notices something strange with his ship. Don Krieg gazes at the whole restaurant and says he likes it. He explains that his ship is battered and wants the restaurant Verity as its replacement. He also demands food for his crew, to which the chefs promptly refuse. He explains that he is not ordering food and that he's giving them an order. Don Krieg roars and says that no one has ever disobeyed him, and Gin apologizes to Sanji for what's happened. Sanji gets up and heads for the kitchen. Everyone is shocked to hear that he's going to prepare food for 100 people. The chefs point their weapons at Sanji to prevent him from helping the pirates. Sanji explains as to why he's giving them food, but is smashed to the ground by Patty. Patty offers Don Krieg dessert and brings out a cannon and attacks him with a Shoku Atari meatball. Don Krieg complains complains about how awful the dessert was and reveals his arsenal of weapons and begins attacking the chefs, explaining why he is the strongest. Zeph brings down food for 100 people, which shocks the chefs, and Luffy comments that it was risky. However, upon hearing Zeph's name, Don Krieg is shocked. Zeph heads back and is questioned by the chefs. The chefs are worried that the Krieg pirates might take over Verity now once they're revitalized. Zeph is not worried at all, saying they would only do it if they have guts, and starts mocking Don Krieg, stating his inability to get through the Grand Line. The chefs are shocked about hearing Zeph and wonders why Don Krieg is unable to get through the Grand Line. Don Krieg then realizes that Zeph is the great pirate known as Zeph the Red Leg, and that he's still alive. Zeph exclaims to Don Krieg that it's not his concern and also states that he's now living his life as a cook. Don Krieg laughs and mocks Zeph about him being a cook rather than a pirate, stating that it's the only thing he can do since he lost his foot. Don Krieg further explains that the famous Zeph the Red Leg is an expert in fighting without his hands. A flashback of Zeph is seen where he kicks a boulder and leaves a footprint in iron. Don Krieg explains that Zeph got the name Red Leg from his leg dyed with red from the blood of his enemies. Don Krieg says he heard rumors of Zeph having an accident while sailing and further explains that losing a foot means Zeph can no longer battle. Zeph questions Don Krieg, he explains that he doesn't need to battle. Zeph also explains that he does not need his feet to cook and all he needs are a pair of hands. Zeph asks what Don Krieg's real intentions are. Don Krieg reveals that Zeph the Red Leg is one of the few who came back alive from the Grand Line, which shocks the chefs. Don Krieg asks Zeph if he kept the journal of their voyage in the Grand Line. Luffy's amazed and further asks Zeph if he has been to the Grand Line, to which he answered that he has been there. Zeph revealed that he has indeed a journal of their voyage to the Grand Line. Zeph refuses to give the journal, which makes Don Krieg mad. Zeph explains that the journal is not just his, but the pride of their entire crew. Zeph mocks Don Krieg, saying that the journal is far too valuable for him. Don Krieg plans to seize the journal from Zeph. He explains why he failed to get through the Grand Line and reveals that it was due to his lack of information. Don Krieg wants to have the journal, and after that he'd said he'd assemble another pirate fleet to get to the One Piece, become the Pirate King. After his statement, Luffy points at him and says that he will be the one to be Pirate King. The chefs are shocked upon hearing Luffy, Sanji in shock as well. Patty tells Luffy to get out, saying that he's no match for him, to which Luffy refuses. Don Krieg asks Luffy about his statement and pretends not to hear what Luffy said. Luffy says that he does not have to, further explaining that he was only saying the truth. Luffy states that he will be the one to go to the Grand Line, which makes Don Krieg mad. Still furious, Don Krieg reveals that their entire fleet was defeated in a week, which shocks Patty and Carne. Don Krieg draws out his weapon on his shoulders and prepares to kill Luffy, to which Luffy is also seen preparing to fight. Don Krieg is seen looking at Zeph. Zoro and Usopp are on the ladder, and Zoro asks if Luffy needs help, while Usopp is seen trembling with fear. Everyone diverts their attention to them, and Zoro hits Usopp for refusing to aid Luffy. Don Krieg laughs at them, mocking the number of their crew. Luffy proudly states that there are 2 more members, to which Sanji wonders why he was included. Don Krieg withdraws his weapons and heads back to feed his men and warns everyone to leave if they value their lives. Don Krieg explains that he's only after the journal in the ship. At the Going Merry, Yosaku and Johnny are seen peeking at the restaurant and wonders why it became silent. Nami is seen gazing at a wanted poster. Johnny asks Nami if they can check things out, but gets no response at all. Yosaku falls along with Johnny, and they both wonder why Nami is gazing at the posters. Gin is seen apologizing to the chefs. However, Zeph rejects the apology, saying that they are chefs and they must feed everybody who comes through. Patty is seen arguing with Zeph as to why he's siding with Sanji. All the other chefs blame him, which makes Zeph mad. Zeph asks them if they've ever had an experience starving to death and further explains the danger of having no food while sailing. Patty and the other chefs wonder. Zeph further explains that it was that experience that makes Sanji different from them. Zeph asks the chefs to leave Verity, but they'll refuse to do so, saying that they should fight along with them. The chefs are seen raising their weapons and prepare to fight, which makes Gin wonder about their actions, further warning them about his captain's strength. Sanji tells Gin that their duty as chefs are done, and now he doesn't have the right to argue as to what he does with his crew. Sanji also states that he'll kill anyone who tries to take Verity, and even Gin himself. Gin is seen frightened as Sanji. Patty argues with Sanji again. Luffy is seen pointing at Sanji while looking towards his crew, proudly states that he was something. Usopp is seen scared and wants to leave Verity while Zoro calms him down. Luffy asks Gin about the Grand Line. Gin started to tell them what happened in the Grand Line with his crew. A flashback is seen where Don Krieg pirates are seen sailing at the Grand Line and encountered a coffin-shaped raft. Gin states that only a single person obliterated their crew of 50, which shocks everyone. Don Krieg is seen climbing out of the ship. Gin still narrates what happened to them. Gin describes the men who attacked them, which shocks Zoro. Zeph asks him if that guy was Hawkeye's, further stating there was something that he would do. Luffy asks if Zoro knows the man. Zoro calmly states that Hawkeye's was the one he was searching for. Sanji tells Gin that Hawkeye's might have a grudge on their crew, but Gin denies it. Zeph uttered that they might have disturbed his nap, which angers Gin. Zeph explains that those things happened in the Grand Line, which scared Usopp and excites Luffy. Zoro confirms that the Grand Line is now his destination. Sanji wonders about Luffy's crew calling them morons. Zeph is seen smiling looking at them. Patty reminds him of their situation. The Don Krieg pirates are seen revitalized and prepare to attack Verity. When commencing the attack, the Dreadnought Saber is seen to be cut in half by Hawkeyes, which shocks the pirates. Luffy and his crew head back to the ship where they saw Yosaku and Johnny floating in the ship gone. Luffy asks where Nami is, to which they replied that Nami left for the Going Merry and all their treasure, which shocks Luffy and the crew. Hawkeyes is seen above his raft, which shocks Zeph. Don Krieg exclaims that Hawkeyes must have followed them even in the East Blue. Zoro is seen trembling with excitement as he sees Hawkeyes. As Nami steals the Going Merry, Zoro decides to leave her, but Luffy decides to keep her as the navigator. Suddenly, Hawkeye's Mihawk appears to finish the job with Krieg. Zoro, determined to fulfill his promise to Kuina, recklessly charges Hawkeyes. However, Hawkeye claims that he is not an idiot who uses their all to hunt rabbits and draws out a small pocket knife. Even with his 3-sword style attack onigiri, Zoro is easily blocked by the knife, which leads him to question if the gap between the two is really that far. Hawkeye pierces Zoro with his pocket knife and questions Zoro why he did not step back. Zoro says that all the oaths, promises, and deals he made would have been gone if he stepped back, and said that death would have been better. Surprised by Zoro's will, he unsheathes his black sword to attack Zoro. Zoro's 3-sword style 3000 Worlds attacks Hawkeye's black sword, Yoru, which clashes, and Zoro is defeated with 2 of his swords broken. Zoro gives his life, and the Yoru slashes Zoro, nearly killing him. Hawkeye reveals to Luffy that Zoro is not dead and tells him to surpass himself. Zoro then vows to Luffy that he will never lose again. Krieg attacks Mihawk before he leaves, but Mihawk escapes. After Usopp, Johnny, and Yosaku pull the injured Zoro onto their boat, they leave to go after Nami while Luffy stays behind. Krieg then begins his attack, and Luffy makes a proposal to Zeph to have his debt repaid and help for helping defeat Krieg's forces, which Zeph immediately accepts. Don Krieg plans on invading the Verity ship, assuming that no one will attack them in a ship like that. As a crew member talks to facing Mihawk in the future, he gets annoyed and shoots him dead. Don Krieg believes that Mihawk is a devil fruit eater, as no normal person would cut a ship in half so easily, and there are many devil fruit users on the Grand Line. Don Krieg then talks about Zeph's past. Zeph had survived on the Grand Line for a year. Krieg thinks that Zeph had a strategy for surviving in such a place and wants to find out. He believes that all of his special strategies and information on the Great Treasure One Piece are written in the journal that he possesses. Krieg's crew is amazed by what they hear and start the invasion. Sanji orders one of the chefs to open the fin to avoid the restaurant becoming a battlefield. The fin will provide a place to fight. Luffy starts to attack Don Krieg's crew and the fin starts to open. Sanji shows his kick, which everyone admires. Krieg brings Pearl into battle. Pearl soon gets mad over blood and sets himself on fire and is soon defeated. The episode ends with Gin pointing a gun at Zeph. Pearl attacks Sanji, threatening to have Gin shoot Zeph if he tries to dodge. Sanji has no choice but to take Pearl's attack. Gin tells him to just abandon the restaurant and save himself. Sanji replies that the restaurant is Zeph's treasure and he can't let him lose it after costing him his power and dreams. Pearl attacks Sanji once more with Pearl Cross and triggers a flashback into his past. A young Sanji is seen working in the kitchen aboard a ship, discussing the legendary sea All Blue with all the other cooks. Sanji proclaims that his dream is to one day find the mythical sea where fish from all 4 blues of the world gather, giving cooks access to ingredients from all over the world. The other cooks laugh at him, telling him that such a sea could never exist. Later, the cooks are eating the leftovers from the meal they served the passengers, scorning them for wasting food. Sanji throws his portion into the garbage and tells the others that they shouldn't be eating leftovers. Suddenly, a crew member bursts into the kitchen and tells the staff the ship is under attack. The cook pirates, headed by their captain Red Leg Zeph, have returned from the Grand Line and started pillaging Sanji's ship. Sanji, determined not to die in the hands of the pirates, attacks them armed with kitchen knives. Zeph kicks him, but Sanji keeps going, biting Zeph's leg and telling him that he can't die before seeing the All Blue, much to the pirates' amusement. They tell him that even in the Grand Line, such a mythical place cannot exist. Soon, a large wave knocks Sanji off the ship and into the raging ocean. Zeph jumps in to save him, but gets his leg caught in the wreckage of the ship capsized with a storm. He wraps an anchor chain around it and somehow manages to get loose. He swims after the drowning Sanji and grabs him. Sanji wakes up on a desolate rocky island in the middle of the sea with only Zeph for company. Zeph tells him there are only 2 survivors. He says that there's nothing to do but wait for rescue and gives him a small bag of food, telling him that it should last him 5 days. Sanji spots a much bigger bag by Zeph's side, telling him it's not fair that his portion is so much bigger. Zeph replies that he is an adult and obviously needs more food. He sends Sanji to the other side of the island to wait for the rescue ship. Sanji has a look at his share of food and sees that if he manages it carefully, it should last him 20 days. He's determined that he'll survive. After 26 days, he's down to his last loaf of bread. He remembers the cooks aboard the ship eating the leftovers and himself wasting food by throwing it into the garbage. As he regrets his past actions, he loosens his grip on the bread and it falls into the ocean. On the 47th day, Sanji is barely alive and starts to wonder whether or not that old fart still is too. He crawls over to the other side of the island and sees that not only is Zeph alive, but his bag of food is full. He creeps over and decides to steal it. While scolding Zeph for being so greedy and taking so much food for himself, he cuts the bag open only to find it to be full of treasure. While Zeph comments on the irony of having a bag full of gold but nothing to eat, Sanji runs over to him, asking him what he's been eating this whole time. He then spots that Zeph's right leg is missing, shocking him severely. It's revealed that Zeph cut off his own leg to escape the wreckage and rescue Sanji. Zeph gave him all the food he managed to salvage. Sanji begins to cry and asks why Zeph went through all that trouble just to save him. Zeph tells him it's because they share a dream, to find the All Blue. He assures Sanji that such a place does exist somewhere in the Grand Line and tells him to go and find it someday. He collapses and tells Sanji of another dream of his, to start a restaurant on the sea and help to serve food to anyone hungry. Sanji promises to help him and begs him not to die, and suddenly he spots a ship on the horizon. They've been rescued afterwards. The story returns to the present. Sanji tells everyone that unless he risks his life to protect Zeph and the Verity, he'll never be able to repay him. When Gin asks him why he keeps standing up, he replies that he's trying to keep the restaurant going for even one more moment. Pearl sarcastically comments on Sanji's speech and proclaims that the restaurant is now out of business and will become a pirate ship. Luffy is enraged and stretches his leg in the air, destroying the fin of the Verity using Gomu Gomu no Ono. After Luffy breaks the fin of the restaurant, everyone is confused as they see no reason for doing that. Luffy's intention were to break the ship and sink it so that they'll give up. He thinks that it's stupid to die for a restaurant. Sanji does not want the ship broken, he would give up his life for it. Sanji and Luffy are very opposed to each other and they start to argue. Pearl stops the arguing by preparing an attack, but Gin stops the attack by defeating Pearl. Gin claims that he'll finish off Luffy and Sanji, but Luffy says that he'll not be killed by weaklings. As Krieg's pirates are called weaklings by Luffy, they get irritated and charge. However, Krieg stops them. Krieg says that someone who is startled by someone calling them weak is someone who recognizes that they are weak. The fight between Gin and Sanji starts, and Krieg says that he will finish Luffy. Gin and Sanji are both very wounded, but still able to fight. After a few more attacks, Sanji pinned down, and Gin is about to kill him, but he manages to get out and attack Gin again. After a few more attacks, Sanji is seen holding his ribs as a cracking noise sounds, and Gin prepares to kill him. As Gin prepares his final move, there's a pause. He was crying. He could not kill Sanji after what he had done for him. Sanji had given him delicious food and was so kind to him. It was the first time he had ever felt this way. Therefore, he admits that he cannot kill him and apologizes to Krieg, who is very angry and disappointed. Krieg prepares for his attack, MH5 poisonous gas. Gin is not in Krieg's crew now, and Krieg tells him that he was not loyal enough to follow his orders. Luffy gets 2 masks and throws them to Sanji and Gin before panicking because there isn't another mask in sight. Krieg releases the bomb and the episode ends. Luckily, a mask falls in front of Luffy, so he wears it and is safe when the poisonous gas is released. Chefs are seen floating in the water a good distance away, and they comment on how cruel Don Krieg is. After the explosion of MH5, Gin is in severe danger of dying. Luffy realizes that Gin had given up his own mask and given it to Luffy. Sanji orders Patty to help him, but Zeff tells him to put the mask on Gin, giving him a few more hours to live as it will intoxicate the toxic gas within him. A battle between Luffy and Krieg starts. Krieg shoots lots of arrows, but Luffy runs through them and into Krieg's spiky shield, punching it into his face while ignoring his own injuries. Everyone watches in amazement. Zeff lectures Sanji on Luffy and his fearlessness and how he isn't afraid of death. After a while, Krieg gets back up and takes out his battle spear. Luffy becomes very heavily wounded as he continues to get caught in the explosions caused by the spear. Krieg's spear soon starts to fall apart because Luffy punched it about 5 times. He then mocks him by saying that the spear is tired and needs a rest. Zeff tells Sanji that even though Krieg has many men and weapons, he will never have that kid's heart. Luffy says it's his turn and the episode ends. Luffy has now broken Krieg's weapon. There are no spears, so it's just a bomb on a stick. Luffy says that his power has now halved, but Krieg says that it's enough to defeat Luffy. Krieg attacks Luffy, but he escapes by hanging on the ship. Krieg attacks again by using another weapon, and Luffy also attacks Krieg with Gomu Gomu no Gatling. However, Krieg laughs and says that it's useless as he's wearing his metal armor. Luffy and Krieg keep fighting, and Luffy attacks Krieg with Gomu Gomu no Bazooka, which breaks his armor, much to Krieg's shock. Finally, Luffy finishes him off with a Gomu Gomu no Bazooka, which is then followed by a Gomu Gomu no Sledgehammer. However, as they're falling, Krieg shoots a steel trap, which traps Luffy. After a while, Gin wakes up, but he takes John Krieg and leaves. Sanji gives him a ship. Gin guesses he doesn't need to take his ship back, and Sanji responds by saying that he can get it back if he dares. Gin then comments on how brutal and violent the chefs on the Barati are. Back to Nami on the Going Merry with the stolen treasure, she comments that Straw Hat Pirates are good people and wonders if they'll let her join again if they ever meet. At that moment, she breaks down with tears and mentions someone named Belmare, saying that she just wants to be free. The episode begins with Luffy asleep before an explosion sounds and he wakes up. He pulls a rag which was stopping his bleeding and freaks out when he finds his hat is missing. Sanji calms him down and tells him that his hat's right next to him, which Luffy realizes and puts on his head. Sanji tells him what Gin said before he left and then goes out onto the balcony. Luffy happily says that according to the deal, he no longer has to do any stupid chores, and Sanji agrees. Luffy is about to ask Sanji to join him, but he cuts him off, saying that he will stay until Zeff acknowledges his skill, and Luffy says that he gives up, before Luffy grabs him by the back of the neck. Sanji says he can't leave, saying that the bozos don't know the first thing about running a restaurant. He also says that he promised him that one day he will go to the Grand Line. Luffy tells him to go with him then, but Sanji says it's not time yet, and then asks Luffy if he ever heard of a place called the All Blue. Luffy shakes his head and Sanji tells him about it, a place where all fish gather, and tells him it's a cook's paradise, saying that it would have to be somewhere in the Grand Line. He doesn't notice that Zeff is hearing him and calling him an idiot. Sanji takes him into the kitchen where they're told that there are no chairs left and have to sit on the floor. Luffy knows they're acting strange, but Sanji says it's nothing new, calling them a bunch of jerks. Patty gets up and asks who made the soup, to which Sanji happily says that he did it, only to be told that it was awful. Sanji angrily states there's something wrong with his taste buds, but another cook gets up and says he can't eat it as well. All the cooks start to say the same. Sanji asks what the hell is going on, and Patty tells him that they're sick of the way he runs things and he can't settle everything down with violence, with another cook saying that the soup is bad. Sanji's very angry. Zeff tells him not to waste a single drop of the soup as they are on the sea. He then smashes the plate and says it tasted like stewed garbage, to which Sanji angrily grabs him by the collar, asking if he really is that stupid. Zeff punches him, much to the crew's astonishment, and Sanji runs out of the kitchen, jumps off the railing and kicks into the air, angrily stating that he's not a kid anymore. Luffy asks why they were fussing, as the soup is awesome and the cooks state that he is a good cook, one of the best besides Zeff. One of the cooks states that Sanji was scary when he snapped. Sanji's about to walk into the kitchen when he overhears Zeff asking Luffy to take Sanji with him, stating that it would be best for him. He then sits by the wall, head in his hands, and states that he can hear everything and calls them dumbasses. Luffy says that he doesn't want Sanji to go with him, surprising everybody, then calmly explains that he will not take him against his will. Just then, a fish comes with Yosaku in its mouth and jumps on Sanji, causing him to crash into the kitchen. He crawls up next to the confused chefs, and Luffy acknowledges Yosaku, who tells him that he didn't catch up to Nami, but their suspicions were right, it meant certain death for them. They then head out, and Sanji stops him, telling him that he wants to join them, and Luffy cheers. He asks for meat, and while they give it to him, Zeff gives him a logbook, and Luffy doesn't take it. Sanji packs and remembers his past with Zeff. Sanji comes out, and Patty and another cook attack him. He takes him down in seconds, and another cook tells him that it was just dumb. Chef Zeff tells him to take care of himself, and Sanji starts crying and kneels on the floor, saying he'll never forget his kindness and that he owes his life to him, and even thanks him. Everybody bursts out crying, and Zeff jokingly says that real men part without a word, not a river of tears. A sign is shown, and Nami is sailing towards it. Sitting atop the bow of Yosaku's small ship, Luffy finds himself unable to contain his excitement at the prospect of soon arriving at the Grand Line, stretching his sights as far as the eye can see in all directions from aboard the ship on a temperate day. All that stands in the way of him getting to the Grand Line, he believes, is retrieving Nami with Zoro and their ship. A terrified Yosaku scolds Luffy for his naivete in thinking that he can rescue her from the fishman Arlong and his crew, recalling Nami's interest in Arlong's high bounty. He decides to explain to the two about what Arlong is and what he might have to do with Nami's betrayal. He reveals that Arlong is a fishman who used to destroy everything in his path up and down the Grand Line. Luffy ignores the warning and asks Sanji, lovesick for Nami, to prepare a meal. Curious, Luffy draws a poor hypothetical doodle of what he would expect a fishman to look like. Sanji, meanwhile, is more concerned about meeting the beautiful females on Fishman Island. In a flashback, Yosaku educates the cook and his new captain on the 3 recognized dangers of the pirate graveyard Grand Line, one of which is the powerful Shichibukai, 7 dangerous pirates who serve as government dogs in exchange for protection from being hunted. Dracul Mihawk, the swordsman who defeated Zoro Abarity, and Jinbei of Fishman Island are revealed to be members. The latter is known to be more lethal than Arlong, who himself has conquered 20 villages since arriving in the East Blue, with a strength far superior to that of all human armadas in the region, even Don Krieg's. Luffy, carefree pen and paper in hand, shows Sanji his proposed sketch of a mermaid, angering him, along with Yosaku, since he has retained nothing said to him. But when he asks for meat this time, he forgets his worries, and Sanji whips up a meal. With an eye shot of Arlong Park, Nami is shown on the Going Merry, anxious to arrive at her hometown. Meanwhile, Arlong presents the Marine Captain Nezumi with a bundle of cash, that month's payment agreed upon for Shichibukai. Arlong proclaims that money is the only thing to be relied upon, and the Marines, understanding that their arrangement means milking the East Blue dry, means that they have the same love for cash in common. He invites his honored guest to stay, but a nervous Nezumi declines, escorted back to his ship by Hachan. The Marine Captain feels great prejudice towards fishmen, but can't argue with the dependability of their payments. As Nami approaches Arlong Park, a young boy raises his sword to her, proclaiming he will avenge his father's death by killing Arlong. The navigator strikes him and throws a bundle of cash at him, telling him to get out of her way before explaining that the park is no place for a kid. Arlong is excited to see his employee and the cash she presents to him before his crew. Nami's return is an occasion to celebrate in the park, Arlong declares. Zoro, Usopp, and Johnny near the park, an opportunity, the latter says, to check out cautiously that the Going Merry is indeed docked there. Zoro has a different train of thought, disembark and attack immediately. The two chide him for his reckless initiative, but the heavily bandaged swordsman replies that there's no time to think, he's following his captain's orders to rescue Nami. Johnny and Usopp team up to tie Zoro down while they search for the ship. As a furious Zoro protests and struggles through the rope, Usopp, upon learning that they're docked east of the park and entering through the village, declares that he'll be the one to defeat Arlong and rescue his crewmate, calling his adventure, with newfound false bravado, the great adventures of Captain Usopp. When the fishmen spot them from the port, Usopp and Johnny sail past the dock hiding at a sight. The ship is spotted though. Pursued by curious fishmen, they swim away, leaving Zoro tied and stranded on the ship. They attempt to intimidate Zoro and decide to present the human before Arlong. Johnny and Usopp, weeping false tears, lament their failure to be loyal to Zoro and Luffy, respectively, if only for a second. They swim ashore to search for Gosa Village. They look up to see the town ruinous and utterly decimated by a recent attack from Arlong. Johnny feels that this is a testament to the superior strength of fishmen relative to humans, a reason why few successfully venture deep into the Grand Line. While Usopp is contemplating the destruction, a fishman stalks upon the sniper, citing the beast Momu as the one responsible for the damage. Johnny manages to elude the fishman's sight and hides behind a building. The fishman suddenly recognizes Usopp from the ship and chases him. The same youth who confronted Nami earlier prepares to attack Usopp, but a woman intervenes, striking him. She tells the boy that not all human strangers are loyal to Arlong and he means no harm. As the fishman searches for them, Usopp pulls out his slingshot and prepares an attack. She strikes him for ignoring her warning of the strength of fishmen and carries it back to her house. Back aboard Yosaku's ship, Luffy and Yosaku salivate, spying Sanji cooking through the window. Deep below lurks a horned monster, also headed in the direction of Arlong Park. Hachan awaits the creature's return inside the gates of the park with supper in hand. The 3 shipmates, unaware of the beast's presence, enjoy a meal. Sanji hopes to use the preparation of these meals as practice for a day that he'll eventually have dinner with Nami alone. Luffy chases after Yosaku for a piece of meat that he requested Sanji cook, causing a ruckus that angers Sanji, who wants to peacefully enjoy his wine. Zoro, still bandaged and tied up, is presented before Arlong. Interrogated for his motives of sailing in fishman territory, he insults Arlong and tells him he's searching for a woman. Arlong looks down upon the seemingly inferior human's brashness, presenting his view that fishmen are physically and genetically superior, further evolved beings, able to breathe on both land and water. He then insults Zoro as also being mentally inferior, unable to understand the lesser place of his race, boasting that for a man to challenge a fishman is to attempt to defy nature. Nami, apparently sick of Arlong's grand view of his so-called superior species, emerges annoyed. Arlong replies that his general idea about humans do not extend to her, as she's a loyal contributor as his navigator. Zoro is appalled and, referring to Nami as a crewmate of his own, asks if there's truth to this. Arlong asks Nami if she knows the captive. She replies that he was merely another human duped into thinking that she was not a thief. Zoro, who has long been suspicious of Nami for her love of money, now affirms that he is seeing the navigator's true colors. Nami reveals her Arlong Pirate's mark tattoo and that her actions to this point have been nothing but an act that Zoro was foolish enough to buy into. She confirms that she is Arlong's navigator and, looking down upon Zoro, laughs menacingly. The episode opens with Luffy, Sanji, and Yosaku eating like they were in the previous episode. While they're talking, Momo arrives, having followed the scent of Sanji's cooking. When it surfaces, Yosaku exclaims that it must be after the food. Luffy then proceeds to punch the sea cow in the face to protect his food. Sanji scolds him, telling him not to punch someone simply because they're hungry. He offers a plate of meat to Momo, but then does a complete 180 and kicks it in the face, claiming that it was about to eat him along with a plate of food. Enraged and hungry, Momo attacks, but Sanji deals with the sea cow with a swift kick in the neck. Afterwards, Sanji and Luffy sit back down to enjoy the rest of their meal while Yosaku looks on in shock. Meanwhile, Usopp wakes up in Nojiko's house. Nojiko and Usopp talk to Chabo, still dead set on getting revenge on Arlong, but Nojiko eventually convinces him to return to his mother. Nojiko reveals that she's Nami's adopted sister to Usopp, much to his surprise. We then cut to Zoro, who is captured being confronted by Nami. She tells him that she was only using them from the start, but then freezes up when Arlong mentions the death of her parents, which Zoro seems to take notice of. Nami tells him to get out of her sight, which he responds to by throwing himself into the water behind him. However, he is unable to swim to the surface due to his hands and feet being tied up. The fishmen observing the ordeal state that he's trying to commit suicide. Nami then dives in after him and rescues him. She tells the fishmen to lock Zoro up. At that moment, a fishman comes to report Usopp's presence at Kokoyashi village. Arlong claims to have business there already and heads out. Arlong arrives in the village to confront Genzo, who is caught with a collection of weapons. He unknowingly reveals to Usopp about his plans about turning the entire East Blue into a fishman empire. While Arlong is away, Zoro is locked up in a cell and Nami enters with a knife. She cuts his ropes and tells him to escape before Arlong returns. Back at the village, Arlong says that he will kill Genzo in order to serve as an example to prevent rebellion. Nojiko and the other villagers protest, but Arlong threatens to destroy the village. Genzo tells him to go back to their homes, telling them that fighting now would make the past 8 years mean nothing. Just as Arlong is about to kill them, Usopp launches an exploding star, stopping his attack. Usopp's attack enrages Arlong and he flips the house that Usopp was standing on top of. Usopp runs away, causing all the fishmen to leave, either chasing after him or returning an angered Arlong to Arlong Park to keep him from destroying the town. While the villagers are treating Genzo, Nami arrives. All the villagers except for Nojiko, Genzo, and the doctor tending to him immediately leave. Nami puts flowers in a grave and talks to her sister about her goal to get 100 million and buy the village from Arlong's control. Zoro has not run, but instead has taken out all the underlings at Arlong Park, waiting for Nami to return. Determined to bring her back to the Straw Hat crew, Luffy, Sanji, and Yosaku have tied Momo to their ship and use it as a way to make their boat go faster towards their destination, going top speed towards Arlong Park. Usopp is later captured by Chu, Arlong's right-hand man, and taken to Arlong himself, who asks Nami to dispose of him. Usopp pleads to Nami only for her to stab him as he falls into the water behind him. A horrified Johnny witnesses this and flees. Luffy, Sanji, and Yosaku reach land and find Zoro, who tells them that Arlong is going to kill Usopp. Before they can act, a miserable Johnny proclaims that Nami killed him, much to the shock of the others. A man in a cloak is then seen walking on the beach, wondering if he's still alive. Johnny informs the Straw Hats about Nami killing Usopp, which they do not believe. Nami appears in the scene and confirms this only to be called a liar. She claims that she's not a friend or ally of the pirates and suggests that they leave or else Arlong will kill them. Instead of leaving, Luffy decides to take a nap in the middle of the road and he does not want to leave the island without Nami. She gets angry and runs off. Johnny and Yosaku decide the stakes are too high, and so they end their job guiding the crew and leave Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. At Arlong Park on the same island, a marine warship of the 77th branch has arrived to capture Arlong and save the survivors from Gosa village. Nojiko and Chabo watch from the shore in hope. Arlong tells his crews to send a representative to bribe them, but when a cannonball is shot at them, Arlong stops it with his teeth and crushes it. He declares them enemies, and Hachan, Kurubi, and Chu volunteer to take the Marines out. As the Marines prepare to fire again, Chu jumps onto the deck. Pudding tries to intimidate him with a speech, but Chu interrupts him by shooting him in the chest. Kurubi tears the rudder off the Marines' ship, and Hachan pushes a part of the reef under their ship, causing a whirlpool to form. This sinks the ship, and the three return to Arlong Park, where they discuss Nami and Arlong's deal to buy Kokoyashi village if she collects 100 million belly. On the shore, Chabo falls to his knees, feeling defeated by the Marines' demise. Nami breaks into Nojiko's house and trashes it. When Nojiko returns, the two talk about the Straw Hats. After recalling her fond memories of their crewmates, she ends up falling asleep, tired, frustrated, and worried about them. Sitting next to a sleeping Luffy, Zoro and Sanji discuss the idea of Nami killing Usopp. As the conversation escalates, Usopp approaches, hoping to tell them about how Nami saved him. He interrupts their fight right when Sanji misconstrues one of Zoro's comments to be about Nami's breasts, as the two clash and crush Usopp's face in the process. Luffy wakes up, shocked that Usopp is alive, and Sanji says that at least he was until he and Zoro crushed his skull. Usopp explains to them that Nami hadn't actually killed him, but only pretended to do so by stabbing her own hand. This saved his life, as Arlong would have killed him otherwise. When the crew questions why Nami would work for Arlong, Nojiko appears behind them and asks them not to be involved with their village anymore. She also says that she will tell them about the village's past. Luffy says he's not interested in Nami's past and leaves for a walk. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp agree to listen, but Zoro falls asleep. Elsewhere, a marine captain named Nezumi appears at the shore of Kokoyashi Island and asks to see Genzo. When the policeman approaches, Nezumi demands that he take them to Nami's house. Somewhere in the distance, Hachan, Kurubi, and Chu are seen searching through a wrecked ship, which Hachan remarks that he's never seen a ship fall from the sky before. Kurubi concludes that they've unwanted visitors, and Chu wonders why they're on the island. The three fishmen then spot Luffy walking out in the distance, noticing he's not a normal inhabitant of the island. As Luffy continues walking, Hachan, Kurubi, and Chu stand in front of Luffy, attempting to stop him. Luffy is amazed to see fishmen for the first time, but then casually walks by them. Hachan suddenly speaks up to Luffy, asking why he's on the island. Luffy wonders why that's any business with him, and Hachan just remarks that they don't get many visitors. Luffy then tells the fisherman his name and that he's just passing through. Hachan was about to send Luffy on his way until Kurubi speaks up, demanding to know where Luffy's going. Luffy says he doesn't know and walks away. Kurubi and Chu are both surprised that Luffy walked by fishmen without any drop of fear. Back to the others, Zoro is napping by a tree while Usopp and Sanji are talking with Nojiko about a woman named Belmare raising her and Nami when they were younger. Nojiko is about to tell the story from the beginning, as Nami is also seen at her old house waking up for a nap, still certain she can buy her own town from Arlong. The flashback begins with a younger Nami drawing up a map with Kokoyashi Island seen on it. Nami's very happy that her map is finished and later heads to the library to get a specific book. Nami grabs the book but then tries to sneak off with it before the librarian stops her. The librarian asks Nami if she needs anything, but Nami insists she doesn't and tries to walk out backwards with the book tucked into her skirt. However, Nami ends up bumping into Genzo, dropping the book in the process. Genzo then takes Nami out of the village, yelling at her for stealing books again. Nami yells back, saying that it's the only thing she can do to get what she wants as she has no money. They eventually make it to Belmer's house, with Genzo knocking on the door. Genzo demands that she open the door as Nami was caught stealing again. Belmer opens the door and Genzo tells her she must keep Nami under control or she'll end up in jail. Belmer manages to persuade Genzo to let go of the charges, but later hits Nami for stealing again. Nami says she really wanted the book, knowing that Belmer cannot afford it. Belmer assures Nami that there's money left over from the last harvest, but Nami says they cannot raise the price of their tangerines as the weather has been doing well lately and other people can grow tangerines on their own. Nojiko suddenly appears, bragging to Nami, saying that she would not allow herself to get caught. However, this leads to Belmer slapping the both of them on the head, expecting them not to steal again. Belmer shakes this off, telling Nami that she's impressed with the way she draws maps. Nami tells Belmer and Nojiko she wanted the book to help her study to become a navigator so she can draw maps of the whole world. Belmer is certain that Nami's dream will come true. Sometime later, it's raining and the three are sitting down eating. Nami asks Belmer why she isn't eating with them, and Belmer responds by saying she's only eating tangerines as she's on a diet. Nojiko suddenly says she doesn't want to eat either, knowing that Belmer is lying on why she isn't really eating. Nojiko then says that Belmer is starving herself so that Nojiko and Nami can eat due to her not having enough money. Belmer assures her that she's fine and then finishes making a new dress for Nami. However, Nami is complaining about her clothes, saying that Nojiko is getting better ones. Nojiko says that her clothes are made just as well, telling Nami to just deal with it. Nami yells back at Nojiko, saying they aren't real sisters, and this causes a very upset Belmer to slap Nami very hard, knocking her down. Belmer angrily tells Nami that even though they aren't blood related, she does not want to hear Nami say something like that again. Nami barks back, saying Belmer isn't their real mother, and even goes as far to say she wished she was adopted by someone richer. Belmer coldly tells Nami to just go live with someone else then, and a crying Nami takes her up on the offer, running outside in the cold rain. There is a brief silence in the house as Nojiko finally speaks up to Belmer, saying they are indeed a family no matter what. Belmer is proud of Nojiko for acting mature and tells her to go find Nami as she prepares something to eat. It stops raining outside as the people of Kokoyashi village are seen enjoying their lives. Nami is seen at Genzo's house being dried off by Genzo. Nami believes that Belmer would be better off not taking care of her, but Genzo assures her that isn't the case. He even tells Nami a story about how Belmer used to be a troublemaker as well and even joined in the Marines. Nami is surprised to hear that Belmer used to be a Marine, and a brief flashback is shown of Belmer and other Marines fighting. Genzo mentions Belmer was on the verge of death from the battle when she discovered Nojiko and baby Nami. Both Belmer and Nojiko are surprised to find a baby still alive and acting cheerful. Genzo tells Nami thanks to her, Belmer was able to find the resolve to live. Another flashback is shown with Belmer arriving at Kokoyashi village with Nojiko and Nami sick, demanding a doctor. Genzo and Nako are both stunned that Belmer decided to adopt the two young girls, not believing she'll be responsible enough. However, Belmer doesn't want to hear it, believing as a former Marine she is more than capable of taking care of them. That flashback ends with Genzo assuring that their bond is strong. Nojiko finally shows up telling Nami to come home, with Belmer making them dinner. An excited Nami then heads home with Nojiko. Genzo, Nako, and the other villagers all remark on how Belmer and the others came a long way since then. Unfortunately for the villagers, a pirate flag is shown with a man yelling that pirates are coming. It turns out to be the Arlong pirates, and the villagers are in deep shock, wondering why a group of fishmen are on their island. Genzo and Nako catch up with Nami and Nojiko, with Genzo telling them to go and hide by the nearby bushes. Arlong is seen leading his men to the village, and he introduces himself to the village. Arlong then declares that he and his crew are taking over the village and demands the villagers to pay for their lives every month. Arlong wants 100,000 for each adult and 50,000 for each child. He says that those who cannot afford to pay the prices will die on the spot. Nami's worried about that because they can't afford the prices, but Nojiko assures Nami that the fishmen cannot see their house in the distance. Arlong and the fishmen manage to get over 25 million, and a pleased Arlong tells the villagers that they can live for now. Some villagers are worried about being able to pay that much each month, but Genzo's just happy that no one's been killed, especially hoping they won't notice Belmer's house, knowing that she won't be able to pay. As Arlong and the Arlong pirates are about to leave, one of the fishmen notices smoke out in the distance. Arlong knows they must have missed a house, and he leads the Arlong pirates to the house. The villagers worry about Belmer as she is at home cooking. Nami and Nojiko rush to their house, knowing she may be killed. The Arlong pirates make it to Belmer's house, and Arlong himself knocks on the door. Belmer tells the person knocking to come in, which Arlong does. Arlong looks around, not seeing anyone at first, but is then attacked by Belmer, who kicks him down outside and holds a gun to his mouth. Arlong is surprised by this, and Belmer, addressing herself as a former Marine, asks what a pirate like him wants with Kokoyashi village. Suddenly, the other fishmen begin to laugh, surprising Belmer. Arlong effortlessly bites through her gun, destroying it. Arlong brags about his superior strength to Belmer, and Nami and Nojiko, who are seen running towards the house, want to help her escape. Suddenly, the two girls are caught by Nako, who tells them they cannot go back. Nako also tells them that the truth is hard to take, and Belmer can be seen having her arm brutally crushed and stepped on by Arlong. Genzo soon shows up and tells Belmer not to waste her life away if the situation can be settled with money. Arlong tells Belmer that he will stop if she pays the fee he wants, 100,000 for each adult and 50,000 for each child. Genzo asks Belmer how much she has, and Belmer says she isn't even close to the price. Hachan inspects the house and points out that there is a table set for 3. Arlong is pleased to hear this, but Genzo quickly says that it's for himself and his friend. Kurubi confirms this as he's looking over a paper revealing Bellmare has been single her entire life and never had any birth children. Back in the bushes, Nako tells Nami and Nojiko they must leave the island and never turn back, as this is the only way that no one has to die. Nami argues with them not wanting to leave, wanting the pirates to leave instead. Nojiko ends up agreeing to leave, not wanting Bellmare to die, and Nami appears to agree reluctantly. However, as everyone are about to leave, Bellmare speaks up saying that the money is for her 2 daughters, shocking everyone that she revealed her secret. Genzo's upset at her, but Bellmare does not want to pretend her daughters don't exist. Bellmare is happy to die being able to have been a mother in her life. Nami and Nojiko tearfully hug Bellmare, with her saying that she wished she could have been a better provider and mother. Nami and Nojiko plead with her not to die, with Nami wanting her to see her finished map. Bellmare tells Nami to continue her dream without being able to see her finished work. Arlong suddenly walks up to the family, noticing Nami and Nojiko as Bellmare's daughters. Bellmare tells Arlong that he must leave the 2 of them alone, and he agrees. However, Arlong says that Bellmare has to die without a fight. Genzo tries to shoot down Arlong, but Kurubi blocks the gunshots with his fins and uses his sword to slash down Genzo. An angry mob appears behind the Arlong pirates, and Arlong tells his men to teach them a lesson rather than kill them, since Arlong wants the monthly payment from them. As the Arlong pirates are beating up the villagers, Arlong himself points a pistol at Bellmare, preparing to kill her. Bellmare pushes Nami and Nojiko off to the side so they won't get hurt. Bellmare tells Nami and Nojiko that she loves them one last time before Arlong shoots her straight through the chest, killing her instantly. Nami and Nojiko tearfully watch as their mother drops to the ground dead. Arlong calls out to everyone, saying that this will happen to them if they do not listen. Hachen suddenly picks up Nami's map, and Arlong is very impressed by the work done on it. Arlong decides that Nami will be of use to him, and Hachen grabs Nami, taking her away. Genzo yells at Arlong, saying that he promised not to hurt her, but Arlong says that he's not going to, just using her for a while. Kurubi slashes down Genzo once more, with Nami calling out to him. Genzo promises that he'll try to save her, but Kurubi ends up knocking him out. Nami tearfully says she doesn't want to see any more killing. Much later, the once peaceful Kokoyashi village is now damaged, and Genzo is seen in the hospital bandaged up. With all their ships damaged, Genzo is upset that there's no way to get the girls off the island. Nako remarks that Bellmare knew all this would happen, since being an ex-marine, she knows what the fishmen would be capable of. Elsewhere, Nojiko is seen crying at Bellmare's grave, upset that Nami had been taken away. The next day, Nako can be seen talking with the villagers, saying that the Arlong pirates are going to make their home close by, and should decide to either fight or hope that the Marines would come and save them. Genzo says that the Marines would have their hands full with the pirates of the Grand Line and probably won't bother helping a small village out of the way. Genzo then says they must fight, and the other villagers agree, wanting to save Nami. Suddenly, Nami is seen walking back toward the village, and Nojiko and the other villagers greet her. However, Nami says she's joining the Arlong pirates, saying that she will be the navigator and draw maps. Genzo believes that the Arlong pirates are threatening her, but Nami says they aren't. Everyone then sees the tattoo of the Arlong pirates on Nami's arm, shocking the entire village. Nami then says that they gave her a lot of money, but Nojiko angrily tackles down Nami, not wanting to believe that she would side with someone that killed their mother. Nami says that she doesn't want to die like that, disgusting everyone in the village. Genzo then tells Nami to leave the village and never come back. Nami runs off crying, and Genzo is shocked that Nami would betray Bellmare for money. Later in the day, Nojiko is walking back to Bellmare's grave, not wanting to believe that Nami would turn her back on Bellmare like that. Nojiko then spots Nami at Bellmare's grave, with Nami speaking up, remembering Bellmare's words that good things will come to those who wait for it. Nami reveals that she watched Arlong sink 5 marine ships and knows that they cannot do anything to help them. Nami then says she came up with the solution: to buy Kokoyashi village from Arlong for 100 million. Nami says to do that, she simply has to join the Arlong pirates and continue to drop maps for them. Nojiko is surprised by this, saying that that's a lot of money to save up for, but Nami is determined to raise the money by herself. Nami assures Nojiko she will be fine and tries not to cry anymore. The story ends, and Nojiko tells the other Straw Hats that life for Nami has been tough, especially at the age of 10. Usopp understands the situation, and Sanji is ever more determined to help Nami. However, Sanji is suddenly punched by Nojiko, with her saying to stay out of Nami's business. She tells him that if they let others know that they're Nami's friends, the Arlong pirates will get suspicious of Nami, and her 8 years of suffering would have been for nothing. Some more flashbacks are shown, with Nami being seen stealing from pirates. Nami keeps the treasure and money in a hiding place, determined to reach her goal. Nami would be happy to finally free herself from the village. Back in the present, Luffy is seen in the village, and Genzo is seen walking with Nezumi and some marines. Genzo asks Nezumi what he wants with Nami, but Nezumi tells him just to lead them quietly. Luffy, however, is more interested in Genzo's pinwheel on his hat. At her home, Nami is preparing to go out and steal more treasure, but it's soon confronted by Nezumi, Genzo, and the marines. Nezumi says that he knows that Nami has treasure hidden somewhere, shocking both Nami and Genzo. Nezumi says that since the treasure Nami has stolen was from pirates, it would then have to be returned to the world government. Nami looks on in disbelief, wondering how Nezumi knows about the treasure. Nezumi, accompanied by Genzo, reaches Nami's home with the intention to seize the treasure that she has accumulated over the years. Nami first tries to use Arlong's name as a threat, but her threat is ignored by the marines. She then attacks the marines before they started to search her property. Genzo reveals that he, along with all the other villagers, knew all along why Nami was saving the money, but just pretended not to know. Nojiko arrives and asks the marine to get away from the village, or Arlong would probably come after them. Nezumi just shrugs it off. The search continues, however, and Nami discovers that it was Arlong who sent the marines to prevent Kokoyashi village from being redeemed. A marine finds the point where the treasure was hidden. Nami tries to prevent the marines from getting their hands on her treasure, Nojiko and Genzo try their best to prevent her from attacking the marine. Nezumi shoots at them and the bullet hits Nojiko. Genzo and Nami take Nojiko to the village to be treated by Nako. Genzo reveals to the other villagers that Arlong never intended on keeping his promise to Nami, and sent the marines to search for her treasure. Luffy then asks Nami if she needs any help, to which she tells him to leave the island as it's not his concern and pushes him to the ground. She then starts running towards Arlong Park while Luffy wonders what her problem is. Upon reaching his place, Nami asks Arlong if he ever intended on keeping his promise to her and forces him into admitting his guilt, but the fishman argues that what he had done was not unfair. He further threatens her that if she decides to run away from him, he will kill everyone in the village. Not being able to do anything else, Nami returns to the village. Upon seeing that the villagers are all prepared to attack Arlong and his crew, she tries to prevent them from doing so, and argues that it would only lead to their death. However, the people are tired of living under Arlong and are ready to attack him even if it leads to their demise. When Nami pulls out a knife to stop them, Genzo asks her to move and leads the villagers towards Arlong Park. Nami, alone and desperate, begins to stab the tattoo of Arlong which was on her shoulder until she was stopped by Luffy. She then asks Luffy to go back as it does not concern him, but as Luffy does not move, Nami finally asks him to save her. Luffy gives her his straw hat and tells her that he will, of course, help her. Nami realizes that Luffy has given her his treasure to hold on to. Luffy tells his crew that it's time to go, to which they agree. The villagers finally reach Arlong Park but are stopped by Johnny and Yosaku. The villagers try to talk their way in, but Johnny and Yosaku reveal that they are no match against Arlong and people capable of defeating Arlong are on their way. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp march their way to Arlong Park, and Johnny tells the villagers to remember their faces and mentions that if they cannot defeat Arlong, then no one can. Upon arriving, Luffy asks the villagers to clear the way. Meanwhile, Arlong is seen talking about Johnny and Yosaku and if they were part of Zoro's gang. Arlong mentions that they were too weak. Suddenly, Luffy breaks down the wall to Arlong Park and asks which one is Arlong. Luffy bursts his way into Arlong Park and demands to see Arlong. Arlong speaks up, identifying himself, and Luffy does the same as he walks towards the leader of the Arlong pirates. Luffy is stopped in his tracks by some fishmen, but Luffy casually knocks them away. Arlong wants to know what Luffy wants with him, and Luffy answers with a very powerful punch, sending Arlong crashing through a stone wall. This shocks both the fishmen and the villagers, and Luffy angrily tells Arlong that the punch was for making Nami cry. The other fishmen quickly rush towards Luffy, but Sanji suddenly appears and kicks them all away. Sanji is upset at Luffy for trying to hog all the fighting to himself. Usopp also appears, saying he doesn't mind if they hog all the work. Zoro isn't too impressed by Usopp's cowardice, and Hachan recognizes Zoro from before. The fishmen are more surprised to see that Usopp is alive, thinking that Nami killed him earlier. Chu and Kurubi conclude that Nami was a traitor to them from that moment. The villagers are shocked to see people actually with the power to stand up to Arlong, and the fishmen, with Yosaku and Johnny preventing the villagers from going any further, saying that the Straw Hat pirates have things under control. Genzo still wants to know why the Straw Hats are fighting for them, and Yosaku and Johnny simply say that the fishmen made Nami cry. Arlong concludes that with the Straw Hats being pirates as well, then they must be after Nami as a navigator. Arlong laughs and says she belongs to him, and Hachan, believing they aren't worthy to face Arlong, suddenly sounds a horn using his mouth. Hachan then summons a beast by the name of Mumu, who soon emerges from the water. It turns out to be the same giant sea cow that Luffy and Sanji beat up earlier. Mumu recognizes Luffy and Sanji and quickly tries to get away. Mumu has second thoughts once Arlong speaks up and tries to attack the Straw Hats. Luffy suddenly stomps his feet into the ground and starts to spin his body. Luffy then grabs Mumu by the tusks with his stretching, surprising the fishmen, and Arlong concludes that Luffy has devil fruit powers. Luffy continues to pull back on Mumu, and Zoro and Sanji decide to get out of the way, thinking that Luffy is about to do something reckless. Luffy then declares that he was going to use a new move known as Gomu Gomu no Kazaguruma, which the move was inspired by seeing Genzo's pinwheel. Luffy spins Mumu around, sending the sea cow flying into the sky and into the water, and also knocks some fishmen out of the way. Luffy then decides to set his sights on Arlong himself, not wanting to fight the lesser fishmen. Sanji and Usopp yell at Luffy for his recklessness, but Luffy suddenly says uh-oh, indicating something's wrong. The villagers are more surprised by Luffy's strength and are very hopeful that the Arlong pirates will be defeated. However, Luffy seems to be moving in place, but Arlong's top men, Hachan, Kurubi, and Chu, step up wanting to fight them in Arlong's place. Arlong permits them to fight the Straw Hats, and Hachan starts to hold his breath as Luffy is trying to tell his friend something. Hachan then sprays out a lot of ink, and while it misses Zoro and Sanji since they dodged, Luffy gets hit full force. Zoro wonders why Luffy didn't dodge, and Luffy screams out that he can't see. Hachan then grabs a large piece of stone and walks towards the Straw Hats. Luffy then reveals that his feet are stuck from jamming them into the ground earlier. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp are not pleased by this, and Hachan crushes Luffy with the large piece of stone. However, Sanji kicks the stone in half, preventing it from crushing Luffy. Sanji remarks that even though he may have picked an idiot for a captain, Luffy is way better than a group that mistreated Nami. Kurubi scoffs at Sanji, saying they would risk their lives over one girl, even stating that it is the most ridiculous thing he's ever heard. Sanji threatens Kurubi for speaking ill of Nami, and Kurubi remarks that Sanji is strong, a chivalrous pirate sounds fake to him. Sanji assures Kurubi it isn't fake, and Kurubi says he will show Sanji why fishmen are superior to humans. Usopp is seen trying to free Luffy, and when Hachan is trying to crush them with another piece of stone, Zoro holds up his sword to Hachan, challenging the octopus fishman. Hachan tries to crush Zoro, who quickly dodges out of the way. Hachan is very upset at Zoro for tricking him and killing many of his fellow fishmen. Zoro doesn't care for this and tells Hachan that he is now the hunted. Usopp is impressed by Zoro's words, but accidentally lets go of Luffy, and he goes flying into Chu, knocking them down. Chu angrily gets up and starts to chase after Usopp. Usopp runs past the villages of Kokoyashi and Chu stops in between them before noticing they have weapons. Before Chu can say anything more, Usopp fires a Kyakuboshi at Chu, getting back the fishman's attention, and the two run away from Arlong Park. Arlong soon gets up, wanting to take matters into his own hands, but Kurubi pleads with him not to do anything, as he does not want Arlong to accidentally destroy Arlong Park in a rampage. Arlong assures him that he won't, but he has thought up something. Luffy tries to attack Arlong, but Arlong catches his arm. Arlong, showing off his impressive strength, digs up the ground around Luffy's feet, lifts him into the air, and throws him into the water, knowing of a devil fruit user's weakness. Sanji tries to go after Luffy, but Zoro stops him, saying that that's what the fishmen want them to do, as they have an advantage fighting in the water. Zoro then says that the only way for them to take out Luffy is to take out Arlong's crew at the same time and then go after Luffy. Zoro decides to go after Hachan while Sanji takes on Kurubi. Luffy is seen underwater trying to hold his breath. Arlong remarks more how humans are inferior to fishmen as they cannot breathe underwater. Not wanting to waste any more time, Zoro and Sanji rush towards their opponent while Luffy desperately tries to hold his breath. Meanwhile, Usopp is still running for his life from Chu. The next episode opens with Luffy struggling to hold his breath underwater. Hachi and Zoro square off as Zoro manages to slice off the tips of Hachi's hair. Zoro swings his sword again, with only using one sword because the other two were wrecked in his fight with Mihawk, and Hachi attempts to catch it with his hands. He fails and his forehead starts to bleed. As Sanji and Kurubi continue their fight, Hachi uses Takohachi number 9, leaping onto a pillar and hanging on. As he hangs there, Zoro starts to weaken, the pain from his wound returning. Genzo sees that Zoro is in pain and demands that he help him, but Johnny and Yosaku hold him back, saying that he stands no chance. Hachi then goes on about how he has a great secret of how no human swordsman can defeat him. He leaps onto the roof and takes out 6 swords, but Zoro collapses from pain. Hachi gets angry for being ignored, and the villagers are worried about Zoro. Sanji looks over, but Kurubi makes use of the moment of distraction to deliver a punch to Sanji's midsection that sends him flying through a wall. Kurubi declares that he is a level 40 mermaid karate artist. Hachi jumps down from the roof, disappointed that Zoro did not put up a better fight. As Hachi starts showing off his 6 sword style technique, Zoro rises to his feet, announcing that there is someone he must defeat. Meanwhile, Usopp continues to flee from Chu, and Chu is surprised with the amount of stamina that Usopp has. Usopp thinks that if he can distract just one fishman from Arlong Park, it will help Luffy. Usopp stops, noticing that he lost Chu, and he starts to dance in celebration, but Chu arrives behind him, so Usopp takes off running again. Meanwhile, Genzo and Nojiko dive into the pool, and Genzo tries to break off the block of cement Luffy's feet are encased in with a hammer. It's no use, so Nojiko and Genzo struggle to think, and they get an idea. On the path, Sanji takes a puff of his cigarette, then stands back up and declares that if Kurubi's punches are at level 40, then Zeph's kicks must be at level 400. Back in Arlong Park, Zoro asks to borrow Johnny and Yosaku's swords. They toss their swords to him. Hachi declares that Zoro is weaker because he only has 2 arms, and Hachi's swords each weigh 300 kilograms. Zoro does not care as he prepares to face Hachi. Hachi charges at him using Tako Ashikiken, octopus leg hanger, but Zoro manages to evade every single swing he takes, using Toro Nagashi to slash Hachi across the chest. Hachi does not understand as his swords are heavier and more powerful as the two opponents square up again. Hachi uses Rokuto no Warutsu, 6-sword waltz, as he swirls his swords above his head. Zoro leaps up and comes down, knocking all these swords out of Hachi's hands and cutting them up. Hachi becomes livid. He thrusts out his arms and uses Taku Suba no Kame, octopus jar stance, and then charges at Zoro with full speed, using Shinshu New Year. However, Zoro stands his ground, and whirling around, he uses Tatsumaki, tornado, to send Hachi flying into the air, slashing repeatedly as he finally collapses on the ground defeated. Zoro falls to his knees victorious. Arlong is not happy to see one of his mermen fall, but Kurubi stands over Zoro, winding up to knock him out. Sanji leaps in and drives Kurubi back with a kick. Kurubi is surprised to see that Sanji is still alive, as few can survive his punch, but Sanji replies that everyone in his restaurant could. Zoro stumbles to the edge of the pool, saying how there's no time left and he needs to save Luffy, but Sanji replies that Zoro going into the water will only end up with him killing himself. To everyone's surprise, Sanji dives into the water to save Luffy, which causes Kurubi to laugh, as fighting a fishman in water is a death wish. Kurubi leaps into the water after his opponent. Sanji swims down and sees Genzo pumping on Luffy's chest, as Luffy's neck has been stretched all the way out with Nojiko holding his head out of the water. Sanji realizes he needs to kick the cement chunk to free Luffy, but before he can reach it, Kurubi strikes him in the back of the neck with an arm blade chop. On the road, Usopp continues to run from Chu, yelling how he is stubborn as the episode ends. Underwater, Kurubi has the advantage over Sanji being a fishman in his natural habitat. Kurubi notices Genzo trying to revive Luffy, and the fishman swims over to him trying to kill Genzo. However, Kurubi is stopped by Sanji, who is pulling on his long hair. Kurubi breaks free and taunts Sanji by saying he cannot fight a fishman underwater, especially since he cannot breathe. Kurubi uses one of his fishman karate moves to wrap Sanji with his hair and bring him in close. Sanji attempts to kick Kurubi, but Kurubi answers back with a powerful kick of his own and then knocks Sanji down with an axe kick. Kurubi continues to assault Sanji underwater until he knocks the shaft into a wall. As Kurubi turns his attention back to Genzo, Sanji bursts from the wall and attempts to get to the surface for air. Kurubi quickly cuts off Sanji, praising him for his stamina. Kurubi continues to taunt Sanji more, saying he will kill all of Sanji's friends, especially Nami. Kurubi grabs onto Sanji and starts to drag him back down deeper underwater. Sanji is desperate for air and manages to think of a plan. He knows that fishmen use their lungs to breathe on land and their gills to breathe underwater. This would mean that their lungs are useless underwater and their gills are useless on land. land. Sanji concludes that breathing air into Kurubi's gills underwater will suffocate him. Sanji does so and manages to break free from Kurubi and make it to the surface for air. Zoro asks if Luffy is okay, and Sanji tells him that he is, but it will tell him more later. Sanji demands to fight Kurubi on land, and Kurubi, blinded by his fishman pride, agrees, saying even on land he's stronger than a human. Kurubi declares that he will use his strongest attack, but Sanji quickly roundhouse kicks him down. Sanji, upset by Kurubi's earlier taunting, starts to beat up Kurubi. Sanji then lands a kick right into Kurubi's face, sending him flying through Arlong Park, defeating him. Sanji assures everyone that Kurubi would not come back. Arlong is upset that his men are defeated, and Sanji decides to taunt Arlong himself. Arlong decides to take matters into his own hands. Zoro quickly asks Sanji about Luffy's condition again, and Sanji says he's alive, but Sanji says he must go back underwater if they want Luffy back on dry land. Nojiko is surprised to see that Zoro and Sanji defeated two strong fishmen, and Genzo climbs out of the water after running out of air. Nojiko decides to take his place and is just happy to see someone is standing up to the Arlong pirates. Meanwhile, Chu believes that he has defeated Usopp easily and starts to head back to Arlong Park. It turns out that Usopp pretended to have been killed by using ketchup boshi after getting hit. Usopp wonders why he even wanted to challenge the Fishman pirates. He then comes up with a plan to make it seem like he fought but was defeated. However, Usopp has second thoughts, not wanting to believe himself to be a coward, knowing his friends are fighting hard for Nami. Usopp calls out to Chu, and the Fishman turns around to attempt to finish what he started. Usopp prepares to fight as he wants to prove to himself that he's worthy to be a pirate. He fires a shot at Chu, but the blast does nothing to him, and Chu punches Usopp right in the face. As Chu starts to kick down Usopp, Usopp uses Usopp Hanger to strike at Chu's legs and causes him to flinch at the sight of a rubber band enclosing his eyes. When Chu opens his eyes a moment later, Usopp has disappeared. Usopp, who is hidden behind the trees, tosses a bottle at Chu and then uses Namariboshi to bust open the bottle with its contents releasing over him. Chu, upset, decides to finish off Usopp with one last attack and drinks in a lot of water. Chu releases a large burst of water, but it narrowly misses Usopp. Chu picks up the tree that Usopp was hiding behind, but Usopp reveals the bottle that he burst open contained alcohol, and since it's flammable, Usopp hits Chu hard with a Kain Boshi. Chu, who's on fire, attempts to find water and douse himself, but Usopp manages to take him down with Usopp Hammer. Usopp hits Chu with his hammer and a bunch more times until the Fishman is finally defeated. Usopp falls down backwards, delighted that he has defeated a Fishman. Back at Arlong Park, Nojiko is taking Genzo's place and trying to revive Luffy, and Genzo hopes that Luffy wakes up soon. Meanwhile, Arlong is seen standing over Sanji and Zoro, who both seem to have been attacked by Arlong. Arlong boasts that he has only been using water to attack them, with saying that that's all he needs to kill a human. Sanji tries to attack Arlong, but the Fishman easily takes him down with a small amount of water in his hand. As Arlong taunts Sanji, Nami suddenly shows up calling out Arlong's name. Arlong asks what Nami's doing there, and Nami tells him that she's here to kill him. Nami announces her claim to kill Arlong, and Arlong simply laughs it off, telling Nami that she already tried to kill him these past 8 years. Arlong promises not to kill Nami if she becomes a surveyor for his crew. Arlong then says Nami has a choice, to either stay with the Straw Hat Pirates and risk having his fishmen kill the villagers, or stay with his crew and he will spare the villagers. However, even if Nami chooses the latter, Arlong is still going to kill the Straw Hats as he wants to make an example out of them. Nami is struggling to decide, and the villagers know that whatever she chooses, Nami will still not be free. Nami remembers Luffy's act of kindness from earlier and decides to fight with the villagers against Arlong. The villagers of Kokoyashi are delighted to hear this, and Arlong is obviously not pleased by it. Meanwhile, Nojiko and Genzo are still trying to revive Luffy. Fortunately, Luffy finally regains consciousness after spitting out a bunch of water. Zoro and Sanji make it to their feet, with Zoro telling Sanji he has 30 seconds to free Luffy. Sanji jumps into the water to save Luffy while Zoro tries to hold off Arlong. Arlong is still certain that Luffy will die due to being a devil fruit user and sets his sights on Zoro. Suddenly, Usopp appears, firing a Namariboshi at Arlong, who easily blocks it. Usopp, from a fair distance away, boasts how he defeated Chu, upsetting and surprising Arlong. Usopp then says that they will finish things off for good as Nojiko and Genzo still try to free Luffy. Usopp tries to distract Arlong with a rubber band but fails miserably. Zoro strikes at Arlong's nose with his sword, but it has no effect at all. Arlong says if Zoro was at full strength, then he may have been able to scratch him. As Arlong starts to overpower Zoro, Hachan suddenly makes it back to his feet. Hachan seems to be on guard for something, but it turns out he thought that Usopp's rubber band was going to hit him. Hachan then turns his attention to Zoro, telling him that he will get back at Zoro by going after Sanji. Hachan dives into the water, much to Zoro's shock, and Arlong tells Zoro that they're all going to die anyway. Arlong then stabs Zoro with his saw nose. Underwater, Sanji is getting closer to Luffy while Nojiko is still trying to free him. Sanji signals to Nojiko to get out of the way as he's going to break the rock with a kick, but Nojiko is trying to warn Sanji of Hachan closing in behind him. Sanji notices Hachan when Nojiko swims towards his direction, attempting to block the fishman. Nojiko is attacked by him while Arlong easily overpowers Zoro once again. Arlong wonders why Zoro is bandaged up and rips them off. Even Arlong is surprised by the large scar Zoro has, wondering how he's still alive. Arlong then intends to finish off Zoro, and Zoro suddenly starts chuckling, remarking that the wounds won't open as long as you're not moving. Arlong wonders what Zoro's talking about, and Zoro says he's talking about Hachan. Back underwater, it turns out that Hachan's injuries from his fight with Zoro earlier opened up, causing him to pass out before he could even lay a hand on Nojiko. Hachan sinks lower to the floor while Sanji finally breaks open the large rock. Luffy's legs are finally free, and he springs into the sky with the villagers celebrating. Luffy suddenly grabs Zoro, tossing him into the sky, wanting to switch places. Luffy first hits Arlong with a Gomu Gomu no Kane, followed by a Gomu Gomu no Muchi and a Gomu Gomu no pistol. Luffy finishes the assault with a Gomu Gomu no Gatling, sending Arlong crashing smashing through the wall. Arlong asks if that's all Luffy has, and Luffy says he's just warming up. Arlong makes it to his feet, still believing that a human like Luffy has no chance against him. Arlong says that he's still upset by his fellow fishmen being hurt. Arlong, having enough of Luffy, attempts to bite him. Luffy manages to dodge a bite towards his head, and Arlong bites clean through a stone pillar, shocking everyone. Luffy gets some distance after seeing that show of strength from Arlong. Arlong boasts more on how the fishmen are superior to humans, but Luffy says he isn't going to lose to a fishman, saying that he's going to be Pirate King. Arlong, picking up a rock, scoffs at Luffy's goal to become the Pirate King, saying that not even a human can crush rocks like a fishman. Sanji agrees, saying that one bite from Arlong could be the end. Luffy, annoyed by Arlong's words, says that he isn't all that great, and Luffy punches a larger rock, showing his own strength. Arlong continues to boast about how fishmen are superior and tries to bite at Luffy. Luffy dodges out of the way and grabs a couple of swords. Luffy tries to attack Arlong by swinging the swords, but Arlong dodges easily, knowing that Luffy is not a swordsman. Arlong tries to bite Luffy once more, but Luffy uses one of the swords to block it. However, Arlong's powerful teeth break the sword into bits. Luffy then punches Arlong right in the face, breaking his teeth in the process. The villagers are surprised to see how Luffy broke Arlong's teeth. Luffy then remarks that he's not a swordsman, he can't cook, and he can't even lie, which upsets Usopp a little bit, but Luffy says that he will be dead by now if it wasn't for his friends. Arlong mocks Luffy's claims, once more wondering why his crew put up with him. Arlong wonders what Luffy can do, and Luffy simply says he can kick Arlong's ass. As the villagers are celebrating Luffy's determination, Arlong suddenly grows a new set of teeth. Arlong mentions that he, as a shark, can grow new sets of teeth one after another, with the new pair getting stronger. Arlong pulls out 2 more sets of teeth, intending to use them as weapons against Luffy. Arlong swings his teeth at Luffy and seemingly starts to stab him with them. However, it turns out that Luffy used one of the fishmen as a shield to defend against Arlong's attack. Arlong is not pleased that Luffy used one of his men as a shield, but Luffy blames Arlong for attacking him in the first place. Arlong still intends to hurt Luffy with his teeth, but Luffy suddenly has an idea about something. Arlong swipes his teeth towards Luffy again, but Luffy manages to score a kick on Arlong, knocking out another set of teeth. Luffy seems pleased by this, and Arlong gets up, saying it's no point in knocking out his teeth. However, it turns out that Luffy did that to put Arlong's teeth into his own mouth. Arlong is more annoyed by Luffy's antics and manages to hit Luffy with one of his teeth. Arlong continues to attack Luffy, with the pirate captain dodging most of the hits. Arlong manages to hit Luffy again with one of his teeth, but Luffy bites Arlong with his own. This manages to hurt the fishman a bit, with Luffy pleased that he was able to bite Arlong back. Arlong removes the teeth from his shoulder, saying that his teeth are powerful, but only if they're used from strong jaws such as his. Arlong manages to bite into the majority of Luffy's right arm, intending to rip it off. Luffy screams loudly in pain. Luffy continues to scream as Arlong bites down harder, but Luffy manages to slam Arlong down into the ground hard, allowing the fishman to release his hold on Luffy. Luffy and Arlong soon get back onto their feet, but as Luffy turns around, he notices Arlong is gone. Nami warns him that Arlong went into the water, and Arlong could be seen swimming underwater. Arlong intends to use his advantage in the water to build back up his strength and take out Luffy. Arlong then shoots out of the water using a technique known as shark on darts, attempting to strike Luffy. Luffy manages to barely dodge the attack, with Arlong himself being impressed. Arlong uses shark on darts once more, and Luffy manages to avoid it again. Arlong's nose ends up crushing the ground below it, and he continues to attack Luffy. Arlong swims back into the water, with the people warning Luffy get out of the way. Luffy says he won't hide as he intends to catch Arlong. Luffy then uses a technique known as Gomu Gomu no Tate, which involves stretching out his fingers. Arlong builds up more speed and uses shark on darts again, intended to pierce Luffy's heart, but Luffy manages to catch Arlong between his fingers. Luffy believes the attack won't work again, but Arlong continues to dive at Luffy. Luffy then uses Gomu Gomu no Ami, which stops Arlong's attack and then grounds him with a Gomu Gomu no Yari. Arlong appears to have been hurt badly from the last attack, and the villagers cheer for Luffy except for Nami, who knows it isn't over yet. Arlong suddenly wakes up with his eyes looking extremely ferocious. Sanji says it's the same expression that a Sea King makes when it's snapped. Arlong grabs Luffy from the air and swings him around into Arlong Park, furious at him for hurting him. Even Luffy, who is not hurt thanks to his powers, can tell that Arlong is much angrier than before. Arlong dives towards Arlong Park and grabs out his signature weapon, the Kiribachi. Everyone is shocked by how large the sword is, and Arlong attempts to slice Luffy. Luffy dodges the attacks, with Arlong damaging Arlong Park in the process. Luffy soon jumps through a window, and Nami seems to recognize the room. Arlong has Luffy cornered and intends to finish off Luffy. Luffy looks around the room wondering what kind of room it is, and Arlong tells Luffy it's the room where he forces Nami to write all the sea charts for him. Arlong continues to say that Nami is only useful for making sea charts, saying she belongs to him. Luffy doesn't care what Arlong says, as Nami is his crew's navigator. The argument continues as Arlong laments how Luffy is wasting Nami's talent. Mid-fight, Luffy notices a blood-stained pen. Making the connection that Nami must have been abused while being forced to draw maps for Arlong, he grips the pen tightly. Arlong, oblivious to Luffy's growing anger, insists that Nami will continue to draw maps for his plans of world domination. The fishmen would use her better than Luffy ever could. Luffy's fury erupts at Arlong's utilization of the word use, and with rage-fueled strength, shatters a tooth on the Kiribachi. Arlong falters. Outside of Arlong Park, the villagers worry about Luffy, unable to spectate the fight in the map room. Arlong once more assures Luffy that Nami gets all she wants by being with the fishmen, and will forever remain his tool, or rather his friend. The thoroughly nettled Luffy, upon hearing this, begins an attempt to utterly eradicate the map room. Nami, from the foot of the tower, watches as the room is destroyed and its contents emptied out into the wind. She thinks back to the horrible memories she had of that room, where she'd been abused, insulted, and forced to work for the pirates she hated. Tearing up, she whispers her thanks to Luffy. A furious Arlong attempts to stop Luffy from annihilating the maps, along with the fishman's ambitions. They continue their battle, Luffy firmly announcing that he needs to help Nami by erasing the existence of that room that caused her so much grief. With a final Gomu Gomu no Ono, Luffy incapacitates Arlong. The impact razes the entirety of Arlong Park to the ground. The villagers, stunned at the demolition of Arlong Park, wonder who had won the fight. Luffy rises from the wreckage, inquiring at the top of his lungs if Nami was his friend. Choking back tears, Nami answers powerfully, yes. Realization finally dawns on the villagers that the tyrants of Kokoyashi village has been defeated and Arlong Park has finally fallen. Amidst the emotional jubilation and reunion of the Straw Hats, the corrupt marine Nezumi arrives. Scoring the fishmen for being defeated by silly pirates, the marine attempts to claim Arlong's bounty and riches, but is promptly walloped by Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. Nami also joins in and thrashes Nezumi for what he did to Nojiko and the Tangerine Farm. Nami demands that Nezumi clean up the fishmen's mess, reconstruct Gosa village, return her money, and distribute Arlong's riches among the people. At the mercy of the Straw Hats and the angry villagers, Nezumi agrees to everything. After he had retreated to a safe distance, the marine proclaims that he would make Luffy sorry, promising that Luffy would become big for messing with him. Vastly misunderstanding it, Luffy agrees and wonders how Nezumi had known Luffy was going to become the Pirate King. Zoro comically tries to correct Luffy, while Usopp wonders anxiously what would happen if they became notorious. News of Arlong Park's fall spreads quickly, igniting celebration and joy across the island. Genzo muses over the irony of the village's saviors being pirates. Memories of Arlong's reign of tyranny resurface as he remembers Nami's joining of the Arlong pirates and the villagers' powerful resolve to fight Arlong together. At the same time, Nako comments that Belmer's soul can finally ascend to heaven. Shortly after, Nezumi is seen calling the marine headquarters and reporting Luffy and his comrades. Greatly exaggerating their viciousness and warning the marines to beware, he requests that a high bounty be placed on Luffy's head. The entire island is in celebration over the defeat of Arlong and his crew. While all this is going on, Dr. Nako operates on Zoro, all while lambasting him and the rest of the Straw Hat pirates for not taking better care of themselves nor having a doctor in their crew. Luffy comes calling looking for Nami, and Nako says she's probably at Belmer's grave. At the grave, Nojiko joins Nami and Genzo. Nami then asks a question. Would Belmer mind terribly if I went out to sea as a pirate? Genzo replies, of course she'd protest, but Nojiko then says it would not matter. Nami would not care about what she had said anyway, as her intention is pretty clear. Genzo concedes and tells Nami to live her life by her choices, just as Belmer did. The celebration continues for several days. By this time, Zoro's mobile again and drinking. Luffy goes looking for more food, and Sanji enjoys having a meal he did not have to cook for once before going looking for ladies. Usopp leads some cheers and tells some stories. Nojiko talks with Chabo, the boy who lost his father to Arlong. He had somehow gotten over wanting revenge and instead realizes that once the celebration ends, he'll have to pick up the pieces and get back to living their lives. Meanwhile, Nako is now working on Nami, particularly her left shoulder. Not only is he treating the self-inflicted knife cuts, but at her request, he has also removed the Arlong pirate's tattoo. But the doctor notes that there will still be a scar on her shoulder. Nami thinks back to when she first got the tattoo, how she felt so ashamed over it, only to learn later that Nojiko got a tattoo of her own, so that they would not be so different. So then Nami gives Nako a slip of paper, saying it has a new tattoo design to put on her shoulder in its place. Later, Genzo pours out a drink on Belmer's grave as a libation and tells her spirit that she would be proud of Nami and Nojiko. He also notes that the island will soon be learning how to live free again. Just then, Luffy arrives at the gravesite looking for some more food and unaware of where he just ended up. Genzo then addresses him, realizing Nami will leave with him tomorrow and telling him that if he should ever take away Nami's smile, he will personally seek him out and kill him. Luffy assures that will never happen. Meanwhile, back at the village, everyone's enthusiasm is finally conquered by exhaustion. For the first time in several days, Kokoyashi village sleeps, quietly, peacefully. Back at her house, Nami prepares a huge sack. It is all the money she's been saving to buy back the village from Arlong. She leaves a note on it. Since she no longer has to buy back the village, she is instead leaving the money to the village. She goes to the picture of Belmer, Nojiko, and herself and thinks back. For a while, she imagines Belmer sitting at a table, smiling at her. So she talks as if she's there, noting that it's not only Kokoyashi finally free, but so is she. She then recalls her dream of mapping the world. With Arlong Park destroyed, all the maps she drew for Arlong went with it, so she's back to square one, the first map of the island she drew so long ago. But she does not mind starting over because now all the maps she draws will be hers alone, each one a step towards her dream. But it also means that she may not return for some time. At that, Nami tears up, but as she starts to leave, she feels something like a little helpful push on her back. Did Belmer just wordlessly tell her to go for it? Nami thinks so. Luffy and the crew stock up the Going Merry. Usopp notes that despite not being there for all that long, it feels like they had been on the island for much longer. Yosaku and Johnny bid their farewells as well, as they need to return to bounty hunting. Zoro wishes them luck. All they're waiting for now is Nami. Some of them wonder if Nami will actually join them, which upsets Sanji because she is one of the main reasons he's sailing with them. The villagers, here to see them off, wonders where she's gone too, and Genzo is surprised to learn that Nami left all her money behind. Just then, everyone spots a figure in the distance. It's Nami, dressed athletically in a t-shirt and shorts. She yells for the crew to set sail, so Luffy gives the order. As they raise anchor, Nami breaks into a run. Suddenly, everyone realizes what she's doing. She's trying to avoid a long goodbye by making a mad dash straight onto the ship. Despite everyone's attempts to stop her, she dashes past the villagers, Genzo, Nako, and Nojiko, and with one incredible leap, manages to make it onto the departing Merry. Everyone is awestruck. Then Nami lifts her shirt a little. Numerous wallets fall out. One by one, all the villagers realize to their greater shock that Nami has stolen everyone's money while she was running past them. As Nami cheerfully says goodbye, the entire village screams simultaneous farewells and curses at Nami's parting stunt. As Nami and the Straw Hats start heading out, Genzo reminds Luffy of his promise, never to take away Nami's smile. Once they're gone, Nojiko is the first to admit that Nami pulled a real fast one in the village there. Then Nako reveals Nami's new tattoo to Genzo, a stylized pinwheel with a tangerine hanging off one arm. Both realize the tattoo represents the closest people Nami ever had to a family. Nojiko then notes that Genzo is not wearing his pinwheel. He replies that he does not need it anymore, seeing as how he started wearing it in the first place to draw a smile out of the then infant Nami. So it's left at a more appropriate place, Belmer's grave. On the Going Merry, the crew is relaxing after beating Arlong. Nami receives the latest newspaper from the news coup, while Usopp is working on his new Tabasco Boshi, and Sanji is feeding Luffy off of Nami's tangerines. As Nami reads through the chaos going on in the world, a flyer falls out. Everyone looks at it and suddenly gets startled. In the agenda room at the headquarters of the Marines, Branu holds a briefing about a new threat, Monkey D. Luffy. He estimates that the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates is too great for East Blue's Marine forces. They've connected him to the defeat of rogue Marine Captain Morgan, as well as Pirates Buddy, Don Krieg, and Arlong, all of whom had very high bounties. Luffy had been given a then unprecedented starting bounty of 30 million. Elsewhere at the base, John Giant leads exercises for Marine recruits. News circulates to the friends of the crew. At Syrup Village, Mary brings Kaya the wanted poster, and Kaya finds Usopp and Luffy's mugshot. Kobe, now a chore boy alongside Helmeppo, anticipates being Luffy's enemy someday. Morgan, now imprisoned, and Kuro, recovered on his ship, contemplate Luffy's bounty. On the Barity, Zeph posts the wanted poster front and center of the restaurant. Back on the Going Merry, Luffy rejoices at his new infamy. Usopp quickly recognizes his head on the wanted poster. The idea that Usopp got on a poster first gets Sanji jealous. Usopp cheers him up, saying that you don't have to be a captain to get on a wanted poster. Nami is more concerned, realizing that they're now in grave danger due to the high bounty, but admits they might as well go to the Grand Line now. Zoro also thinks that some very good bounty hunters will be headed their way. On a lone, mal-repaired marine ship, Full Body laments being demoted after being defeated by Sanji. Suddenly, he gets the paper with Luffy's wanted poster. He sees this as the perfect way to restore his reputation, and has his crew, if you can call it a crew, on the lookout for the Going Merry. Of course, by fate, the ship would sail right by them. They come about, Luffy notes how junky the ship is, and asks Full Body if he needs help with it. Full Body just gets irate and orders his crew to take aim at their cannons. Luffy wants to take care of it, but Zoro says that he'll handle it and cuts the first cannonball in half. The second cannon shot backfires on Full Body and he again is humiliated. He rams the Going Merry and boards with his men. Full Body hits Luffy with his metal knuckles, but Luffy's head recoils back for Gomu Gomu no Kane, knocking him silly. The rest of his crew were easily beaten back onto his ship by Sanji, who's angry that his cooking was interrupted. Full Body and the entire crew abandon ship and swim away in fear. On a remote island, the red hair pirates are met by Dracula Mihawk. Shanks, who's hungover from a night of drunken partying, asks if Mihawk wishes to resume their feud. Mihawk considers it settled, noting it's no longer worth fighting about now that Shanks is missing an arm. He presents Shanks the wanted poster for Luffy, saying his attitude reminded him of Shanks' old stories. Immediately recognizing Luffy, Shanks and his crew are surprised as the latter is proud of Luffy. Shanks gets Mihawk some alcohol and has him join his crew in renewed partying. Despite his hangover, he insists the crew celebrate Luffy's entry into the world of piracy. Back at Fuchsia Village, everybody celebrates the fact that Luffy is living his dream. The only one who isn't happy about it is Whoopslap, who is upset that someone infamous has come from his village, and is concerned about Luffy's fate now that he's a wanted man. The Straw Hats begin their preparations to enter the Grand Line. Nami notices that they first have to go through the reverse mountain to get to the Grand Line, a dangerous voyage. But first, Luffy wants to stock up on some meat. Their final stop before the Grand Line is the island of Logetown, the home and execution place of Roger. Two figures, Buggy sailing alone on a raft and Alvida, now incredibly much slimmer, have received Luffy's wanted poster. The Straw Hats set sail in the morning on their way to the Grand Line. Zoro gets into an argument with Luffy and Usopp about playing tag while Sanji cooks. As they start eating, Nami asks what the others think happened to Buggy, which they cannot answer. Meanwhile, Buggy, having lost several body parts after Luffy defeated him by tying them up, has a raft which he used to arrive ashore. He soon sees a chicken that he manages to capture, planning to eat it, but the chicken's parents interrupt this. Buggy runs away and sets up a trap for the bird, but it is not fooled. The bird seizes Buggy and puts him in his mouth and spits him out due to nausea. Buggy flies around the sky and is heard by Luffy, but he does not recognize him as the source of the sound. Buggy lands on the island of rare animals, where he hears the voice of Gaimon, claiming to be the guardian of the island, and he discovers the strange animals. Gaimon reveals himself when Buggy draws near the animals, and the two begin fighting because Gaimon mistakes Buggy for a poacher having arrived on the island to harm the animals. However, when Buggy admits to being a pirate just like Gaimon once was with no intention of killing the animals, the misunderstanding is cleared and the two become friends. Late at night, they drink together by a fire in the animals' company. Buggy asks Gaimon to join his crew, but Gaimon, although flattered, turns him down and gives him the same reason he did earlier when Luffy asked him the same question. Gaimon acknowledges the resemblance to the earlier situation and comments on what a nice boy Luffy was. Buggy in turn tells Gaimon of the awful pirate who defeated him in battle and caused him to end up in his current situation. However, the two fail to realize that they're talking about the same person. Gaimon then helps rebuild the raft, and Buggy ends up leaving the island in the morning, when he's attacked by a giant sea crab that Gaimon forgot to warn him about. He's then saved by a woman who shows up and takes him aboard her ship. She tells him that she's looking for Monkey D. Luffy, and the reason that she saved Buggy was that she knew of their connection to one another. The two decide to join forces. Before going to bed, Nami reflects on the strangeness of her crewmates arguing with each other while sleeping. The next episode starts with Alvida and Buggy sailing, and Alvida asking what their next destination is. Buggy mishears and thinks she's saying that he smells like he just farted, but she yells, correcting him. While enraged, she bangs his head. Then Buggy says he wants to join back up with his crew and he wonders where they are. We then see his crew fleeing after Buggy was thrown away. When they get back to the ship, they call everyone except Buggy, note that they have Buggy's other body parts, and they start getting mad at Nami and Zoro, which leads to a flash of Luffy and Zoro talking about health because Zoro sneezed. Then Nami follows up with a sneeze as well, which distracted Usopp and makes him make a mistake with his chemistry set and it blows up. Meanwhile, the Buggy pirates stop on an island and hold a funeral for their captain. The two sub-leaders, Kabaji and Moji, then start arguing over who should be the next captain, and they stage a fight saying whoever is stronger will be the captain. However, they are evenly matched, and the fight lasts until nightfall. Meanwhile, Richie the Lion is sleeping by dreaming about being captain and beating up a sea monster. He sleepwalks to the still fighting pair and beats them up, and so the next morning he becomes the captain of the crew. They're all celebrating the fact that Richie became the captain of their crew. Then the Bear Claw tribe shows up saying that they acknowledge that it's their land. After that, they ask Richie if he wants to pick a fight. He runs and attacks them, but they then got beaten. Having no other option, the crew surrenders. It then switches back to Alvida and Buggy. Meanwhile, Buggy spies on his ship through the telescope. They land on the island, and when Alvida comments about the big grave, Buggy thinks she's saying something about his big nose and becomes furious. They then notice Kabaji and Moji passed out, and Buggy wakes them up. They have a big reunion, and Buggy asks who did that to them, and they say they can't remember, but surprisingly, Alvida picks up a spear and informs everyone that it was in fact the Bear Claw tribe, and that they should hurry because the tribe is cannibalistic. The Buggy pirates are being boiled in a pot, and some tribesmen are debating on whether or not to add Buggy's body parts to that pot. When Buggy comes and makes his body parts connect, he commands them to beat up the nearby Bear Claw tribe members and let his crew out of the pot. After that, he summons his body parts and completely reassembles. He then fires a Buggy ball at the tribe, then he, Kabaji, Moji, and Alvida slide down the hill. Moji summons Richie in order to ride on him, and they all attack the Bear Claw tribe, resulting in their defeat. Buggy reflects on their adventure and says that the problem was caused by the Straw Hats. He then introduces Alvida to the rest of his gang, and they set sail with Buggy saying that their next goal is going to be to get the head of Luffy. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat pirates are spying on Loketown and talk about what they're going to do there. To Nami's surprise, Luffy remembers that this is where Gold D. Roger was born and died. Usopp and Nami say they want to go shopping. Sanji wants to look for food and girls, and Zoro says he needs 2 new swords, but Nami reminds him that he's broke. Luffy goes off searching for the execution platform and gets lost. Usopp is charmed by a salesman into believing his stuff is from the Grand Line. Nami tries on a bunch of outfits and gets the complimenting salesman excited until she tells him that she doesn't want any of them, then says that she wants more casual clothes. Sanji admires all the women there by calling them by food course names. He sees Alvida and is so impressed that he calls her a main dish. A Marine goes to Captain Smoker with the news that Monkey D. Luffy, a pirate worth 30 million, was in town. Smoker was stacking rocks and gets mad at the interruption because he accidentally knocked them down when he was distracted. He leaves to go arrest pirates that they think is probably Luffy riding on the docks. On the way there, a little girl bumps into him and spills her ice cream on his pants. Her father starts to apologize to Smoker, but Smoker apologizes to the girl and gives her some money to go buy more ice cream. Smoker easily takes out the riding pirates, while Nami, who is buying clothes from his shop, hears that Smoker possesses a devil fruit and has been causing trouble for pirates ever since he went there. A lower-ranked Marine congratulates Smoker on catching Luffy, but Smoker says it can't be Luffy because pirates worth 30 million are not that easy to catch. Meanwhile, the lost Luffy appears and asks Smoker directions to the execution platform. Smoker says he hasn't seen Luffy before, and Luffy replies that he just got there. Smoker asks him why he wants to go there, to which Luffy replies that he wants to see where the Pirate King died. Luffy is about to leave when Smoker says follow where the smoke goes, and Luffy says cool and thanks him. He then runs in the direction of the smoke. Zoro is looking through store windows at swords and complains that he can't afford any of them. Flashback to Nami talking. Nami charged him 3 times interest, so he can't afford anything else. Suddenly there's some commotion, and he looks and sees 2 big men arguing with a woman complaining that her boss put their leader in jail, so now they'll take it out on her. They draw their swords and are about to attack her. Zoro grabs his sword and starts running towards the woman in case she needs help, but she reveals that the package in her arms was a sword and informs them that she knows how to use it, as she easily defeats the 2 men. However, right after the battle, she stumbles and her glasses fall off her face. Zoro picks them up and hands them to her, and he's startled when he sees her face because she looks just like his childhood friend Kuina. He's so shocked that he clutches the hand holding the glasses out of reflex and breaks them. They both yell out in shock, and he apologizes, but she says they're expensive glasses and demand he buys replacements. We go back to Luffy wandering alleyways lost again. He talks to himself about trying to find the execution platform and how he's probably walking down the same streets Roger walked on, and while walking he sees a sign for a bar called the Gold Roger. He goes inside and asks the old man if he's the owner. The old man tells Luffy to leave since the bar wasn't meant for kids. Luffy asks the old man if he was out of business, and the old man says that he isn't, it's just after hours. He He asks Luffy to just go away, and then Luffy says he was just curious about the name of the bar and informs him that he's actually lost and trying to find the execution platform and asks for directions. He notices a skull on the nearby table. When he asks the old man about it, the old man says it's the skull of a man named Killer Giant who killed hundreds of pirates. He was big and tough and carried a huge sword and was said to be so bad that he was considered a devil, but Gold Roger killed him. The old man says that it's a famous story. The battle happened very quickly and he was killed by a slice in the skull, which he points out. His last words were, "Roger, no one can touch you. I praise you as the eternal pirate." Luffy gets really excited and keeps saying, "So cool, so cool." Encouraged by his reaction, the old man mentions the other great pirates defeated by Roger, like King of the Eric Pirates, the famous gunner Silver Silver, and the devilish Kung Fu brothers. All these pirates were really strong and powerful, but compared to Roger, they were just toddlers. Luffy gets really excited. The old man asks Luffy if he wants to hear more because he's surprised that he's interested. He says that most kids don't care about that kind of stuff anymore. Luffy says he doesn't care and begs the old man to continue. The old man starts talking about how Roger was the only pirate, even including pirates of today, who didn't fear the dangers of the Grand Line at all. The old man described that the Grand Line was like a ship graveyard where navigation was impossible, and no one went near it because they were all so scared of it. But one day, Roger came to the bar looking really happy and excited, and the old man, then the bar attendant, asked him why he was so excited. He said it was because he was going to take a stroll through the Grand Line, of course. The barman is startled and asks him if he's really going through that cursed ocean, and Roger says yes. The old man says he won't stop him, but he begs him not to go because he heard that no one who goes to that ocean ever returns. Roger says that's why he wants to go and asks for more rum, cleaning out the bar, and then walking out like he had nothing to fear. A while later, the old man heard news that he had conquered the Grand Line. Luffy gets so excited and enraptured by the story, he starts shaking. The old man then says that after Roger was executed, a bunch of wannabe pirates showed up who were just rubbish, and even though Roger was the last great pirate, they have the nerve to call this the Great Pirate Age. And the old man is very disappointed with all the pirates he has seen since they were all a bunch of weakling cowards. He also said because less and less people are going to the Grand Line, that is the reason that his bar will be closed. Luffy then says that he's going to the Grand Line and that Roger was cool and pirates should try to be like him. Luffy then declares that he's going to be the Pirate King. Something about Luffy reminds the old man about Roger, and he sees a flashback of Roger sitting in the same chair that Luffy is sitting at. The old man shakes himself out of it and tells Luffy that he's crazy to be saying that, especially because of where he's at, and Luffy asks why, and then he says that it's the truth. He's going to be the Pirate King. The old man laughs and says that having a customer like Luffy makes him want to open his shop a little earlier. Luffy says not to do anything on his account, and the old man says that he had already decided. Then he asks Luffy if he wants him to drink. Luffy says that he doesn't drink, and the old man takes out some milk from a fridge and pours it into 2 glasses. They then have a toast to the Eternal Pirate King. Luffy agrees and picks up one of the 2 glasses for the toast. Later, Smoker walks into the bar and the old man rudely says, "You again." Smoker asks if that is in any way a nice way to treat old customers. The old man complains that Smoker ruined his business by catching or scaring off all the pirates who are his usual customers, so the old man doesn't like him. Smoker says that he shouldn't think that he betrayed him because it's not his fault that this is the business the old man chose to be in. And the real problem is that all the pirates nowadays are weaklings. Smoker asks for rum and the old man says he doesn't serve his kind. Smoker says that it's discrimination and notices that there's 2 glasses on the counter and says how rarely he has customers. Smoker then says that it's something to celebrate and grabs a bottle of rum anyways and starts drinking it. Smoker then comments looking at the chair where Roger sat, and that Roger's last moments are still very clear in his mind. Luffy reaches the main street and says he wonders if Gold Roger walked on it. Smoker has a flashback to when he was a little kid and how Gold Roger walked down the main street proudly while smiling even though he had cuffs and was walking to his death. When he got to the platform, one of the guards asked Roger if he had any last words. Roger asked if they could take the cuffs off because they were uncomfortable, but the man refused, and Roger complained that it's too bad and sat down and asked the guards to finish it. A man in the crowd yelled at Roger asking him where he kept his treasure and told him to find it. Roger starts laughing and says the very famous One Piece quote that is prominent at the very beginning of the vast majority of the One Piece episodes. The guards then say stop him and they kill him, but they were too late and everybody had already heard everything. Roger dies smiling and for a moment there is silence, but then everyone starts cheering because he admitted that his treasure exists and that it is indeed on the Grand Line. Smoker finished his reverie saying that that was the beginning of everything. Another Marine walks into the bar and asks the bar owner to post the new wanted posters. He's startled when he sees Smoker and accidentally drops a poster and apologizes. Smoker bends down to pick it up and he's shocked to see that the kid he saw earlier wearing a straw hat was indeed Monkey D. Luffy. Meanwhile, Luffy has finally reached the execution platform. Smoker runs out of the bar to chase Luffy. Luffy points out that it's the place where the greatest pirate in the world died, and the place of all beginnings, and the clock tolls an hour. Smoker goes to the plaza where Roger was executed to intercept Luffy. When he arrives, the pirate is climbing the structure. The 2 men start to fight Luffy, but because of his dumbness, he throws himself and lands very far. At that point, he decides to sleep because he feels tired. At the same time, Zoro follows Tashigi, who thinks the boy has no money to live. She offers him to work at the local marine base to earn something and Zoro cannot refuse it. While cleaning, Zoro observes her training. Suddenly, he's found by 2 marines, but he defeats them and runs away from that place. He reaches a weapons shop and enters. The owner of the shop, noticing the Wado Ichimonji, tries to buy it at a very low price. In that moment, Tashigi enters the shop to get back her sword, which has been repaired by the man, and she tells Zoro the true value of his sword, angering the man. Tashigi then helps Zoro in looking for 2 new swords among the cheaper ones. They found the Sandai Kitetsu, a good sword, but the owner says that it's a cursed blade. Zoro, not scared at all, decides to test his luck against it. He throws the sword in midair and extends his arm, but the Sandai Kitetsu, falling, misses it. The shop owner, impressed by his courage, gives him his best sword, Yubashiri, as a present. Luffy wakes up and decides to go once again to the gallows, while Buggy's crew and the Marines are still hunting him. Usopp is searching for a special pair of goggles to complete his stocking up in Logtown. He finds an extraordinary pair of marine sniper goggles at a junk shop, only to realize that he accidentally left his wallet outside. In the moment that he rushes outside to retrieve it, a little blonde girl dashes inside and purchases it with a snide remark as to tough luck. Usopp angrily stomps out of the shop after her and tries to convince her to hand the goggles over, willing to pay for it, when the girl calmly skips away and hands the goggles to her father, a famous bounty hunter. The famed bounty hunter, Daddy Masterson, is quite protective of his little girl and challenges Usopp to a duel after Usopp's lies cannot get him out of the sticky situation. They gather outside the city to have a formal duel with guns, and Usopp chickens out at the last minute. Daddy refuses to let him run away like a coward, and when things get dangerous, Nami, who was watching on the sidelines, intervenes on Usopp's behalf. When Daddy mocks him for hiding behind a woman, Usopp is enraged and finally finds the courage to stand up for himself. When Daddy discovers that Usopp is the son of Yasopp, the only man to have ever beaten him, he challenges him to prove what he's got by shooting a far weather-vaned rooster. Usopp succeeds and Carol gives him the goggles. Usopp is now encouraged to continue his adventures and hopes to meet his father along the Grand Line. During a walk, Sanji is met by Carmen, a woman that is sure to be the best cook of the East Blue. She wants to defeat him in the cook battle that will take place that day, but Sanji is not interested. Elsewhere, Buggy's crew plots to take revenge on Luffy, but the pirates don't notice that he's right there until it's too late to attack him. Sanji, walking in the marketplace, sees a beautiful fish and discovers that it's the prize for the cook battle, so he decides to sign up. He reaches the final without any difficulties, and his last opponent is Carmen. The final starts, and both cooks use all their skills. Before the winner is announced, Carmen understands that she has lost and admits that Sanji is better than her. Luffy reaches the plaza and climbs the gallows. Smoker and Buggy prepare to attack him. Luffy has climbed up onto the platform where Gold Roger was executed 22 years before. A guard calls for him to get down since the world government owns the platform. Alvida then hits the guard with her mace. The entire crowd, man and woman, swoons over her new look, but Luffy only remembers her previous appearance. She claims she likes how he hit her during their previous encounter and would love to have a strong man like him. Other policemen move in but are disarmed by Alvida's beauty. In comes Buggy, who uses a buggy bomb to blow up the courtyard fountain. A piece of the fountain shoots right at Alvida but slips right off her body, leaving her unharmed. Alvida tells Luffy that she ate the Sube Sube no Mi devil fruit, which makes her body super smooth and gives her a younger, more attractive appearance, which she downplays as if she already was. Then Buggy and his crew remove their capes, and Buggy talks about Buggy-kun's great adventure. The crowd runs in fear when they realize who it is, but Luffy unwittingly makes fun of his name. Kabaji slams a set of stocks down on Luffy, trapping him. Buggy declares his intention to publicly execute Luffy right there on the same platform where Gold Roger died. Elsewhere, Nami notices bizarre weather patterns. A storm is forming unexpectedly. She tells Sanji and Usopp that they have to hurry back to the Going Merry. Zoro arrives and asks if they've seen Luffy, and has a premonition that something's about to happen. In another part of town, a marine reports to Smoker and Toshigi that Luffy, Buggy, and Alvida are all gathered at the town square. He orders one unit to sea to intercept any escape, and another to surround the square covertly for an ambush. When the other Straw Hats hear what Buggy has planned for Luffy, Zoro and Sanji run off to rescue him, leaving Nami and Usopp to take their supplies to the ship. When he surveys the scene at the square, Smoker thinks how pathetic Luffy looks. He decides to wait with his men and allow Buggy to take care of Luffy before swooping in. Luffy freaks out when he realizes he's about to die. Nami tells Usopp that the storm is going to be big. If the Marines stop Luffy and Buggy during the storm, they may not be able to escape. The Marines are already preparing to raid the harbor of any pirate ships, but the Going Merry is in more imminent danger from Moji and Richie, who guess which ship is Luffy's based on the Jolly Roger with the straw hat on it, intent on burning it to ensure that Luffy can't escape if he manages to avoid execution. Back at the square, Luffy drones for mercy as if bored. Given a chance for last words by Buggy, he declares that he will be the Pirate King. Those forced to stay and watch stand in shock. This buys time for Zoro and Sanji to arrive. As they fight through Buggy and Alvida's men, however, Buggy swings the sword. Toshigi is shocked to find that Zoro is in league with a pirate. Sanji is too far away to kick the platform down. Smoker prepares to give the crew the order to attack when Luffy's head falls. As the sword comes down, Luffy calls out to his crew. Smoker notes that Luffy has a huge grin on his face, but right before Buggy's sword touches Luffy's neck, a bolt of lightning strikes him and the execution platform. The platform catches fire and collapses, and Luffy's hat flutters down to the ground as rain begins to fall. There to pick it up is Luffy, standing unharmed by Buggy, who has been electrocuted. He laughs at his luck. Sanji asks Zoro if he believes in God now. As the shocked crowd just stares at him, Smoker gives the word to attack, and Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji make a run for it. As they're pursued by Marines, Smoker thinks about Luffy smiling. He thinks Luffy couldn't have known Zoro and Sanji would save him. He immediately thought of Roger. Luffy acted exactly the same way Roger did at his execution. Unit 1 was grounded because the rain ruined their gunpowder, and the new wind with the present storm would be a tailwind for a ship going to the Grand Line. Smoker decides to take on Luffy personally, but elsewhere on the island, a man in a green hood and a large facial tattoo walks through the street, saying that the storm of fate has arrived. After escaping death by luck, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji head for the Going Merry, but Buggy and Alvida are in pursuit. Before the duo can take off, they're captured by the Marines, but the duo later escape. On the way, Tashigi appears and challenges Zoro to a duel for lying to her. Zoro points out that he didn't lie, he just didn't tell her anything. Nevertheless, Zoro and Tashigi clash swords. Meanwhile, Nami and Usopp reach the Going Merry as Moji was about to burn it down. Before Moji can properly fight Nami, the Marines catch up and shoot at Moji. Nami and Usopp take this opportunity to board the Going Merry and set sail. At the same time, Luffy and Zoro run into Smoker, who plans to catch Luffy. Sanji goes on while Luffy and Smoker engage in battle. Luffy's efforts to defeat Smoker are knocked back, however, and Smoker seemingly defeats him, but a mysterious figure stops Smoker and releases a strong gust of wind, thus giving Luffy time to escape. As Zoro also flees, Sanji reaches the shore but is surrounded by the Marines. After this, Usopp uncharacteristically risks his life by diving into the sea, shooting down the Marines with a slingshot and finally swimming to Sanji. Luffy and Zoro catch up. Luffy then uses his Gomu Gomu rocket to propel Sanji, Usopp, and Zoro to the Going Merry. Smoker, Tashigi, Buggy, and Alvida decide to chase them to the Grand Line as they gather up in different teams. The Straw Hat crew is ecstatic to go to the Grand Line as they all make their vows before setting sail. A little girl in one of the Marine ships breaks free from her room after incapacitating one of her Marine guards. As the Marines begin to search the ship, the little girl makes it onto the deck and after climbing up the mast, accidentally opens up the ship's sail, causing it to tilt sideways. She then jumps onto a lifeboat to escape. Back on board the Going Merry, Luffy asks Nami if they reached the Grand Line yet when she tells him it's only been 2 days. Usopp then spots a flock of birds off their starboard side and Luffy stretches his hand out to grab what he thinks will be a fish. The crew are surprised when he pulls in a girl instead and accidentally knocks Zoro off the edge of the boat. The girl is unconscious but wakes up when she smells Sanji's cooking. After learning that she's on a pirate ship, she freaks out and refuses to eat any food given to her. Later that night, as her stomach growls, it drives her to sneak into the kitchen and later witnessing Luffy getting caught in a giant mousetrap set by Sanji to prevent people from stealing food from the kitchen. As the rest of the crew is woken up, the girl steals some of Luffy's food and Nami reassures her that they are not evil. The next morning, after Luffy raises the anchor, the girl proceeds to make breakfast for everyone but accidentally uses the wrong spice so everything comes out too spicy. The girl introduces herself as Apis and that her home is on Warship Island. Upon questioning why she was held by the Marines, she refuses to answer and Sanji supports her, telling everyone that it's her business. Aboard the Marine ship, the Marines spot the Straw Hats ship and upon realizing that the missing girl is probably aboard it, they get ready to attack. Usopp tells the others about the approaching Marine fleet as they open attack on the Going Merry. The Straw Hat ship manages to escape on a gust of wind heading south as the Marines begin to follow. The Marines then stop when they learn that the Straw Hat ship is heading into the calm belt. As the Straw Hats celebrate their victory, Nami asks Zoro what is wrong and he asks her why it seems like they're not moving. Nami then screams, exclaiming that they've entered the calm belt. Having entered the calm belt, the Going Merry ends up on top of a Sea King's head and is surrounded by other Sea Kings. Zoro suggests that nobody move or make a sound in hopes that the beasts ignore them so they can paddle back. Usopp in fear shouts at the suggestion, which a Sea King hears, causing it to attack the ship. Apis falls off the ship but is rescued by Luffy before she's swallowed. She notices that Luffy's arm is stretched when he rescued her. When being pulled back to the ship, she sees the Sea King's nose and asks Luffy to swing her back downwards. As she's going down, she grabs a hold of the Sea King's nostril hair and pulls it out. Luffy finally pulls her back to the ship and Apis is caught by Zoro. The other Straw Hats realize that she pulled out the nostril hair and are panicking because the Sea King is about to sneeze, causing the ship to fall off its head. The force of the sneeze launches the ship across the calm belt and past the Sea Kings and back to where they started outside the calm belt. The crew continue to sail on towards Warship Island. They spot what seems to be a huge ship through a thick fog and are awed by its gigantic size. Apis tells them that it's not a ship but is in fact Warship Island and that it's named so because it resembles a warship. As they're approaching the island's port, the residents see their ship and panic seeing their pirate flag. Fearful of a pirate invasion, some of the residents meet them at the shore with weapons. Apis goes down from the ship and greets them. The residents are surprised that she's with the pirates and ask her why she brought them to the island. The rest of the crew disembark the ship. Apis tells the residents to relax because they're not bad pirates but are nice and helpful. The residents, still skeptical about the crew, continue to question Apis about how she ended up with them since the last time they saw her because she was taken by the Marines. She explains how she escaped, got stranded in the ocean, and was rescued by the Straw Hats. The residents continue to ask her why she was taken in the first place and that it isn't safe for her to stay on the island since the Marines are still looking around. An old man calls out to her and tells her to come into his house. Nami asks who the man is while Apis runs towards him and tells him that it's her grandfather, Bokuden. Her grandfather thanks the crew for saving his granddaughter and in honor of her safe return he's inviting them to a celebration in which they accept. Meanwhile, Marines continue to patrol around the island and spot the Going Merry, the Straw Hats, and Apis. This is reported to Nelson Royale, who was under the impression that the girl was lost at sea. He verifies this with Eric, who confirms that she indeed was lost at sea. Nelson Royale tells him he's wrong and relays the report to Eric that Apis is back on Warship Island and commands him to capture her again. Back on the island, Bokuden is preparing pork buns for the celebration but say that they will not be ready for at least 4 to 5 hours. While waiting, Nami asks Bokuden why the Marines are after Apis. Bokuden directs the question to Apis, which she replies that she does not know. Nami comments that Apis mentioned earlier that she knew why they were after her but just refused to tell them. Apis brushes this off and tells him that she lied. Bokuden then says that he really doesn't know any reason why the Marines would be after them, and there is nothing significant about the island except for an old legend. The legend goes that the people of Warship Island are descendants of Lost Island, which sank into the sea 1,000 years ago, which was also home to the Millennial Dragons. The bones of those dragons are called Dragonite, also known as the Elixir of Immortality. The Straw Hats say that it doesn't explain why the Marines are after the girl, and they must be overlooking something, and that must be connected to the legend somehow. Bokoden then recounts the legend from the very beginning, which bores Apis, causing her to leave her grandfather's house. The old man goes on for a while, and some of the crew members have already fallen asleep. Luffy wakes up in hunger and leaves. On the way out, he smells the pork buns that the old man was preparing earlier and goes towards the smell. However, Apis is putting all of them inside of a sack. Afraid of being caught, Apis hides and is about to hit Luffy on the head, but he stumbles on the floor and falls back to sleep before Apis can hit him. Nami notices that Luffy has been gone for a while and decides to also sneak out to go look for him as an excuse. She finds him inside the kitchen, and she notices a trail left by the sack Apis was pulling. Luffy and Nami follow the trail, which leads them across a cliff to the other side of the mountain towards a cave. Inside this cave, Apis is talking to someone she calls Grandpa Ryu. She recounts how Luffy and his crew saved her from the Marines. She proceeds to give him the pork buns she brought with her, knowing that he must have been hungry. Luffy and Nami hear her talking to somebody, and Luffy approaches her asking where she took the pork buns. Apis is asking them to stay away, shielding something with her small body. Looking closer, Nami and Luffy see that Grandpa Ryu is actually a dragon. Luffy is excited by the sight of a legendary dragon and asks him where he comes from. While there is no audible response, Luffy seems to understand the dragon. Apis tells Luffy that Ryu is telling her that Luffy can be his friend and that he can tell that he's a good person. Apis says that she's able to read Ryu's mind and asks how Luffy is able to understand him, to which Luffy replies that he doesn't know and that it just happened. Nami asks if Apis got her ability from a devil fruit. She answers that she ate the Whisper fruit once, and since then she's been able to read the mind of any animal. She recounts how she met Ryu, that one day while playing in the fields, she heard a voice in the mountains. She followed the voice into the cave and saw Ryu. He was helpless and had used up the last of his energy searching for his friends. He told her that he got separated from them on the way to the Dragon's Nest in Lost Island. Nami said that she thought the island was underwater, but Apis says that Ryu is certain that it will resurface any day now. The problem, however, is that Ryu does not remember where the Lost Island is located because of old age, and Apis has been helping him by researching as to where it may be located. Some Marines were on Warship Island, and she made the mistake of asking them if they knew where it was. The Marines saw her pendant that was shaped like a millennial dragon claw, and took her to question her about everything she knew about Lost Island's whereabouts because of the dragonite it may contain, but she refused to tell them anything. Apis is determined to help Ryu get back to his dragon's nest, as this will help him get his energy back. After hearing this, Luffy says he's going to help Ryu go back to his home. Nami protests at first because of the legend that the island is underwater and they have no map to said island, but Luffy is determined to help the dragon, to which he gives in. Eric is seen going towards Warship Island and is convinced that due to Apis' possession of the pendant, she must know everything about the dragonite and its whereabouts. Now that the crew is informed about the reasons for which Apis was followed, they hurry to escape the island so Ryu could be saved, but they meet with a foe that wants Ryu to himself. Zoro and Usopp bring the ship to a thin rock at the side while Nami and Apis get Ryu into a cart. Luffy and Sanji fight the Marines to buy time for the preparations. In the end, the ship pulls the cart away on the search for the Lost Island. After arriving at Lost Island, the Straw Hat Pirates find an old temple with paintings that might indicate where Lost Island really is. Also, Eric had been following them throughout the sea. The Straw Hat Pirates reach the top of the mountain and the dome-shaped building. The ground beneath them crumbles, leaving them in an underground area. Luffy notices a piece of collapsed ceiling that features a painting of Sen and Ryu. At first, Apis believes that the Dragon's Nest was located on this island, but upon further inspection of the ceiling paintings, Nami deduces that the Dragon's Nest was located back at Warship Island but sank into the sea. They're convinced that the island was actually the royal court mentioned in Bokoden's story. Apis asks Ryu where the Dragon's Nest was. After watching a flock of birds flying in the building, Ryu finally remembers that the Dragon's Nest was indeed located east of the summit at Warship Island. Eric appears. It's revealed that he had been listening to the Straw Hat Pirates' conversation and now knows where the Dragon's Nest is. Luffy attempts to break out of the building, successfully breaking a hole in the wall. However, Eric leaps onto the building and fights Zoro, while the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates, along with Ryu and Apis, escape and ride on Ryu's cart. After battling Zoro, Eric flees the building to chase Ryu. Zoro chases Eric. Eric tries to leap off a building onto the cart, but is struck on the leg with a stick that Zoro threw. Eric finally agrees to battle Zoro. Meanwhile, the cart lands near the Going Merry. Luffy extends his arm, grabs Zoro, and pulls him to the ship. They set sail as Eric swears that he will not let the Straw Hat Pirates escape. The Going Merry emerges out of the invisible barrier, much to the surprise of the Marines. Eric boards the Marine ship, and Lieutenant Commander Hardy commands the fleet to chase after the Going Merry. The Straw Hat Pirates continue to sail towards Warship Island, only to be caught by Nelson Royale and his fleet. Nelson commands his ships to fan out, connecting the ships with chains and making an impenetrable barrier to block the Going Merry. So the Straw Hat Pirates decide to board the ships, kick the Marines out, and cut the chains. The Going Merry manages to dodge Nelson Royale's cannonballs. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Commander Hardy sees Nelson's ships and decides to relax, knowing that the Going Merry will be captured. However, Eric, who wanted the Dragon's Nest to himself, decides to pursue the Going Merry himself with a rowboat. After Luffy uses the Gum Gum balloon to bounce one of the cannonballs back onto Nelson's boats, Nelson commands the Marines to use the Big Elimination Cannon. To combat this, Usopp fires a cannonball into the Big Elimination Cannon, causing it to explode. Next, Luffy uses the Gum Gum Crossing Bridge move to create a bridge, allowing for Sanji and Zoro to board the Marine ship, then launches himself onto the Marine ship. Luffy and Sanji attack the army of Marines while Zoro cuts the chains connecting the Marine ships. Eric boards the raft, holding Ryu and Apis. He connects the raft to his rowboat and sails away. He betrays Nelson Royale, however, by refusing to give the dragon to him. Angered by his betrayal, Nelson commands the Marine ships to fire at Eric's boat. Eric fights with Apis over Ryu, and Eric throws her down. However, Ryu gets up, knocks Eric off the rowboat, and roars. Apis is happy that Ryu can move and fly, but to her horror, Ryu flies towards Nelson's ship, getting hit by several cannonballs on the way. Eventually, Ryu finally succumbs to the cannonballs, falling into the water. Ryu tells Luffy to keep Apis safe before dying. Luffy tries to encourage Ryu to live after he's been taken down by the cannons. While doing that, Marines ordered by Nelson throw a harpoon, but to their surprise, Luffy manages to grab it and send it back to the Marine ship, breaking some parts. Moments later, Ryu decisively positions himself to release a loud call to the other Senin Ryus. Just then, it looks like Luffy can understand Ryu and agrees that he'll be giving Ryu's message to Apis. After this, Luffy sends his Gum Gum rocket, grabbing the neck of a Millennial Dragon passing by. He then proceeds to release his battle axe aimed to Nelson's big ship. Luffy's leg is able to break down the ship into two halves and all Marines retreat running, scared by Luffy's powers. The ocean nearby Warship Island, along with Warship Island itself, begin to tremble by what everyone believes is an earthquake. After that, the water begins to go down with it and an island resurfaces. To everyone's astonishment, Nami figures out that Senin Ryus are not called that name because of their lifespan, but because they are migratory creatures that come to the nest every 1,000 years. That nest is Lost Island, named like that because of the huge time that passes before the island is available. Senin Ryus start to land and you see some of their ancestors fossilized, covered in corals. That is the so-called Dragonite that Nelson and Eric were searching for. Ryu is laying on the ground with his head submerged in water. Apis screams because she doesn't want to lose him. Luffy tells Apis that Ryu died making his dream come true, but Apis responds screaming that Ryu was a liar and that he promised her that once he could get to the nest, he will get better. Luffy comments to Apis that Senin Ryus are reborn in the nest. Just seconds later, a baby Senin Ryu hatches from an egg. The baby, presumably Ryu, screeches something to Apis, which she agrees to. Lastly, Eric appears all soaked and Nelson is happy to see him, and he proposes Eric a deal, but Eric is too furious and slashes him with his devil fruit power. The Straw Hat Pirates look back to see what just happened, and they see Eric combing his distinctively ice cream-like hair. After Eric attacks Nelson and got the Straw Hat's attention, he proposes to the Straw Hat crew to avoid picking a fight and join him in his dream of obliterating Dragonite and consequently eternal life. Eric proposes splitting the Dragonite into two parts, but Nami points out that nothing useful can be obtained by destroying the fossilized Senin Ryu. He agrees to that extent, but adds that there is more than enough Dragonite in the alive Senin Ryu. Apis refuses and runs directly at him, and in that moment he creates an attack directed at her, so Usopp quickly reacts and charges to Apis, saving her from the attack. Zoro partially unsheathes his Wado Ichimonji, but Luffy says that he'll be taking care of him, just as he promised Ryu just before his death. Luffy starts the battle with his Gomu Gomu no pistol, but is dodged by Eric and counterattacked. Eric does a lot of damage to Luffy and claims that the Rubberman cannot beat him. After that, Eric starts making a lot of attacks and asks how Luffy will evade them, to which Luffy responds that he will not evade them and runs towards the attacks. After being cut in different places from the attacks of Eric, he manages to grab him in his arms and hit him with his Gomu Gomu no Kane, breaking Eric's distinctive eyeglasses and bringing up some blood. After the bell technique, Luffy uses Gomu Gomu no Bazooka and blows away Eric. The Straw Hats are ready to depart and the villagers are there, including Apis and her grandfather. Luffy asks Apis if she wants to come with them, to which she replies that she would like to, but she will stay in the village to protect the Dragon's Nest. Usopp responds that the next time the Senin Ryu return will be in 1,000 years. She replies that surely she will not be able to see the next generation of Senin Ryu, but surely the kids of their kids will. The Straw Hats set sail and say goodbye. Then Usopp asks the rest of the crew if Apis will be fine, and Sanji, Luffy, and Zoro says she's going to be okay. The crew seem to be in the direction of the Grand Line, but the map that Nami is seeing seems strange to her. They discuss the possibilities, and Zoro does not believe the map is accurate. Nami gets the idea that a current might be what lets someone pass through the mountain by Usopp's phrase, and they go along with it. Nami spots what might be the entrance to the mountain, and Luffy orders Sanji and Usopp to set the rudder in the direction of what might be the entrance. The controller for the rudder breaks because of the strong current. Luffy jumps out of the ship and uses Gomu Gomu no Fusen so that the ship will not crash against the arcs that are along the entrance to the mountain. The caravel passes, and they almost make it to the end of the current, but Eric shows up and the pirates point out that any false move and Eric will tear the ship apart. Nami warns him that there's Dragonite beside him and he falls into the trap and she kicks his leg, throwing him into the current. The pirates then celebrate and think of their wishes except for Luffy as they enter the Grand Line. The next episode opens with the Straw Hat Pirates riding down Reverse Mountain to the Grand Line, and they are suddenly engulfed in a fog, and they don't seem to mind. Just then, Zoro hears a strange noise, though Nami says it's probably just the wind. Then Sanji claims he sees a mountain at the end of the path they were heading down. However, when the fog clears, they find out that it wasn't a mountain, it was a huge whale. At the rate they were going to hit it straight on and crash. Zoro tells them to try and head for an opening on the left, but Usopp says that the helm is still broken from before they arrived at the mountain. Zoro heads over to help, but then Luffy gets a good idea and heads down below deck. Meanwhile, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji are all trying to pull the helm in the direction they want to go, but it won't budge. They're all about to crash when suddenly Luffy fires a cannon. While everyone is shocked, Luffy asks if they stopped. While it did slow down, the ship still crashed into the whale, but the only thing broken was the head, to which Luffy was outraged, as it was his special seat. All the while, the whale didn't react at all. Luffy yelled out to make a run for it, while he still didn't notice them. While they were rolling past its eye, Luffy in a burst of fury punched it directly in the eye. After a few seconds, the whale finally looked down at them. Luffy kept shouting about how he'll kick its ass, the rest of the crew kept telling him to shut up. The whale then began to suck in water around its mouth, and with it the Straw Hats. Luffy fell overboard but grabbed onto one of the whale's teeth before it could hit the water. He then began to climb up the whale as the rest of the crew was swallowed alive. Luffy, who was now sitting on top of the whale, began pounding it and telling it to let his friends go, but the whale was beginning to submerge underwater. Luffy began yelling louder and louder until he finally noticed a door on top of the whale. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew found themselves in front of a small island in the middle of green waters with a clear blue sky overhead. Suddenly, a giant squid pops up out of the water, but someone or something that was apparently living on the small island quickly killed it. Nami wanted to go home, and Usopp wished Luffy were there. He'd know what to do. Nami then began to wonder what happened to him, and at the same time, Luffy found himself in some sort of passageway, very confused. Back at the small island, someone walked out of the house on the island and revealed himself to be an old man. The Straw Hats stared at the old man, and the old man stared back as he pulled in the giant squid and started to walk over to a chair and began to read the newspaper. Sanji yelled at him, telling him to say something. Usopp then blurted out that they'd give him a fight he wanted. Suddenly, a few dramatic shots are shown, and the old man suggests not to fight, otherwise that someone could die. Nami and Usopp panic at this, though Zoro and Sanji look calm. Then Sanji questioned who'd be the one dying, and the old man simply replied that he would be the one. Sanji started getting very frustrated with the old man, but Zoro calmed him down and tried talking to the old man himself. He asked them where they were and who he was. Suddenly, the same dramatic sequence happened again, and the old man replied by saying if they want to know something about someone, it's only proper to introduce oneself first. However, before Zoro could introduce himself, the old man already said his name was Crocus, and he's the keeper of the Twin Capes Lighthouse. He's 71.5 years old, a Gemini, and his blood type is AB. With this, Zoro got frustrated too. Crocus then goes on to say that this is his one-man resort, and that they were saying such rude things to him. Usopp again questions if they really are in a whale's belly. Nami begins to panic again for worried of being digested. Crocus then begins to go through the dramatic sequence again, but the Straw Hats tell him to stop doing that, with Crocus asking them to appreciate a good running gag. He then points out an exit doorway, to which the Straw Hats find strange. What is a giant door doing in a whale's stomach? And why is it on the sky? It was then that they realized that the scenery was painted on. Crocus admitted that that was his doing, as he liked having fun, to which Usopp started getting annoyed with him. Then suddenly everything started to shake and rock around, which Crocus saying that it started. It was then that Nami noticed that the island was actually made of iron and chained down. Usopp asked what started, and Crocus replied that the whale Laboon had started to ram against the red line. Nami came to the realization that the whale is in pain, remembering that it had many scars on it, and it belted into the sky. Usopp and Nami then came to the conclusion that Crocus might be trying to kill the whale from the inside out. Zoro, however, says that they should get out of there before the ship dissolves. Meanwhile, elsewhere inside the whale, two mysterious individuals were sneaking around carrying guns. The Straw Hats tried to reach the doorway, but the waves were too big. Just then, Crocus dived into the liquid and began swimming off deep into the stomach. Meanwhile, Luffy was beginning to get knocked around with the whale ramming into the mountainside. He fell into a tunnel with possibly the same liquid flowing between the two walkways. While Luffy was questioning what it could be, the tunnel slanted downwards and Luffy fell yet again. Meanwhile, back with the two individuals from before who revealed themselves to be Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, Mr. 9 commented that their infiltration so far had been a complete success. They stand on the other side of the same doorway, Mr. 9 saying that they need to eliminate the old geezer for the whale's sake. Miss Wednesday agreed, saying that their town needed the whale. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, Crocus emerged from it and began climbing up the side of the whale's stomach. Back on the other side, Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday are about to get through when Luffy fell on top of them, and they flew through the doorway and fell into the digestive juice. Meanwhile, Crocus walked off to the disclosed area where he kept a gigantic needle filled with sedative and injected some into the whale in order to make him stop. While he says this, he talks to the whale, saying that no matter how hard he hits the wall, he won't break through. Meanwhile, back with the Straw Hats, they saved Luffy along with two individuals, and Zoro asked who they were. Crocus then entered the stomach again, telling the two that they won't lay a finger on Laboon, the whale. The two said that killing the whale was their mission and they won't let him interfere anymore. They immediately shot two cannonballs from their bazookas in order to rip a hole in the whale's stomach, but Crocus ran over and took the cannonball dead on. The two began to laugh at him, saying that they'll just kill the whale to feed their town, when Luffy suddenly knocked them both out cold, saying that he just had to hit them. Later on, Crocus thanked Luffy for helping him, but Luffy said he didn't help, he just didn't want to see that happen. Nami asked who those two were and what they were doing inside the whale. Crocus explained that the two were from a nearby town and that they want the whale's meat, saying that Laboon could feed their town for 2 to 3 years. He also explained that Laboon is an island whale, which inhabit the West Blue and are the largest species of whale in the world. He also said that there's a reason why he keeps bashing his head against the red line and why he bellows at the mountain. He explains that he is a whale with a heart like a person, and the episode ends with him saying that he's been waiting for a certain group of pirates for 50 years. Crocus begins to tell the story of Laboon to the Straw Hat Pirates. He explains that Laboon has been waiting for a group of pirates for 50 years. 50 years ago, Laboon came along with a group of pirates known as the Rumbar Pirates. The pirates did not wish to bring the young whale into their dangerous territory and wanted to leave it in the West Blue, where it originally inhabited, but it followed the pirates on their journey. To Laboon, the pirates were like its own family. The Rumbar Pirates stayed in the Reverse Mountain for a few months to repair their ship, during which Crocus became friends with them. Once they were ready to leave on their journey, they asked Crocus to look after Laboon and left him in the care of Crocus, promising to return after 3 years. The captain of the ship asked Laboon to wait for them and promised him that no matter what happens in their journey, they would come for him and he's still their friend. The scene shifts back to the Straw Hat Pirates. They finally understand why Laboon has been bellowing and ramming his head against the wall. Crocus reveals that he is a doctor and has been treating Laboon's wounds from the inside. Luffy immediately asks him to become the doctor of his crew, to which Crocus declines, reasoning that he is no longer as young as he used to be. Crocus finally let them out of Laboon through a tunnel, and the Straw Hat Pirates briefly discussing the possibility of the Rumbar Pirates' death. Usopp declines on this possibility and believes that they are indeed alive and will come back. Crocus, however, says the pirates possibly ran away from the Grand Line and will not be returning back for Laboon. The Straw Hat Pirates further discuss the pirates running away and not fulfilling their promise coming back for Laboon, and question Crocus on why he did not tell Laboon about the pirates' betrayal, as he is perfectly capable of understanding human speech. Crocus tells him that he did indeed try, but the whale refused to listen to him. Sanji tells him that since Crocus himself got betrayed, Laboon should not be his problem anymore, but Crocus tells him that he is not going to let the whale die, as he has forged a certain relationship with it. Suddenly, Luffy breaks the mast off the Going Merry and strikes the whale with it. Laboon retaliates and begins fighting with Luffy. Luffy stops the whale and declares that it is a draw between them. Luffy labels Laboon as a rival and promises to have a rematch with him after they have completed their journey. He then asks Laboon to wait for him and not to heal himself, as they will be fighting soon. Luffy then paints a Jolly Roger on Laboon's face. Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9 escape from the Straw Hat Pirates' ship, but they drop their log pose, which Luffy picks up. They decide to return back to their boss at the time limit for their mission to be over. Suddenly, Mr. 13 and Miss Friday, the Unluckies, fly over them and drop a bomb. Nami discovers that the usual compass and common sense do not work on the Grand Line because of the magnetic fields of various minerals found on the Grand Line. Crocus says they need to have a log pose in order to advance on their adventure. Luffy reveals that he found a log pose on the ship. Crocus then tells him that the log pose readapts to the magnetic field of various islands and will point them in the right direction, which when followed eventually leads to Laugh Tale. Usopp questions if the One Piece is there, to which Crocus replies that only one man and his crew have ever reached there, the Pirate King Goldie Roger, and mentions that One Piece is a myth and no one really knows if it exists or not. Luffy reveals that they will know for sure when they reach there, so it does not really matter. When they're conversing, Luffy eats all the food and Sanji kicks him for not saving any for the others. The log pose suddenly breaks and Nami kicks them both. Crocus says that he would give his log pose for saving Laboon. Later, Laboon brings out Sanji, Luffy, Mr. 9, and Miss Wednesday out of the sea. Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday request to go on a journey with the Straw Hat crew to Whiskey Peak, their homeland. Crocus tells the crew to leave them be for trying to hurt Laboon, but Luffy agrees to take them to their hometown. The crew then continue on their journey to Whiskey Peak, and the episode ends with Crocus saying goodbye to the Straw Hat crew and remembering Goldie Roger. The Straw Hat Pirates travel along with Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9 and the Going Merry to get them to Whiskey Peak. Nami is surprised by the weather conditions on the Grand Line because it changes randomly and drastically. She tells the crew that they're heading in the wrong direction and the crew follow her orders so they can get to Whiskey Peak. The Straw Hat Pirates arrive at their destination while Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9 get off the ship and start swimming immediately after they see Whiskey Peak. Nami says that it's impossible to get off the island unless the log pose settles down. The people of the island welcome the Straw Hat Pirates, for which the Straw Hat Pirates are surprised to witness a town of pirate lovers. The Straw Hat Pirates enjoy themselves with the people of the town. Nami is encouraged to participate in a drinking contest for a reward from Igaram. Zoro also joins Nami in the drinking contest. Sanji gets in the company of beautiful women and Usopp lies to people about his adventures, for which people get impressed. Luffy eats to his satisfaction. Nami wins the contest by defeating the last contestant. After the party is over, Igaram reveals that the Straw Hats must be captured alive so that they can get the reward without the 30% reduction that they will get if they kill the Straw Hats. Zoro appeared on top of a building in front of the bounty hunters and reveals that he knew that they were pretending to be pirate lovers. Igaram and the others are surprised and say that Zoro must be killed. Zoro suddenly disappears instantly and everyone is surprised. The billions of the Baroque works, confused on why Zoro disappeared, start to look for him, when suddenly Zoro was right in the middle of the crowd, looking up at the roof he came from. The people around him started shooting, but they ended up shooting each other as Zoro once again disappeared. Mr. 8 commanded them to kill him because he was just one swordsman. Suddenly, Zoro is back to back with Mr. 8 and Zoro slides his sword through Mr. 8's hair. Zoro asks Mr. 8 if adding only one grave is enough. The billions found Zoro on Mr. 8's back, and as they were to shoot him, Mr. 8 shot them with his trumpet, fearing he would be shot too. It's revealed where Zoro was disappearing as he's been hiding on a wall. Mr. 9 was convinced that they had to deal with him themselves. Meanwhile, in the bar, Nami is awake and was not really drunk. She discovered that the welcoming town was a nest of bounty hunters. Outside, as Zoro attempts to test Yubashiri and Sandai Kitetsu, his two new swords, a billion on the roof of the building Zoro was hiding and found him and shot him. Zoro dodged the shot and went inside the house, but many billions were outside and started shooting him. He flipped a table and went behind it like a shield. He started using Yubashiri and cut the other people on the door. He appreciated its lightness. He went up a ladder on the roof to another building and found a billion with a bazooka who shot him immediately the instant he went up. But Zoro dodged it quickly. Miss Monday on another roof threw a barrel of wine at him and Zoro turned around and cut into 4 pieces. He said that the wine was wasted as the 4 parts of the barrel hit the billions behind him. Another billion attempted to hammer him from behind, but his other sword, Sandai Kitetsu, rashly responded without Zoro commanding it. Zoro is now convinced on why it's cursed. A child tried to attack him and lost, but his mother went to him praying to God for divine protection, and suddenly they put up a cross and smoke went out of its center. The nun and the child had easily lost as Zoro was behind them already, but he used the back of his sword. The billions went inside the bar and stepped on Usopp and Luffy. Usopp woke up but slept again, and asleep Sanji held his arm while they were spread out as he mistook it as a lady's arm. Nami is searching for treasure, but she only found a little. Zoro is at the very top of a building, and the billions thought that they cornered him, but as a billion climbed up the ladder, he flipped the ladder and jumped to another roof and did hawk wave to the billions there. Billions started jumping him, but he walked away and warned the billions that he cut a hole in the roof and the billions fell down. Zoro nearly got hit by a ladder because of Miss Monday. Miss Monday threw the ladder and wore her brass knuckles. She put Zoro down on the ground and did superhuman strength fist, punching him in the head. The roof cracked and the agent said it was the end. As they were about to walk away, Miss Monday screamed, and Zoro is seen holding her head with only one hand. Mr. 8 said the Marines must have made a mistake on the wanted posters, and they thought that Zoro was the captain worth 30 million. Mr. 9 tells Zoro that the lower the number of the codename, the stronger the member. With 3 of them given a single-digit codename, he told them that the billions he took out were not close to their strength. Mr. 8 tried to shoot him with a shotgun trumpet, and Mr. 9 went up while Miss Wednesday called for Karoo. Karoo put out his hand, thinking Miss Wednesday wants a handshake, but Miss Wednesday told him to come here. Miss Wednesday told him to run, but he sat instead. Mr. 9 is on the roof higher than Zoro's position and did Niketsu 9 Konjubat, flipping over while going down and brought out 2 black baseball bats. But with one sword, Zoro has the advantage. Zoro taunted Mr. 9 and he attempted to jump back to prepare, but instead he fell down because it was the edge of the roof already. Zoro asked if there was anyone better, and Miss Wednesday behind Zoro answered that would be her, calling Zoro Mr. Bushido, a warrior code of honor. She did Miwaku no Kosui dance, a luring perfume dance. Zoro knelt down because the perfume was very stinky, and Miss Wednesday brought out her Kujaki slasher, Peacock slasher. Miss Wednesday commanded Kuru to run, but he went straight past Zoro and fell to the ground. Mr. 8 tried to shoot him, but he dodged. At the same time, he went through a hole and went into the building. Mr. 9 woke up and did Katobase Shikomi bat, and one of his bats extended and tied up Zoro's arms. Miss Wednesday told Zoro not to move or Luffy would be killed, as Luffy is held still sleeping and Miss Wednesday's holding a knife. Cannon started to come out of Mr. 8's hair and shot at Zoro. Zoro dragged Mr. 9 and got shot instead and dragged Miss Wednesday and Kuru. He jumped at Luffy's very fat stomach and went up to the roof where Mr. 8 stands slashing through him. Luffy woke up wondering why he was outside but went to sleep again. As the Unluckies were going back to attack some escaping Billions, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine stopped them and instead attacked the Billions, bombing them. Mr. 8 and the others were found Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine and insulted on how pathetic they were. Mr. 9 thanked them, thinking that they were there to back them up, but their real mission was to eliminate the agents who were important members of a secret kingdom because he knows the boss's secret. Mr. 9 told them that he was not really a king and his crown was just his style, but they were referring to Miss Wednesday, who is currently the missing princess of the Arabasta kingdom. Mr. 8, now revealed to be captain of Royal Guard of Arabasta named Igaram, shot them with his cannons. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine were unharmed and told Igaram and Princess Nefertari Vivi, Miss Wednesday, that they're under arrest. Igaram, head security of Arabasta, continued to launch his assault on Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, who have both discovered his identity and that of Miss Wednesday. Royal Princess of Alabasta. Zoro observed the attack from the rooftop, musing about Luffy being trapped in the crossfire and having to go rescue him. As Igaram continued his attack, he yells for Vivi to escape, but she can only watch in horror. Amidst the smoke and gunfire, Mr. 5 launched a projectile at Igaram, who is promptly consumed in a powerful explosion as both Vivi and Mr. 9 both watch in shock. The smoke begins to clear and Igaram, severely injured, fell. Vivi calls out to him in terror, but was interrupted by Miss Valentine, who attacked Vivi after telling her it's useless. Vivi escaped with nothing but a broken hairband and attempted to launch a counterattack with her Peacock slashers on Miss Valentine, who promptly floated out of range while laughing and returned to Mr. 5's side. As Vivi sees, Mr. 9 expressed his amazement as his partner's royal status. Vivi promptly yelled at him for doing so in the midst of a dangerous situation. Zoro, meanwhile, took the chance to drag off a sleeping, still bloated Luffy. Igaram, somehow still conscious, begged Vivi to abandon him and escape for the sake of their home Alabasta. Mr. 5 proceeded to pick his nose while calmly stating that it's impossible for Vivi to escape. Enraged, Vivi drew her other Peacock slasher and challenged the Baroque Works agent. Before she can attack over, Mr. 9 stands between her and the pair of assassins. While admitting confusion at the situation, Mr. 9 recounts how long he and Vivi had worked together and told her to run as he buys some more time. As Vivi thanked him, Mr. 9 says his goodbyes and proceeds to charge at Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine with his acrobatics. Mr. 5 stated that all is required of agents is to do their job effectively as he pulled out a booger from his nose, chastising Mr. 9 for forming a friendship with his partner. When Mr. 9 attempted to attack, Mr. 5 aimed the booger and launched it at Mr. 9, which proceeded to explode and send Mr. 9 flying clear into the river. Vivi watched this in horror while Zoro observed in bewilderment. While Zoro was distracted, Igaram grabbed Zoro's leg, which surprised the pirate swordsman. Igaram stated that he has a most unfair request of Zoro but required someone of his strength. Igaram continued, saying that both the agents have devil fruit powers and that he, Igaram, was hopelessly outmatched against them. As such, Igaram begged Zoro to protect Vivi in his place. All the while, Zoro was struggling to get Igaram to let go of his leg. Miss Valentine laughed at the situation when Mr. 5 picked his nose, and Vivi hopped back on Karu's back, commanding him to run. Miss Valentine commented on this while Mr. 5 states that Vivi will not get far before chasing after her, Miss Valentine following right behind him. Despite his injuries, Igaram continued to beg Zoro to protect Vivi, promising riches in return for doing so. Zoro angrily refused, mentioning how Igaram and his group had just been attempting to kill Zoro. However, Nami interjected, having overheard the conversation from a rooftop and the mention of a reward. Nami stated that she will take the job, but only in return for 1 billion. Igaram was shocked at Nami's price while Zoro and Nami converse. Zoro expressed surprise that Nami was awake while she retorts that it had all been an act, not trusting a town that welcomes pirates. She then turned her attention to Igaram and said if he wanted Vivi to escape alive, he had better promise the reward of 1 billion. Igaram stated that his status prevented him from offering such a reward, but Nami retorts by emphasizing the danger to Vivi's life. Desperate, Igaram stated that while he cannot make any promises, the crew could negotiate a reward with Vivi herself. Nami mentions that this would require keeping up part of their deal, but Igaram pleaded desperately. Nami relented and proceeded to order Zoro to save Vivi, much to the swordsman's anger, saying that he's not going to get involved in Nami's schemes. Nami attempted to explain business to Zoro, but he refuses to fall for her explanation. Nami makes light of the situation while Zoro vented his frustration at her attempting to order him around just as she took advantage of Sanji. During their conversation, Luffy finally wakes from his slumber. Nami insults Zoro and says that he's just afraid of losing, while Zoro is quickly losing what remains of his patience. A bloated Luffy, still half asleep, walks by the two obliviously in order to find the facilities. Nami then brings up the loan she gave Zoro, but he counters by mentioning that he did not even spend any of it. Nonetheless, Nami counters by saying that he promised to pay her back in 300% interest, bringing his due to 300,000. Zoro is shocked that Nami expects him to pay her back when he did not spend any of the money in the first place, but Nami persists. She then proceeds to question whether or not Zoro can even keep one little promise, apparently hitting a sore spot, leaving Zoro shocked, furious, and silent. While Zoro grumbles about Nami dying a horrible death, he nonetheless relents and leaves to find Vivi. Igaram muses about his own apparent uselessness, but Nami confronts him by telling Igaram how strong Zoro is. Nonetheless, Igaram morbidly goes on about how Alabasta would be doomed if Vivi died, confusing Nami. Vivi and Karu continue to flee, with the intention of stealing a ship and fleeing back to Alabasta. A still bloated Luffy relieves himself in a river before intending to go back to sleep, but comes across the carnage that Zoro left behind. Vivi and Karu continue running away, but are promptly intercepted by Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Vivi and Karu run a different route and are met by Miss Monday, who explains that she can reach the ships by taking the path behind her, explaining that she will hold off Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine while Vivi makes her escape. Vivi hesitates, but Miss Monday explains that the loss to Zoro means punishment already awaits, so she might as well go down while protecting her friend. She then yells at Vivi to stop waiting around and flee, saying that otherwise Igaram and Mr. 9's sacrifices would be in vain. Vivi thanks Miss Monday before she and Karoo run away, leaving Miss Monday to face Mr. 5. While Mr. 5 muses about both her and Mr. 9's defection, Miss Monday remains determined to prevent them from passing. Miss Valentine mocks Miss Monday's resolve, while Mr. 5 rushes Miss Monday, calling her a disgrace. Miss Monday attempts to attack, Mr. 5 dodges and clotheslines her, causing a powerful explosion. Hearing the explosion, Vivi temporarily halts her escape to look back as her friend is defeated, seeing an inferno. She can only stare in utter horror as her friend got beaten. Vivi is shocked at the brutality, while Mr. 5 explains his powers are from the Bomo Bomo Nomi and he has yet to fail a mission. Miss Valentine then explains her own powers, originating from the Kiro Kiro Nomi. Miss Valentine then uses her powers to turn herself into a living missile and slam down on Miss Monday with the weight of 10,000 kilograms. Upon standing up, the pair condescendingly state that it's futile for Vivi to escape, and that she does not stand a chance. Vivi, however, remains determined to return to Alabasta and save her kingdom. Mr. 5 prepares to attack, but Zoro intercepts, saving a shocked Vivi. Vivi, believing Zoro still to be an enemy, prepares to attack him, but Zoro cuts Vivi's weapon and holds the edge of the blade at her throat, followed by explaining that he's there to help and she needs to calm down. Meanwhile, Nami and Igaram continue talking, with Nami questioning just what Baroque Works is. Igaram hesitates, but then explains that Baroque Works is a crime syndicate, specializing in sabotage, assassination, and bounty hunting, and so secretive that none of the agents know the boss's name or face, but will nonetheless act on his orders. Nami questions this logic, but Igaram goes on to say that Baroque Works' primary goal is to create a utopia, and that those who do their part get a higher standing in said nation. He then continues, explaining the codename and rank system within the Baroque Works. Ms. Valentine guesses that Zoro is the one who defeated all the lowly employees in Whiskey Peak, while Mr. 5 questions as to why Zoro would want to get involved in protecting Vivi. Zoro simply states that he has his own reasons, while Mr. 5 says that he'll have to eliminate Zoro for his interference. Zoro and Mr. 5 prepare to fight, but are interrupted by the shout of an enraged Luffy. While Vivi is confused, Zoro states that while glad to have Luffy's assistance, he can handle the attackers. However, Luffy proceeds to yell threats at Zoro, much to the swordsman's shock and confusion. While Zoro questions what Luffy could be asking, Luffy angrily explains how he came across the men Zoro fought and was tricked into believing that Zoro attacked unprovoked. Zoro attempts to explain, but Luffy ignores him and yells at Zoro to fight him. Vivi comments on Luffy's lack of intelligence to Karoo's agreement, while Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine discuss letting the two kill each other off. Zoro continues his attempts at explanation, but Luffy will not have it and attacks. Zoro dodges Luffy's assault while attempting to calm down his captain. Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 muse from the sidelines before deciding to return to their mission, eliminating Princess Vivi. However, Zoro kicks the bloated rubber band into the pair, sending the three of them flying. Having had enough interference, Mr. 5 explains his intention to kill both Luffy and Zoro, and he attacks Luffy while Zoro and Vivi watch from a distance. In the midst of the explosions, Miss Valentine flies up and prepares to attack Zoro and Vivi. Vivi tells Zoro to flee, but Zoro interrupts her. Luffy then steps out of the smoke, having digested the food that he ate and dragging a beaten and bloodied Mr. 5. Vivi is utterly shocked at Luffy's victory over such a powerful foe. Luffy turns his attention back to Zoro, who tries to explain the situation. Ms. Valentine floats above the swordsman and tries to explain her powers, but becomes quite angry when she finds she's being ignored. Luffy does not believe Zoro's explanation, based on the concept that enemies would not give them such tasty food. Zoro is done attempting to explain, and casually dodges Ms. Valentine's attack attempt and prepares to fight Luffy. While Vivi is confused, the crewmates charge each other, launching a Gomu Gomu no Bazooka and Onigiri respectively, the attacks cancelling each other out as the two grapple. Zoro and Luffy decide to test steel against rubber, and Zoro launches a Tatsumaki, flinging Luffy into the air. To Zoro's surprise, Luffy is able to launch a Gomu Gomu no pistol, landing a hit directly on him as they both slam into walls. Vivi ponders the situation as she and Karoo warily tread the battlefield before both Luffy and Zoro break out of the rubble and resume their attacks. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine observe the ferocious battle, Mr. 5 commenting that the pair are making fools of them on their own turf, and that Baroque Works will be shamed if they fail in their mission. The two charge headlong in a battle, but are promptly disposed of by the captain and Zoro for interrupting them. Having defeated Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, Luffy and Zoro turn back to each other, prepared to resume their own battle. Vivi and Karoo watch helplessly, still shocked that they beat a Baroque Works officer-agent pair so easily, but before they can strike their first blows at each other, Nami knocks them both silly. While Luffy finally understands why Zoro was fighting Whiskey Peak's denizens, Nami presses Vivi on a 1 billion contract to return her to Alabasta. Vivi says that it's unlikely that she'll be able to pay due to the brewing civil strife in her own kingdom. She had learned a few years before that Baroque Works was manipulating the populace of Arabasta for the purpose of usurping her father, the king. She asked Igaram, one of her closest allies, to help her infiltrate the organization to find out who was pulling the strings. She's reluctant to reveal who the leader is, and doing so would expose her and put her on his hit list. But in her growing nervousness, she inadvertently reveals who the leader is. Mr. Zero is Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. As she utters his name, the unlucky stand in silence, perched above them atop a brick wall. Mr. 13 makes composite sketches of Luffy, Zoro, and Nami, and they fly off. Nami is enraged by this turn of events, but shakes off out of anger for getting them into this. The princess repeatedly apologizes sincerely for accidentally telling them, saying it just slipped out, but Nami is not satisfied. While Zoro and Luffy are excited to potentially be on a Shichibukai's hit list, Nami laments being in such mortal danger the moment they enter the Grand Line. While they try to figure out what to do, Igaram returns. He has arrived dressed vaguely like Vivi and carrying 3 dummies, which are supposed to be the present Straw Hats. He will use Vivi's Eternal Pose to get straight to Alabasta and will act as decoy. He recommends that Vivi island hop to Alabasta while the Straw Hats using the log pose, making it harder for the Baroque works to trace them. Igaram says that before Crocodile became a world government sanctioned privateer, he had a bounty of 80 million, so he's highly dangerous. Luffy eagerly accepts the challenge, but shortly after Igaram sets sail, his ship explodes in a fireball even bigger than Whiskey Peak itself, incinerating the decoys and sending the Eternal Pose into the water. Angered, Luffy runs to the Going Merry to set sail. Nami quickly comforts Vivi, who presumes Igaram to be dead. She promises that her crew can easily handle Baroque works and they'll get her home. Luffy finds Sanji and Usopp, grabs them, and drags them to the ship. Vivi wonders where Karoo went, but he turns up on the ship already. While they prepare to sail, a woman in a cowboy hat says how foolish the decoy was. Vivi directs them down a river to get to sea, saying that Baroque Works has over 2,000 agents with several bases along the way to Alabasta. As dawn breaks, the Going Merry goes out into open water with a light fog. An unknown voice joins the ship and they see someone stowing away, the lady with the cowboy hat from the previous night. She compliments the Going Merry. Vivi instantly recognizes the woman as the vice president of Baroque Works and female partner of Mr. Zero himself, Miss All Sunday. She says that she ran into Mr. 8 just a bit ago, implying that she was the one that blew up his ship. Luffy wants to know why she is on the ship and who she is. Luffy asks if she's bad. All Miss Sunday says is that she allowed Vivi to follow her and find out who Mr. Zero was, intrigued by a young girl trying to save her kingdom but calling it ridiculous. Zoro and Nami draw their weapons while Usopp and Sanji hold her up. Usopp with a slingshot and Sanji with a pistol. Usopp notes that it's out of character for Sanji to threaten a woman, but he explains he sees her as a threat to Vivi. Miss All Sunday nonchalantly tells him not to point dangerous things at her, and suddenly they get disarmed. They realize that she is a devil fruit user of some sort. Sanji also, after seeing how beautiful Miss All Sunday is, predictably falls for her. Miss All Sunday says that she has no orders and has no reason to deal with them right now. She also reveals that she has heard of Luffy as she sneaks his hat off with her power. She then reveals that Nami's log pose is heading to Little Garden, home of one of the bases of Baroque Works. She tosses Luffy back his hat and gives Vivi an eternal pose that points to Nanimoma Island, an uninhabited island near Alabasta. It'll bypass all their bases and supposedly allow Vivi to get safely home. Although Vivi thinks about it, Luffy crushes the Eternal Pose without second thought. He tells Miss Sunday he will not allow an outsider to determine his crew's course. Luffy also says he hates her because she exploded Igaram's ship. She responds by saying that she likes Luffy's spirit and that they should meet again someday if they make it through Baroque Works. She then departs, riding a large sea turtle. Vivi collapses, frustrated by Miss All Sunday's ambiguous nature. The others clue Usopp and Sanji in on what was going on as they continue their journey. Elsewhere, Miss All Sunday wonders how the Straw Hats will fare when they get to Little Garden. A quick view of an island foreshadows with a jungle, a tiger, and an enormous footprint relative to the tiger in the jungle. The Going Merry suddenly stops because the wind ceases to propel its sail. Vivi comments that time is running out as they speak. Luffy interrupts Nami to exclaim it's time to fish, and Karoo seems to like that idea. Sanji asks if anyone has seen the bait, and Luffy responds that he ate the stuff in there while pointing at the bug with his eyes. Sanji points out that they were bugs, while Luffy grabs the last one with only 2 of his fingers. While he has the bug halfway in his mouth, he says they taste good. Sanji adds that they cannot fish now because he ate the bait. Luffy brings out an object and says that they can use it for bait, and Sanji replies that you cannot catch anything with that. Luffy points at Karoo and asks what about him. Sanji answers that it sounds okay. Luffy and Sanji start chasing Karoo around the mast while Nami and Vivi watch. Suddenly, they step on Zoro's forehead while he's asleep. Zoro consequently gets mad. Nami gets angry and Sanji comments that she is lovely when she gets angry. Nami remembers all the big names Luffy has beaten because Vivi thinks it's strange that he has a 30 million bounty. Nami mentions that Luffy defeated Arlong, Pirate Fleet Commodore Don Krieg, and Captain Kuro. Zoro then adds that she forgot someone and Nami speaks the name of Axe-Hand Morgan. Upon mentioning his name, Luffy remembers about Kobe and the sail catches wind. Then Luffy states after Nami asks that he is his friend. A scene goes to a town with 3 marine ships and Kobe commandeering them. He then starts telling Luffy that he's achieved his dream of becoming a sub-lieutenant. Suddenly, a gigantic watery Morgan emerges from the ocean and is about to chop Kobe with an axe when another gigantic Luffy stops Morgan's arm. Luffy throws the giant Morgan and the view starts to shine with glitter. Then Kobe faints and the scene goes to reality where Kobe falls above Helmeppo, who's sleeping below him, and wakes him up. Helmeppo gets mad and everyone that was asleep gets angry because they're so noisy. Kobe is a chore boy along with Helmeppo. A marine soldier tells them that they enlisted without any qualifications, resulting in them being chore boys. Ironically, Kobe is still enthusiastic and doing whatever he can, while Helmeppo gets mad at Kobe for volunteering to do more jobs and slacking at doing the chores. They then go outside to clean windows, and Helmeppo is as usual slacking again, remembering his old days when Morgan was still a captain. It's clearly seen in the flashback that Helmeppo greatly depended on Morgan's terror, because when he spilled his own cocoa, he scolded the soldiers and made them reminded of his father. He then thought that him being a chore boy was Luffy's fault as he stripped his dad's position. Kobe told Helmeppo that blaming someone will not change anything, even your fate. He told Helmeppo that it's a sign of being weak, also emphasizing his reliance to his dad. When Kobe told Helmeppo his dream about being a marine officer, Helmeppo disbelieved him, telling him that it's impossible, but Kobe said he will still do it when he saw how Luffy lived his life, and he would risk his life accomplishing it. They fought on the roof about the probability of their dreams and their cooperation, and some marine soldiers gathered around the building. They suddenly fell and landed on crates as a cannon beside the crates turned and shot its cannonball, hitting a building nearby. As punishment, they would not get any money for 50 years, and they went to eat where Rika and her mom store. They say that they escaped from them. Rika brings out a newspaper that said that Luffy escaped from Smoker and from Loketown, and Kobe discovers that he had reached the Grand Line. On the ship, Marine soldiers are guarding Morgan as he's going to trial. Helmeppo and Colby are on the ship, and upon seeing him, both of them get scared. The captain tells them that their mission is to escort him and give him to Vice Admiral Garp's custody so he'll go for a court trial. Helmeppo and Colby are cleaning swords and cannonballs, and Helmeppo tells Colby that he respected his father. Helmeppo says he wanted to be like his father, but he knows he went too far abusing his position. Helmeppo starts crying and wonders why he's crying. He asks Colby if his dad will be executed, leaving Colby unable to answer. Garp's ship finally arrives, and Helmeppo and Colby go out to see him. Garp is wearing his dog hat. When they give Morgan to Garp's custody, Garp briefly falls asleep. The captain shouts at him, but he shouts back, telling him that he can hear him. He says that he hasn't slept for 5 days and that he's reached a new record of donuts, having eaten 842 without stopping. Garp falls asleep again, but Morgan slashes him and breaks his chains, getting Helmeppo as a hostage. He says that he does not need a son and that he wants freedom. Morgan sails with a small boat, still holding Helmeppo, and the soldiers are prepared to fire a cannon. Colby stands in front of the cannon and stops them from shooting. He tells him that his friend is in the boat. He swims in order to reach the small boat, and Garp wakes up as if nothing has happened. He yawns, stretching his arms. He puts his hand down, smashing the cannon, and tells him that the commotion woke him up. When someone tells him that they thought he was killed, Garp understands that someone, not him, was killed, and they must have missed it when he was sleeping. He asks where the victim is, and upon realization, he looks at his slashed chest and jokingly tells him that it was him. Morgan commands Helmeppo to turn due west, and Helmeppo refuses as he cannot take it anymore. Helmeppo says he will arrest Morgan, but Morgan punches him and asks if he knows who he's talking to. He asks what he can do alone, and Colby climbs up on the ship, letting him know that he's not alone. Colby tells Morgan to come along quietly, and he will arrest Morgan too. Garp looks at them through binoculars while eating a donut. The boys are easily defeated. As they're fighting Morgan, Morgan grabs Colby and gets ready to hit him. As he's about to hit him, he throws the two away instead, as they're not worth killing. Helmeppo says they'll let Morgan escape today, but someday they will cross paths again, and he will surely capture him on that day. When they get back to the ship, the Marine soldiers apologize because they let the criminal escape, and it was due to their negligence of not stopping Colby. The captain says they will dismiss the two of them because of their actions. Garp says he has no choice but to tell them to go with him to Marine headquarters, and tells them that if they do not like it, they can run away. With that, Colby and Helmeppo sail with Garp and are now headed to where Luffy is, the Grand Line. The episode starts, and Usopp is fantasizing and talking to himself about how everyone in Little Garden will welcome him. Then Zoro, who is on the lowest deck, grabs an apple from a barrel full of them, takes a bite out of it, and asks Usopp if he's an idiot. Usopp responds to Zoro by yelling that he could hear what Zoro just said while kicking the bottom part of the barrel that he was sitting on. Nami yells at them both to keep quiet and apologizes to Vivi. Vivi keeps explaining to Nami why there are no islands, but it's easy to hit reefs due to the elevated corals, presumably on the Grand Line. While they're speaking, the scene goes to Sanji, who's cooking, and suddenly Usopp shows up through the window of the kitchen and smiles, probably due to Sanji's food. Sanji lets the girls know that dessert is ready, and when he's serving it, Usopp shows up between Nami and Vivi. Sanji, in a mad way, lets Usopp know that his food is over there. Later, Sanji asks the girls where Luffy is, and Nami replies that she asked Luffy to draw water for her because she wants to take a shower. She then says Luffy must be at the water drawing machine. Sanji comments that no wonder he's been quiet all that time. Immediately after, a loud noise comes from a room and Luffy has to come out of it. Luffy then adds that he was just using the machine and suddenly it broke and Nami punches him in the head. After that, everyone except Usopp is seated around a table, and when Nami's reading the newspaper, Luffy sees an image where Kobe appears and asks Nami to tell him what the article says. Kobe and Helmeppo are amused by the amount of work the Marines seem to do in the Marine headquarters. Then both of them are hiding in an alley, and Helmeppo talks about giving up because the work seems so hard for him to keep up with. Kobe tries to encourage him to persevere because Helmeppo said to his father that he will surpass him no matter what. When he talks about why they should not run away, Vice Admiral Garp shows up behind them. Suddenly they're both afraid of what Garp will do to them. Kobe tries to justify his saying that by clarifying that he and Helmeppo will do anything that Garp orders, and then they're prepared to die. The scene then changes to the seafood restaurant where Rika and Ririka are talking to the Marines in charge of Shellstown. Rika lifts up a bank, bringing it close to a Marine, presumably the one in charge, and starts hitting him in the head with his two fists. She complains about how she would have liked to spend more time with them. She also adds that she was learning to cook in order to prepare them a tasty lunch sometime. You can see her face crying before you watch two sprouts in flower pots, presumably as an analogy about how much room for growth Kobe and Helmeppo have, since they have joined the Marine HQ. Then the scene goes to Kobe and Helmeppo washing the floor as Helmeppo complains about how doing chores make him a Marine. It's also notable that Garp is watching over them, so they wash faster. When night has set, you hear Kobe and Helmeppo's chat. Helmeppo comments how Vice Admiral Garp was called Garp the Fist and was quite feared by everyone. He then talks about how he wants to become stronger, faster, and has to build his body over the nights. Kobe disagrees with this idea since you'll likely overwork your body because you still have to sleep. Helmeppo doesn't listen since he's already going downstairs. Kobe joins him too. It looks like they've been training hard for a long time. One day they're talking about Luffy and Garp listens to them. Garp takes them to the beach, tests their mentality, and they pass his test. Garp gives them a special training and they appear to be following it. The screen goes back to the Straw Hat Pirates and everyone is asleep except for Nami. Nami watches Vivi as she sleeps and stores the newspaper in a drawer. Luffy gives the order to set sail to Little Garden while asleep, and the boys of the crew agree with him. Also while asleep, Luffy asks if it'll snow again, and Zoro responds there is no way it would. Luffy says to Zoro that it does snow, but he didn't notice it last time because he was asleep. Luffy asks Vivi if she thinks it'll snow, and she answers that the first sea that they were at was special since the magnetic forces mess everything up. She also warns the crew never to underestimate the Grand Line Sea as an ironclad rule. Vivi gets mad about how everyone is acting, not taking anything seriously enough. Sanji leaves from the kitchen having prepared 9 drinks for the crew. Nami assures her that when things get rough, they know how to handle it. Vivi realizes that she's right when a colossal dolphin attacks them, making everyone rush to their stations to outrun the gigantic threat. After that, the crew see the mysterious little garden island shrouded in fog as everyone gets excited to encounter their second island on the trip of the Grand Line. The scene goes to Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, who are seen on Cuca Island. While Mr. 3 is preparing himself an Earl Grey tea, they discuss the downfall of Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Mr. 3 talks to Miss Golden Week about how Mr. 5 is just an idiot with devil fruit powers who is overconfident in his position. He then states they will teach whoever defeated Mr. 5 the terror of making a criminal organization their enemy. Returning to the crew, they remember what Miss Allsunday said about the island, stating that they will all be dead before they reach Alabasta. The crew gets restless as they see more of the island, but keep on going due to the lack of food materials. As they enter the island, Sanji gets attacked by a gigantic bird, signaling that the island is not normal at all. To reassure that notion, a huge tiger prowls beside the boat and then keels over with blood. Luffy then demands to visit the island, and Vivi comes with him because she does not want to dwell on her problems. So Luffy, Vivi, and Karoo depart after Sanji has made a pirate lunch for the 3 of them. Zoro decides to take a walk, and Sanji asks him to get some edible-looking animals to bring back. Zoro makes a smart remark and challenges Sanji to see if he can get the bigger animal than him. Sanji, furious with this, embarks onto the island to get more kilos than Zoro, and Zoro responds by saying that they will complete for tons. Creeped up with the noises, Nami realizes she remembers something about Little Island in a book and starts searching for it. Luffy and Vivi find a shellfish that looks like a squid just as the sound of giant footsteps are coming from behind. At the time being, Sanji nearly gets eaten by a T-Rex. Zoro encounters a Triceratops and wonders if it's edible. Luffy and Vivi also find a dinosaur, but this one is a Brachiosaurus. Vivi then realizes what's happening on the island, saying due to the Grand Line being so dangerous, nothing has been able to migrate from the island, preserving the unique ecosystem that Little Garden has. Nami tells Usopp about what inhabits the island just as a giant mysterious figure is seen inside the jungle. As Nami and Usopp see someone gigantic approximating the Going Merry through breaking trees in the forest, they start crying. A giant comes out and asks Nami and Usopp for alcohol. Nami responds that the only alcohol they have is for cooking and disinfection. The giant screams in pain because he got bitten by a T-Rex from the back. He chops the T-Rex's head and introduces himself as Broggy, claiming to be the strongest warrior of Elbaf. He also calls Nami and Usopp as guests, but frightened the two play dead. Elsewhere, Luffy and Vivi are exploring. Luffy comments the view on the top of the Brachiosaurus and says he wants to have lunch in there. Luffy then starts to play along the necks of the Brachiosaurus and gets eaten by one of them. A giant slashes the neck of the dinosaur and catches Luffy with his hand and tells him he's been watching him. The giant introduces himself as Dory, Elbaf's strongest warrior. Luffy introduces himself, Vivi, and Karoo before Dory invites him to his home. Broggy takes Usopp and Nami to his place where he's roasting dinosaur meat to treat them as his guests. They, however, fear to be eaten themselves and try to escape through the jungle. Either way, after being chased by larger and larger predators, they end up at Broggy's feet. Back to Dory, he tells Luffy, Karoo, and Vivi that he's engaged in a duel that has lasted 100 years. Whenever the island's central volcano erupts, the two face each other in combat. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine join forces with Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, who plot to earn the giant's huge bounties. Usopp, who is immensely impressed with the giant's fight, decides to strive to be like them and starts calling Broggy Master. After their fight, which, like thousands before it, ends in a draw, Dory receives 2 barrels of alcohol from Broggy, which he obtained from Nami and Usopp. When Dory later drinks it and it badly injures him from within, he accuses the Straw Hats. Left with no choice, Luffy fights the weakened giant and knocks him out. Unbeknownst to the crew and giants, the contents of one of the barrels had been rigged to explode. However, by the time of the next eruption of the center volcano, Dory gets back up and heads into battle, knowing his chances to be low. Ignoring the fact that he's badly injured, Dory puts a gigantic rock on top of Luffy to prevent him from interfering in his fight. Then the two giants meet and start to fight once more. Zoro finds Nami in the middle of the forest, but he suspects it's not alright. Nami finds Luffy, but she's immediately attacked. Usopp, left alone in the forest, screams in panic and runs till he reaches Vivi and Luffy. Vivi suspects that Baroque Works is responsible for the disapparitions and for the sneak attacks with the barrels. Mr. 3 in fact has planned to make Broggy defeat Dory, and some minutes later it really happens. Broggy, not knowing the help he received, bursts into tears. Mr. 3 immediately blocks his legs with a strange substance. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine reach Dory's base, bringing Karoo with them. They found him and hit him repeatedly. The two officer agents quickly defeat Usopp and Vivi. After explosively beating down the still-trapped Luffy, Mr. 5 and his partner take Vivi to the Giant's duel site, where Mr. 3 is busy further restraining Broggy with his wax. After that, Mr. 3 creates a large cake-shaped pedestal upon which Vivi, Nami, and Zoro are placed. On top of the pedestal, he creates a rotating platform upon which he places several large candles which spray wax over his prisoners, slowly turning them into wax figures. He then explains to Broggy how he manipulated their duel, causing the Giant to burst out in anger and break his restraints. However, before he can completely free himself, Mr. 5 knocks the Giant out with several explosions, and Mr. 3 renews the restraints. Meanwhile, Karoo digs Luffy out from under the rock. The bird, Luffy, and Usopp arrive on the scene just as Zoro attempts to free himself by cutting off his legs. Mr. 3 decides to fight Luffy because he suspects that Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine are not strong enough, so he orders them to defeat Usopp and Karoo. Mr. 3 blocks Luffy's feet with his wax, but the young pirate uses it to destroy a portion of the construction that's killing Zoro, Nami, and Vivi. While doing this, the wax around his feet breaks, but the transformation of his friends in the statues accelerates. Luffy tries again to destroy the giant candle service set, but Mr. 3 defends his creation with some candle walls. Even Usopp tries to destroy the giant candle service set with an exploding star, but it's eaten by Mr. 5 without any problems. Luffy defeats Mr. 3 and so he can free his friends, but he decides not to do it. Miss Golden Week in fact has used her ability, Color's Trap, to hypnotize him. Luffy is standing on paint, which orders people to betray their friends. Vivi uses a trick to make him go and stand outside the symbol, but then Mrs. Golden Week draws another symbol on his back and Luffy starts to laugh. Usopp and Karoo, running away from their pursuers, hit Luffy and partially delete the symbol. Luffy is now free from the hypnosis, but immediately victim of another one that blocks him from saving his friends. Usopp runs away from Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine and comes back to Luffy, but it seems like it's too late for Zoro, Nami, and Vivi. Once back at the pedestal, Usopp finds Luffy drinking tea with Miss Golden Week while their friends are already completely covered in wax and their time is running out. He burns Luffy's shirt, upon which Miss Golden Week has painted, using a flaming projectile. Luffy again himself attempts to destroy the pedestal but is interrupted by the returning Mr. 3, who creates himself a candle champion. Usopp is finally struck down by Mr. 5's explosive shots but is still able to make Karoo run around the pedestal, dragging behind it a rope, which Usopp soaks in flammable oil just as Miss Valentine begins to crush him with the intent of doing so fatally. Luffy then grabs Mr. 3 by his burning 3-shaped hairdo and uses it to inflame the rope, burning the large wax structure and freeing the others. As they emerge from the flames, Miss Valentine's wicked smile turns to horror as she sees Nami and Vivi freed and is defeated, and Zoro makes quick work of Mr. 5. Luffy and Karoo chase after Mr. 3 and his partner and defeat them respectively. Meanwhile, Sanji stumbles upon a candle house, which is Mr. 3's hideout. Suddenly, in the house, Sanji receives a call via a Dendenmushi from Mr. Zero. Once Sanji realizes that he's talking to Mr. Zero, he pretends to be Mr. 3 and convinces the warlord that he's eliminated Vivi and her Straw Hat escort. During the conversation, Crocodile's messengers, the Otter and its partner the Vulture, called the Unluckies, arrive to deliver an eternal pose leading to Alabasta to Mr. 3. They attack Sanji but he kills them. To justify the noisy interruption, Sanji tells Mr. Zero that one of the Straw Hats was still alive. Crocodile tells him to return. After the conversation, he orders Miss All Sunday to order Mr. 2 to intercept and eliminate Mr. 3 en route. While Bragi mourns the apparent death of Dory, creating a rainfall of tears, Dory suddenly wakes up, much to the shock of everyone. Dory concludes that after 100 years, Bragi's axe had gotten dull and only blacked them out. Using the eternal pose to guide them, the crew sets sail. Dory and Bragi see them off and thank them. They use their worn-out weapons to kill the Island Eater as it attempts to feed on the Going Merry. After killing the Island Eater with Hakoku's sovereignty, the weapons of the two giants break and they try to remember why they were dueling for about 100 years until their signal for battle activates. It's then revealed that they were captains of a crew of giants who battled anyone who opposed them. After they each killed a Sea King, a little girl asked them which one was stronger. This caused the two to head a little garden and compare sizes, and they remained on the island and dueled to decide which one was bigger ever since. Back on the Going Merry, Usopp starts talking about how he'd like to go to Elbaf someday, and Luffy agrees to that, so they dance while singing until they almost fall overboard. Meanwhile, Nami starts to feel tired and asks Vivi to watch the eternal pose leading to Alabasta for her. Vivi then remembers that she must not die if she wants to save her kingdom. Sanji gets out of the kitchen telling Vivi not to push herself too far as she has him, and then he offers Vivi and Nami some appetizers and asks for their beverage of choice. Luffy, Usopp, and Karoo's mouth are watering, and Sanji, in a mad way, tell them that theirs are in the kitchen. Zoro is seen in the back of the Merry doing half-ton weights and saying to himself that he's weak and he could not save anyone from the giant candle service set. On Sandy Island, an alarm sounds to let Mr. 2 Bon Clay know that the crew is ready to depart. Back on the Merry, Nami's condition gets worse and she suddenly faints after telling Vivi that she was going to lay down. After talking with Vivi, Sanji, Karoo, Usopp, and Luffy, Nami gets out of the room pretending her condition to be okay. Nami asks Zoro why he didn't watch the pose and alert her to the change in course. She predicts that an atypical wind will catch their way if they keep going straight. Zoro orders the crew to change direction and the pirates save themselves from a cyclone. While it's snowing, Nami is in bed and Vivi is taking care of her as Sanji and Karoo freak out. Zoro sees a man standing in the sea and lets Luffy and Usopp know. The Blight King emerges from the water and the Blight King pirates board the Going Merry, surrounding Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and then Sanji when he comes out. Wapol is seen eating a meat stick, but instead of a stick he uses a sword. He also eats the sword and the crew is surprised. A member of the Blight King Pirates reveals Wapol ate the Baku Baku no Mi and he can eat anything. Luffy gets mad about the fact that Wapol starts eating his ship and starts to fight. The crew backs him up except for Usopp and the pirates retreat after Luffy sends his captain flying with a Goma Goma no rocket. As the Blight King Pirates retreat, someone keeps yelling for them to remember them. A flashback of a marine ship several days earlier is seen. A subordinate informs Captain Smoker about a signal being intercepted. Smoker calls Tashigi and they listen to parts of the conversation between Mr. Zero and Sanji. Smoker and Tashigi discuss the plan and go to Arabasta. In the Merry, Luffy tries to cheer Nami up but fails. The crew drops anchor for the night as they cannot navigate without Nami's instructions during the night. Everybody is asleep in the room where Nami is and suddenly she wakes up and sees almost everyone and smiles and then lays down again. At the same time, Sanji is on the top of the ship making guard. In the morning, Usopp starts hammering and Sanji wakes up. Vivi explains that the climate may be cold because an island is nearby. She then proceeds to explain the island climatic types. Sanji spots an island and notifies the crew. When they finally arrive to Drum Island, the people of the town are threatening them. Dalton orders the crew to raise their anchor and leave the island, but a villager shoots to Sanji and misses. Sanji's going to fight back, but Vivi interposes and she gets shot. After Vivi's been shot by a villager on Drum Island, Luffy enrages and prepares to attack the inhabitants. Vivi quickly hugs Luffy and tells him he's not qualified to be captain because not everything needs to be resolved with fighting. Karoo is watching over Nami. Luffy calms down and apologizes to the people on the island. Dalton empathizes with the crew and orders them to follow him. Vivi smiles to Luffy because the people understood and Luffy compliments her. Usopp, Vivi, Sanji, carrying Nami, and Luffy are following Dalton and the inhabitants of the island when they encounter a hiking bear, and Usopp tells everyone to play dead. Everyone there simply passes along the hiking bear after bowing. In the Mary, Zoro comments on how his legs are fully healed now. Later, he's seen without a shirt talking about training while Karoo is amazed. Dalton introduces Bighorn to the visitors and tells everyone that whoever is not a guard can return to their house. Negikuma Marina asks how things went bad after she heard they were pirates. Dalton invites the visitors to his house and tells him to use a bed. After that, Nami is seen laying on it while Vivi covers her. Dalton introduces himself as the captain of the security squad of the island. He feels as if he has seen Vivi before, but Vivi nervously answers by telling him it's probably just his imagination. She changes the topic by asking him to tell them more about the witch, since Nami's temperature is at around 42 degrees Celsius. Dalton talks to the visitors about the Drum Rockies and how at the top of the tallest mountain there's Drum Castle, where there's no longer a king, but it's where Kureha lives. Luffy decides to wake up Nami because he's going to climb the mountain while carrying her. After hearing him, Nami agrees to the idea. Sanji decides he's coming too, and everything is set. Dalton advises the two to climb the mountain by the other side because there are Lapons on the main course. After Luffy and Sanji have departed, Usopp and Vivi watch them leaving and stay inside. Dalton, after seeing their concern, decides to join them. He then talks about the country and how they were known as an advanced medical nation because of the skilled doctors that inhabited there. It turns out that the country was attacked by 5 pirates months ago. The captain of the crew called himself Blackbeard. Some people thought that the country was being destroyed was better for its sake, as it contributed to the destruction of the Drum Kingdom and its king, Wapol. Luffy and Sanji are seen running through the slope of the mountain when they're chatting, but a Lapon keeps attacking them because they keep dodging his attacks. Sanji gets desperate about this and kicks him, sending him flying. Sanji and Luffy encounter a big herd of Lapons. Dalton keeps talking about the past situation of the kingdom. The Blighting is seen and Chess is on top when he sights Drum Island and notifies the captain of the Blighting pirates. Sanji and Luffy encounter a herd of Lapons. While under attack, Sanji tells Luffy not to attack nor be struck by the animals, as Nami would receive the impact too. Sanji uses Flanchet shoot on a Lapon. At town, Kureha treats a sick boy by doing a little operation and giving him antibiotics. She then charges a fee of food, beverages, trash bags, and 50% of the restaurant's assets. After the boy awakens and gives her his thanks, she decides to make a 1% discount on the fee. Zoro is outside the ship training his body to resist the cold while Karoo is watching covered in a blanket. Zoro invites Karoo to join him, but he refuses by shaking his head with his eyes closed. After he opens them again, he does not see Zoro and thinks he might have drowned in the river. Karoo nervously jumps off the ship to save him while Zoro comes out of the water commenting how nice the dive was. Back in the wilderness surrounding the Drum Rockies, Sanji and Luffy are hindered by the persistence of the rabbits. On their way to Cocoa Weed, Dalton talks about the former king and how he was a subordinate of his reign and how Wapol formed the Ishi-20 while restricting the access to doctors from the country. After seeing Vivi's anger just afterwards, Dalton comes to the conclusion that Vivi is indeed a princess he has seen before. Zoro got lost while wandering in the woods, but he encounters Kureha and Chopper. He asks if she can give him a ride to the next village, but Kureha kicks him in the face for calling her old and leaves. Zoro then speaks about training his muscles in order to get warmer. At the coast of Drum Island, the Blighting pirates arrive. As Kura Marimo holds a citizen captive, they have beaten the watchmen. Wapol is then seen riding on Robson. After Chess informs the status of the Drum Castle, Wapol's crew begins to mobilize, but then they change course as the Going Merry is spotted. Usopp and the others are speaking to some people in Cocoa Weed, and someone says that the doctor went to Gasta. A badly injured watchman informs the arrival of Wapol to Dalton. Luffy and Sanji find themselves in the middle of an avalanche caused by the Lapons. Luffy, while carrying Nami, and Sanji are trying to escape from the avalanche. While they're running, Sanji spots a cliff and tells Luffy that they need to get to a high place. Both make it to the cliff, but the avalanche reaches them anyway. In different towns surrounding the Drum Rockies, some people prepare for the upcoming arrival of Wapol as they follow Dalton to Bighorn. Vivi and Usopp are riding a sled to get to Gasta, but they miss the sign. In Bighorn, Wapol is eating buildings while being accompanied by his Blighting pirates. Kuromarimo informs Wapol that the Straw Hats are searching for a doctor because one of their members is sick, and that Kureha has been living in the Drum Castle while he was absent. Dalton arrives to Bighorn, jumps and slashes Wapol's chest. Wapol is quickly operated by the Ishi-20 and stands up again. After failing to convince Wapol to leave the country, Dalton transforms into a bison-human hybrid. 2 persons in Wapol's crew comment and compliment each other at the Ushi-Oshinomi model bison. Luffy continues his journey to where the mountain is, but he gets intercepted by Wapol and his men. He decides to ignore the king, but is persecuted by his 2 subordinates. The Lapon he saved before and its group come to the rescue and they try to attack Luffy. They held back Wapol so Luffy could get away. Once he reaches the mountain, Luffy starts climbing it. Vivi rescues Usopp after both were swallowed by the avalanche. They start walking until they encounter Zoro, who is buried in snow. In the mountains, the Lapons have all been defeated by Wapol and his 2 followers. Zoro, Vivi, and Usopp arrive at Bighorn and they see a commotion. Zoro identifies the soldiers that do not know the citizens on Earth Dalton as the pirates that attacked them before. He then attacks one of the soldiers and takes his coat and shoes. The soldiers try to take down Zoro, but he defeats them all after stealing 3 of their swords. After that, one villager thanks Zoro and everyone starts digging in the snow to search for Dalton. Usopp decides to help too. After immense struggling, Luffy finally arrives at the top of the mountain, where Chopper helps him. Inside the Drum Castle, Kureha and Chopper tend to the weakened guests. Chopper figures out that Nami's sickness must be due to a bite of a Kestia, being confirmed by Kureha. Inside a room, Nami finally awakens and meets Chopper, who is scared of her. Nami finds herself surprised as the strange creature she met when she woke up is able to talk. It appears to be worried about her health, but acts scared and clumsy. Dr. Kureha calls him Chopper. She informs Nami, whose fever has gone down, that her sickness was caused by a disease-carrying bug bite, and it would have killed her in 2 more days. Because of the severity of her sickness, Kureha tells Nami that she has to stay for at least 3 more days in order to recover. In the meantime, Chopper looks after Luffy and Sanji in another room. He remembers their arrival at the top of the mountain. Sanji had several injuries, and Luffy was wearing his usual clothes, so he suffered from insufficient heat. As Kureha inspected Nami, Luffy grabbed Kureha's arm, telling her that they were his friends. While Chopper is lost in this memory, Luffy awakens hungry as usual. Chopper, who sees that Luffy wants to eat him, gets scared again. Sanji also starts to wake up and scares Chopper even more. Both chase after him, stopping for a moment when they see Nami. As they continue chasing Chopper, Nami asks about him, and Kureha tells her that Chopper is just a reindeer with a blue nose who ate a devil fruit, the Hito Hitonomi, enabling him to speak and walk around like a human. In the meantime, Chopper transforms into a bigger and more muscular version of himself in order to break up from his pursuers. Kureha also mentions that she taught Chopper everything about medicine. At the foot of the mountain, Wapol and his 2 followers, Chess and Kuromarimo, are still on the search for Luffy to get their revenge. In the village, which was buried by the avalanche, everybody except Zoro digs into the snow in search for Dalton. When they find him, he appears to be dead as he has no pulse. Luffy and Sanji, who lost track of Chopper, are in the same room with Kureha. Luffy asks her to join their crew as they still need a doctor on board. After another attempt at hunting down Chopper, both are being chased away by Kureha and discover that the castle is filled with snow. Chopper stays with Nami, who asks him to be the crew's doctor. Later on, Kureha tells Nami that convincing him will not be easy. She explains that Chopper had a difficult past because he was born with a blue nose. After he had eaten the devil fruit, he became even more difficult than the other reindeer. Being hated and feared by both reindeer and humans, he was left all by himself. When Luffy and Sanji went to close the gate in order to prevent more snow from entering the castle, Chopper transforms into his muscular form to stop them. Sanji realizes there's a nest of birds which would fall if the gate was closed. They stop without a fight, but call Chopper a monster because of his abilities and appearance. This causes the reindeer to leave while he's crestfallen. Nevertheless, Luffy likes Chopper's strangeness and wants him on his crew. Chopper is in a laboratory when Luffy enters the room, causing Chopper to throw the laboratory glassware. Chopper is able to catch every single piece of glassware while the materials are falling. Luffy starts tickling Chopper because he wants to see if Chopper releases the materials. The captain then asks Chopper to become his friend and join his crew, but Chopper refuses and runs away. Sanji enters the room where Nami is resting and brings a meal for Nami with him. When Kureha enters, Sanji calls her madam and she kicks him. Meanwhile, Luffy is chasing after Chopper and Kureha, but when she hears the term Nakama, she proceeds to tell a story about the only friend Chopper had. Years ago, Hiruluk escaped from Wapol's soldiers due to the doctor hunt. He coughs and spits blood into his hand. Inside a house, a man is sick and his wife tries to convince him to beg Wapol for the Ishi-20. Hiruluk appears through an explosion of smoke and tries to treat the citizen, but he refuses. Hiruluk injects him with a drug obtained by a frog's essence, and the man turns green and starts to croak. The soldiers arrive at the house, and Hiruluk escapes through a broken window. On his way, he encounters Doctorine, and they have a chat until the soldiers spot them. The quack then runs into Chopper, who is badly injured by gunshots. He tries to tend to Chopper's injuries, but the moment he brings out his tranquilizer gun, Chopper hits him. Chopper tries to leave, but Hiruluk grabs his attention after he gets naked, trying to prove to him that he will not do him any harm. Chopper wakes up in Hiruluk's place and starts to feel hungry. He then grabs some bread, and in the second bite, he starts to cry. After 3 days, Chopper talks for the first time. Hiruluk asks why he did not talk before, and Chopper explains he did not want to talk because it's not ordinary for a reindeer to talk, so he might get scared. The quack and Chopper visit the village once in a while, always getting kicked out. The reindeer and the doctor get into a fight after finishing. Chopper says that it was his first time fighting with someone. Hiruluk then gifts Chopper a hat and begins to tell a story about a sick man, a miracle, and cherry blossoms. One day, Hiruluk kicks Chopper out of his place, shooting at him after he's outside. The doctor asks Kureha how many days of life he has left, and Doctorine tells him that he only has 10 days left. Hiruluk leaves Kureha's place and claims that he will show Chopper that anything is possible. Luffy is locked in a room by Chopper, but he steals the keys and is able to get out. After Luffy starts chasing Chopper again, he suddenly stops because he smells Wapol is nearby. Kureha keeps telling the story of Chopper's past. Chopper is running through the woods when suddenly he crashes into a tree. Then he remembers a day that he heard Wapol's soldiers talking about a mushroom that could cure all diseases, requested by the Ishi-20. He proceeds to enter Hiruluk's place in order to search for the book where the mushroom is depicted. After finding the book, he takes on a journey to find the Amiudake. During his voyage, he encounters a herd of reindeer. One of the reindeer bumps him with his head, and after standing up again, Chopper fights back. Later, he finally finds the fungus, but the herd is back to where he is. Hiruluk is experimenting in his laboratory when the door opens, and he's amazed as Chopper enters extremely beaten up. With an eye closed and a broken leg, he delivers the miracle cure to his friend. The quack kneels down to him and hugs him as he cries, telling him that he'll become a great doctor because of his kind heart. After the quack doctor eats the mushroom soup, he goes to town and orders Chopper to rest. In the town, soldiers are restricting access to Drum Castle because Wapol ordered to say that all the doctors at the castle were sick. Kureha arrives at Hiruluk's cave where Chopper shows the mushroom he fed. A horrified Kureha beats Chopper and tells him that the mushroom was poison. The reindeer tries to deny this, but Kureha assures him that she's right and tells him that there's no medicine that can work for all diseases, and that's why doctors exist, and being kind is not enough to save people. Kureha further explained that Chopper needs medical skills and the training to use them. Realizing what he did, Chopper starts crying hysterically as a saddened Kureha calls him a poor fool. Hiruluk arrives and throws 2 bombs at the guards. He then orders a guard to take him to the top of the mountain where the castle is. When he reaches the castle, Wapol reveals that he lied about the Ishi-20 being sick because it was just a trap for him so he could be executed. Meanwhile, Chopper is running towards the mountain in order to save Hiruluk, but he arrives after the doctor made him himself explode. Dalton stops an enraged Chopper because if he fights, he would only end up dead. Dalton affirms that he would carry on with Hiruluk's legacy. Because he rebels in front of Wapol, Dalton is locked up. Back in the present, Luffy spots Wapol and the others on the top of the mountain. Chopper lets Kureha know too of their arrival. Chess lets Wapol know of a flag flying on top of Drum Castle. Luffy uses Gomu Gomu no pistol on Wapol, sending him flying, but is rescued by his subordinates when he's just about to fall down the mountain. As Luffy goes for clothes into the castle, Sanji protects Kureha from an afro thrown by Kuramarimo. Kuramarimo keeps throwing afros to Sanji. Even though they pose no apparent danger, they stick to their foes by static, so when Chess fires an incendiary arrow, the afros start a fire. Luffy borrows Nami's jacket, and with the help of Sanji, they throw an attack on Wapol. The former king, displeased, turns himself into Baku Baku Factory and eats Chess and Kuramarimo. He then releases Chess Marimo and shoots the Jolly Roger of Hiruluk. Luffy is able to catch the flag and raises it again with the help of one of the sleeves of Nami's coat. Wapol shoots him again, but he does not flinch, leaving the flag waiting. Luffy plants Hiruluk's flag on top of a tower and propels himself towards Wapol and Chess Marimo. He then asks Chopper if he'd be able to handle Chess Marimo by himself, and he responds by saying it would be a piece of cake. Chopper takes a rumble ball out and consumes it. He starts fighting with Chess Marimo that just got out 2 bows with incendiary arrows. He shoots the arrows, but Chopper is able to dodge them. Chess Marimo then gets out 4 wooden hammers, and Chopper explains how he can now use 7 forms because of his drug. He's able to break 2 hammers with his hooves, and he claims that they're strong enough to break through rock. Chess Marimo then gets out 4 axes and starts attacking the reindeer, which he only dodges. Chopper spawns the weak point of Chess Marimo with his enhanced brain point and punches him there after dodging an attack. Luffy's been watching Chopper's fight, but everyone loses track of Wapol, who enters Drum Castle. Meanwhile, the Ishii-20 are able to retrieve Dalton after regaining the trust of the citizens. Dalton tries to save the town, but he's very weakened. Usopp volunteers to carry him, but he can barely stand the weight. Zoro helps him out and heads towards the mountain. As Luffy races back into Drum Castle to fight Wapol, Chopper tells Dr. that Luffy said he was his Nakama. Inside the castle, Nami gets a coat and prepares to escape, while Kureha is occupied, wanting to get back onto the sea and get Vivi back to Arabasta. She walks out of the room only to catch sight of Wapol, who immediately guesses that she's one of the Straw Hats. He chases her onto a ledge, but gets stuck in a stairway. He uses Baku Baku Factory, Slim Up Wapol, to eat himself and become slim. However, the moment he tackles Nami to consume her, he gets a kick in the face from Luffy. Nami conks him over the head for damaging her jacket, as it cost her 28,800 after bargaining. She tells him that he now has to pay her 100,000 for it. Wapol reaches the doorway to the castle armory, which he has a key for. His plan is to eat all the weapons of Baku Baku Factory to become a human weapon, and when he reaches his key, he finds that it's gone and runs up the column stairway to find Luffy chasing him. Nami is disappointed as she swiped that key hoping for it to be a treasury. Sanji, still debilitated by his re-injured back, crawls back to Nami, realizing she's not injured. Wapol is determined to retake his kingdom and get his revenge. He gets to the top dome of the castle and uncovers his ultimate weapon, the Royal Drum Crown 7-shot Blaking Cannon. Luffy arrives and Wapol tries to fire the cannon at him. It makes some noises but shoots nothing. Wapol tries to trigger after a couple times, but it appears the cannon's empty. All that comes out are snowbirds that are nesting inside. As Chopper waits outside for the battle's final outcome, the villagers are assembling at the base of the drum ropeway, which is also Dr. Kureha's house. A gondola is taking some soldiers along with Zoro, Usopp, Vivi, and Dalton. Usopp wonders if Dalton should have come at all since he's still recovering from his injuries and hypothermia, but he's determined to see Wapol defeated and his kingdom destroyed. Back at the castle, Luffy grabs Wapol, saying the battle is over and that what he is does not matter since he's a pirate. Wapol says assaulting him is a crime against the world government, which the Drum Kingdom is a part of. He opens his mouth wide to eat Luffy, but Luffy's rubber fingers stretch around it. Wapol turns his tongue into barrow cannon to shoot Luffy. On the drum ropeway, Dalton remembers how Wapol captured most of Drum's doctors, and his ministers claim that his government did not need to be good to its people. Dr. Hiruluk changed that opinion for him. He reveals he has dynamite, which he will use to destroy the castle once they get there. Dr. Kureha asks Chopper if he's worried about Luffy. Chopper responds that he does not need to be worried since he's a pirate. Sure enough, Luffy is unharmed by Wapol's cannon and uses Gomu Gomu no bowgun to fire Wapol upward, getting him stuck on top of the dome. He sees Hiruluk's flag on another spire of the castle where Luffy replanted it after he tried to shoot it down. Kureha tells Chopper that the end of the Drum Kingdom has finally come. As Chopper remembers Dr. Hiruluk, Luffy tells Wapol not to mess with the flag if he's not prepared to take the consequences. Ignoring pleas from Wapol, including making him the Vice King, Luffy uses Gomu Gomu no bazooka to launch Wapol far away from the island. The drum ropeway gondola arrives at the castle. Luffy pounces Zoro and Usopp from the top of the castle, at first thinking Zoro was one of Wapol's men because he was wearing one of their coats. He then tells Vivi that Nami and Sanji are fine. As Dalton makes his way off the gondola, Luffy says he was beating up a king, and Dalton realizes Wapol has been defeated. He also adds that the reindeer beat up Wapol's ministers. Dalton notices Chopper, who's hiding behind a tree, and then remembers him from the ambush in Dr. Hiruluk. Realizing Chopper has always been fighting for them, he bows to the reindeer, thanking him and vowing him that the kingdom will be reborn. The other villagers arrive and identify Chopper as a monster. Dalton tries to stop their fear as Usopp also cries out that he's a monster. Luffy tells them not to call Chopper a monster as he's their new crewmate. Chopper runs off and Luffy gives chase. Hiruluk swore that he would somehow make cherry blossoms bloom in Drum Kingdom, a miracle he was certain would save the nation. Kureha was skeptical, but Hiruluk was certain that the vision would save his people, just as he was convinced they had saved him. In the present, Chopper is sitting atop the Drum Castle following the end of Luffy's fight with Wapol, contemplating his time with the Doctor and thinking of his Jolly Roger. He also remembers how Hiruluk once told him that he should go to sea someday, so he can see how small his problems really are. He is soon found by Luffy, who resumes chasing Chopper to make him part of his crew. Dr. Kureha rounds up the wounded, including Dalton, Sanji, and Nami, and returns them to a room. She deals roughly with Sanji's back, which he re-injured in the battle. She then asks Dalton for the key to the castle armory. Dalton says that Wapol would have had the key, and it's likely that it went flying along with him. Nami speaks up, eager to negotiate terms of payment. She asks Kureha to waive payment and let her and Sanji go immediately. Kureha demands all treasure on the Going Merry and that they remain for 2 more days to fully heal. Nami then reveals the key to the armory, which she swiped from Wapol during the encounter. Kureha takes the key and waives payment. Although she says they have to remain in the castle, she tells Nami that she has some coats in a closet. She also says that Sanji's treatment is complete, permitting her to leave with him if she so chooses. Chopper finally returns to the roof, thinking he gave Luffy the slip. He thinks that it's best not to join the pirates. He then hears Luffy call out to him from below. Zoro and Usopp are convinced that Chopper does not want to go, but Chopper actually does. Chopper finally jumps down and confronts Luffy as Nami and Vivi drag Sanji out from the castle. Chopper tries to explain that he can never be on Luffy's crew because he's a reindeer, blue-nosed, and a monster, even though he really wants to be a pirate. As he invites Luffy to return sometime, Luffy cries out to Chopper to shut up and come with him anyway. Chopper is moved to tears, finally having friends who do not care that he's different. The others smile except for Sanji, who's still unconscious, and Zoro, who says that yelling "shut up" is not the way to invite someone. The Straw Hats give Chopper some time to say goodbye to Kureha, while Usopp also gets the drum ropeway ready. Kureha's in the armory, supervising the soldiers moving the cannons outside. She returns to the room, finding only Dalton is there, who confirms that the others have left. Chopper finds her there and tells her that he's leaving to become Doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. She berates him, accusing him of having no gratitude for her training. Chopper says that he is every bit a man as a reindeer, but Kureha starts to throw her ornamental arms at him, saying that he will only ever leave if he passes through her. Chopper runs away, with Kureha chasing him through the castle. As they run, Nami wonders about the commotion growing in the castle. Chopper goes up to Walk Point and hitches onto Kureha's sleigh. Kureha yells at him as he pulls out of the castle that he's following a crazy fantasy just like Hiruluk. Chopper thinks that she is wrong because Hiruluk completed his research before he died. He calls out to the Straw Hats to get into the sleigh, arriving right when Usopp finishes preparing the ropeway. The nearby villagers look into the sky to find an apparent reindeer flying. In reality, Chopper is running down the ropeway with Kureha's sleigh and the Straw Hats towing Luffy behind. Chopper contemplates happier times during his medical training as he runs away. Sanji comes to as they get to ground and run for the shoreline. Kureha watches from the top of the ropeway and Dalton joins her. She says that her pet simply ran away and she simply does not look goodbyes. She tells Dalton to join her by the assembled cannon so she can give Chopper a send-off. Chopper wonders if Hiruluk completed his research or if he was just lying to make Chopper feel better at the end of his life. A flashback shows Hiruluk explaining his research to Kureha. The people outside the drum castle fire the cannons, leaving the villagers to wonder if the battle is resuming. Chopper stops and watches as something incredible happens. Hiruluk explains that the dust he created would color the snow, turning it to a pink color. Fired above the mountain, it makes the mountain look like a gigantic sakura tree, with the snow looking like falling petals. Kureha still does not understand what Hiruluk was thinking. Upon seeing the fruition of his father figure's work, Chopper bursts into tears. The people in the kingdom are moved as well as Kureha bids Chopper one last farewell. As they sail away from Drum Island, the Straw Hats gaze with wonder at the Sakura effect over the island. Usopp wonders why Chopper looks so distant, sitting on a railing as if lost in thought. The others are not worrying about that. Sanji says that his first trip as a man is a rite of passage. His thoughts are on Hiruluk and Kureha. It doesn't take long before the horseplay begins, with Luffy entertaining the others with his nose chopsticks trick. Soon the boys try to get Chopper in on the fun, with Usopp offering him a drink, Sanji inviting him to sing along with them, and Luffy offering him the nose chopsticks. He crawls away, still feeling a bit overwhelmed by all the attention. Nami gets Chopper's attention and tells him that his new friends can get a little out of hand occasionally. Chopper starts to warm up to the thought of actually belonging to a group of friends. Vivi is doting over Karoo, who she found frozen in a river. Zoro jokes by saying that he probably fell. Chopper asks Karoo about himself, and he finds that he jumped in after Zoro, thinking he was in trouble. After hearing this, Nami hits Zoro. Chopper reveals that he can talk to animals. Nami is amazed at this skill in addition to his medical skills. The others ask what she means by medical skills, and they find out that he was trained by Dr. Kureha to be a doctor. Luffy just thought they were getting a cool talking reindeer with 7 transformations. Sanji just thought Chopper was emergency food. At this point, Chopper remembers his medical bag, thinking that he left it at the island. Nami then holds up his bag, telling him that it was inside the sleigh. Chopper does not remember packing it, but remembers that Kureha must have put it in there, anticipating his departure. Nami gets annoyed as the boys resume in their revelry. She then finds Chopper trying out the nose chopsticks. As things get crazy, Usopp proposes a toast for the new crewmate. Chopper then says that he has never had this much fun before. Back on Drum Island, Kureha and Dalton continue to talk. Kureha says the real miracle of Hiruluk's cherry blossoms was sending Chopper out on his own. Dalton begins talking about his plans now that Wapol is gone. He wanted to leave to atone for his past working with Wapol, but he has since determined that he can atone better by helping to reform the kingdom. Kureha thinks he has what it takes to lead the new country. Dalton then remembers an incident 10 years years before involving Wapol at Levely. He remembers being impressed by Vivi's father as the king of Arabasta, Nefertari Cobra. The subject is Revolutionist Dragon, and Wapol is highly disinterested in the proceedings. King Cobra calls out to him for his dismissive attitude, and Wapol gets mad. Afterward, Wapol gets his revenge by hitting Cobra's daughter and pretending it was some sort of accident. She got up, smiled, and forgave Wapol for the accident in public. Not long after, Dalton caught some sight of her crying with Igaram over the pain. He greatly respected the child for the dignity she carried herself with. The Ishi 20, who were previously commissioned by Wapol, pledged their allegiance to Dalton, begging him to allow them to help the country. Someone runs up and hands Dalton the wanted poster for Luffy. He says that a week before, a young man entered Robel. He noted that oddly it did not snow that day. The young man was looking for Blackbeard but missed him. He then presented the man a wanted poster, saying he was looking for a guy wearing a straw hat. He was asked that, if Luffy showed up, to tell him to look for Ace and Arabasta over the next 10 days. The man is then run off when it's found out that he skipped out on a bill at a nearby restaurant. Recognizing the name on the wanted poster, Kureha mentions that the Will of D is still alive, revealing that the previous pirate king's name was actually Gold D. Roger. The next day, Chopper is sitting on the bow of the Going Merry with Luffy, wondering at the vastness of the ocean. Suddenly, a giant bird flies over and Luffy calls out to it. The bird starts to fly towards the boat head on and swoops just above the bow, grabbing Luffy. Chopper freaks out, thinking Luffy had just been eaten. Zoro tells Chopper to calm down, saying that he should not worry about Luffy unless he actually calls for help. Surely enough, Luffy grabs the giant bird's beak and uses Gomu Gomu no Propeller to bring it down. While the other guys are mad that he interrupted a card game, he presents the bird as fresh meat for Sanji to deal with. Chopper thinks the adventure was incredible. Nami then comes back, telling the guys they will be at Arabasta soon. The Straw Hats get Chopper caught up on their current mission, returning Vivi to Arabasta so they can prevent a coup by Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile is abusing his authority as a world government privateer with his Baroque Works crime syndicate to undermine the kingdom. Vivi describes the group's structure, with the 5 officer agent pairs under Crocodile, the 8 frontier agent groups below them, and the billions and millions subordinates throughout, a total force of about 2,000 men. The crew then reasons that, if Crocodile's goal is indeed to seize control of Arabasta, then he must be mustering the full strength of Baroque Works in the area to assist in his coup. Luffy seems eager just to beat up Crocodile. Mr. 2, Bonkure, has arrived in Little Garden and is punishing his navigator. They've been tasked with assassinating Mr. 3, but somehow missed him. They head to Arabasta to resume their mission. Meanwhile, at Baroque Works headquarters, Crocodile and his Baroque Works assistant, Miss All Sunday, discuss the growing threat of the pirate attacks on Arabasta. Papu's ship is docked at the coast of Nonohana, and his Jolly Roger is waving. His pirates are looting the place while causing a fuss. Pell, Chaka, and some men are riding horses heading to Nonohana. Suddenly, Crocodile appears on top of a building and a woman spots him. He catches the attention of everyone in the place, and a lot of people start to call out his name, including Papu, who recognizes him as one of the Shichibukai. Crocodile says he just came to get the head of Papu, but the pirates tell him not to underestimate them. Papu tells him that he sold himself to authority and that he's the world government's dog. As he gets down from the building, Crocodile says that anyone who does not wish to die should lay on the ground. While Crocodile lands on the ground, Papu and his crew stab him, however they're unable to withdraw their swords. Crocodile raises his arm, and an upside-down twister starts to form. After the twister dissipates, the pirates are seen dead, covered in sand and dehydrated. The soldiers arrive when Crocodile is already leaving. In the Elabarna Palace, Chaka is presenting the information of the Papu pirates' invasion to Nefertari Cobra. Meanwhile, the Going Merry goes through water vapor caused by an underwater volcano. The Straw Hats fish out and save Mr. 2 from drowning whilst inside the fog. While waiting for his ship, Mr. 2 demonstrates his Mane Mane no Mi Devil Fruit ability of being able to clone anyone whose face he touches with his right hand. He's able to clone everyone except for Sanji, who is in the kitchen searching the storage area for something to cook with the hungry crewmates. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper are fascinated with this power obtained through the devil fruit he ate. During this demonstration, Vivi notices that Mr. 2 has cloned her father, Cobra. Sometime later, the ship of Mr. 2 arrives to rescue him, and everyone's surprised to learn that he's actually an officer agent of Baroque Works. Since Mr. 2 was able to clone them, they wrap bandages around their arms so they cannot confuse any of them, and Mr. 2 decides to disguise as one of them. As the Straw Hats arrive at Arabasta, Nami expects everyone to be on their best behavior. However, Luffy immediately runs off to get food, separating from his crew. The crew then notices that Mr. 3's ship is docked nearby, and Vivi remembers that the ship moves by the means of Mr. 3's Doro Doro no Mi. Vivi says that she and Karoo cannot go into the street since most of the citizens would recognize her immediately, so Usopp comes up with the idea to walk through the streets while hiding under a blanket. After walking through the streets being concealed under a blanket, they manage to get to a safe place. Vivi says that she plans on going to Yuba, where the rebels' base is, but the only safe way for them to travel is by crossing the desert, so they decided to go stock up on supplies. Sanji and Chopper are the only ones that Mr. 3 has not seen, so they go off to buy the supplies. In the middle of the desert, Luffy finds himself lost, but then sees smoke in the distance and thinks that the smoke is coming from a restaurant. Sanji and Chopper are buying the supplies they need, but Chopper notices a strange smell which makes him feel uncomfortable, and Sanji tells him that it's called perfume. Sanji is distracted by the beautiful women on Arabasta, and Chopper cannot bear the aroma, so Sanji tells him that he would take care of the shopping and runs off yelling for the women. Chopper's exhausted by the heat, so he decides to rest in a truck with enough shade to cool down. He decides to take a nap until Sanji returns, but after he falls asleep, the truck starts to travel with Chopper inside. Luffy stands in front of the building that had smoke coming out, but much to his disappointment, he thinks it does not look anything like a restaurant. Luffy sees a pile of bags filled with green powder and comments that it tastes awful after trying a little. He then puts all the bags into the incinerator. While the bags are being burnt, Luffy notices the smoke coming out of the chimney turning into a faded green color, and then the dark clouds start to appear. Rain starts falling from the clouds, and a man inside the building realizes the rain and rushes outside. The man starts getting upset since it was his great ambition. Luffy apologizes and says that he could simply buy it again, but the man says that it's very difficult to get and accidentally reveals that the sale is prohibited, making Luffy realize that the old man is a criminal. While Chopper wakes up, he's confused and panics because the truck is moving. After that, the truck stops and it arrives where Koza is. Inside a room, a man coming to Koza has a short talk with him and says that the rebel army will charge Arabasta. While Chopper's nervous, Matsuke helps Chopper escape. Chopper asks the camel why he helped him escape, and he replies by saying that it makes him look cool. Chopper thinks that the camel is weird but fun. Chopper then goes back to Nanohana by following the aroma of perfume. Luffy is sitting along with Kamanagi, whose face is swollen. Luffy asks the man what the powder was for, and he replies that the green powder is called dance powder, also known as rain calling powder. It goes through a complicated process to artificially make rainfall. He then goes on by saying that Arabasta has fought against drought since ancient times, and they were not able to use dance powder since it's prohibited by the world government, and that the rebellion is one of the outcomes of the drought. Sanji and Chopper come back from shopping, and they now plan on going to Yuba. Vivi says that this will be a scorching hot journey, and they will put all their strengths into it. However, they suddenly realize that Luffy is missing. In Nanohana, a young man previously shown in Drum Kingdom is shown walking the town. A salesman approaches him claiming to have a magical golden apple, but he refuses to buy it. Chopper and Usopp overhear the offer, but Nami and Zoro stop them from being conned after Zoro finds an associate painting them. Zoro notices the other man asking if people in the town have seen Luffy, using his wanted poster. He's directed to the Spice Bean, where the owner knows many of the townspeople. The present Straw Hats wonder why he's looking for Luffy. Zoro notices the tattoo on the man's back and knows he's not a bounty hunter. He then sees Tashigi elsewhere in the town, dressing a shopkeeper down for overpricing swords and hides. Smoker appears carrying several captured small-time pirates. He's sure Luffy will show up in Arabasta and has Tashigi take the defeated pirates to the royal army. Zoro wonders where Luffy ran off to. He's wandering across the desert and starts running when he sees a town nearby, hunger driving him to find food. At the Spice Bean restaurant, patrons are gathered around the young man seen earlier, who is face first in a plate of food. They believe he has dropped dead mid-eating and suspect he was bitten by a venomous insect. Suddenly he wakes up, wipes his face off, and resumes eating. He tells everyone he just fell asleep. Shortly after, he falls asleep again. After waking up, the man asks Yoshimoto if he's seen Luffy. They're interrupted by Smoker, who noticed the earlier commotion. He identifies the young man as the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas D. Ace, startling those present. When asked why he's here, Ace says he's looking for his brother. Luffy is running through Nanohana, tracing the scent of food. Smoker says he's not here for Ace, but will go ahead and try to capture him. Suddenly, Luffy uses Gomu Gomu no rocket to launch himself towards the Spice Bean. He rams Smoker and Ace through the restaurant's rear wall and the walls of several adjacent buildings, and demands the restaurant owner make him food. While Luffy's chowing down, Ace and Smoker are on their way inside the restaurant. Ace apologizes to a family for disturbing their meal. Smoker identifies Luffy, but it takes Luffy a second to remember him from their encounter before. He stacks all the remaining food in his mouth and runs with Smoker chasing him. The owner notes that neither Ace nor Luffy paid for their meals. Luffy knows he cannot beat Smoker, so he goes looking for his crew. Smoker sees Tashigi and orders her to look for Straw Hats as he pursues Luffy. As she runs, knowing that Luffy's in town, she thinks it's likely for Zoro to be there as well. Smoker asks Luffy why he's in Arabasta, to which he responds that he came to beat up Crocodile. Smoker asks him how they're connected, but Luffy disappears. On the other side of town, Nami, Zoro, Chopper, and Usopp catch back up with Sanji, Vivi, and Karoo, and tell them that the Marine is present. They hear a commotion, and Luffy soon runs to them, with Smoker on his tail. Smoker is interrupted by Ace, who uses Kagero to halt his attack. White Blow. Luffy recognizes Ace and is surprised that he is a Devil Fruit user now. Ace tells him he ate the Mera Meranomi. He then tells Luffy to run and says that he will hold Smoker off. Smoker asks why Ace is helping the Straw Hats, and he says a big brother has to help his little brother. Luffy tells his crew that Ace is his brother, to their shock as they make their getaway. Ace starts fighting Smoker while his crew's running away to the Going Merry. As they flee, Nami asks Luffy if Ace is really his brother. Luffy confirms this and tells him his name. A bifurcation is in their way, and Nami tells everyone to follow her, but Luffy goes the other way as he was seeing his brother fight. The Straw Hats arrive at the ship and carry all the supplies, only to notice that Luffy's missing. Luffy is sitting on the barrel that he was carrying inside the alley, but he does not know where his crew went. Ace greets him from the top of a house in the alley, and he comes on down. They start arm wrestling on top of the barrel Luffy was sitting on, but after struggling, the barrel breaks and the water inside it scatters. They both agree that they're equally strong. Ace invites Luffy and his crew to join the Whitebeard Pirates, but Luffy declines. On Smoker's ship, Mr. 11 is left alone tied to the mast. Some Billions get on the deck, and Mr. 11 asks him to untie him. They explain that as Billions, they are candidates to be promoted to officer agents. Mr. 11 asks them to untie him again, but they shoot him. The Billions get off the ship, and someone informs them that Fire Fist Ace is in town. One of them then comments that if they were to take down Ace, they'd surely be promoted to officer. Luffy and Ace start searching for Luffy's crew, but as they walk, the Billions start to surround them without being noticed. After they're gathered, everyone comes out. Luffy and Ace do not care what they say and keep on walking, but the Billions start a fight. After Luffy sends the leader flying with Gomu Gomu no Bazooka, one of the Billions tells his comrades not to be scared by that, and everyone keeps chasing them. Luffy spots his ship and stretches his arms in order to reach for it. He enters the ship ramming towards Sanji and Chopper. Ace reaches the ship in his boat, but then they spot the 5 Billions ships coming towards them. Ace tells Luffy he can handle them, gets in the boat, and starts propelling it with the help of his flames. He then jumps over a ship where he lands, launches a Hiken, destroying the 5 ships consecutively. Smoker is talking to Tashigi and asks what Nefertari Vivi was doing with the Straw Hats. Tashigi proposes that perhaps she was a hostage to a major scheme, but Smoker does not think so. He thinks this is unlikely since she was getting along with the group as if she was one of them. He says that something big is going to occur and that he may know where they're heading after Luffy told him that he only wanted to beat Crocodile. Crocodile. Usopp, Luffy, and Chopper in the Going Merry are toasting for Ace joining the Straw Hats, but Ace tells him he's not joining them. After that, he explains he's in search of Blackbeard after he killed one of his crewmates. He also explains that he's heading to Yuba, and Nami tells him that they're going to the same place. Vivi proceeds to explain the route, and after that, they toast for having a fun time together. Citizens are gathered outside of the Alabarna Palace waiting to see the king. The guards start to push them when Nefertari Cobra comes out and tells them that everyone who wants to speak with him can come inside. He cannot solve their problems right now, but he can hear and empathize with them, and he tells the people that he will make the kingdom great again, even if it costs him his life. After that, he goes along with Pell and wonders about where and what Vivi is doing. In the Going Merry, Luffy and Usopp are playing with the wet rice, and Sanji hit them in order to tell them not to play with their food. He then says if they have nothing to do, they can wash the dishes. He then says he has to pack lunches, and Ace tells him that he can give him a hand, but Sanji declines because Ace is a guest. Usopp and Luffy start washing dishes, but Sanji quarrels with them because they're doing it in the bucket where the mop goes. Zoro is training his swing with weights while Chopper is feeling the breeze made by his training. Vivi asks Nami if they can stop, as she has an important task for Karoo. They're outside the ship on a shore, and Vivi asks Karoo if he can deliver a letter for her father, even though he has to cross a desert by himself. In that letter, she's written all the schemes Baroque works are on. Karoo accepts and departs rapidly. At the same time, Vivi tells him to administrate his water. On the back part of the deck of the ship, Ace suggests to Zoro that Crocodile might have a deeper goal than just usurping the throne. Crocodile lights a cigar and talks to himself about his views on Arabasta, the kingdom of sand, while Miss All Sunday starts walking towards him. She then informs Crocodile that the billions ships that were at the port town of Nanohana have all been wiped out, and that they're confirming the information just as they speak. Crocodile tells Miss All Sunday that they have to get more volunteers to billions than they've ever had before, but if someone's trying to get in his way, crush them. Miss All Sunday responds that she has already sent the Arimaki runners to contact the others. The Straw Hats arrive at the desert, and Chopper comments that he bets it will be hot. Nami answers by telling him that it gets over 50 degrees Celsius in the desert. Sanji sees that Nami and Vivi have full clothes now and cries out to them why did they change. Vivi tells him that any exposed skin in the desert will result in a sunburn. Sanji then starts rolling on the deck as the others exit the ship. Zoro is going to drop the anchor when he sees figures inside the water. Kung Fu dugongs get out of the water, and Luffy thinks they're seals, but Vivi screams what they are. Usopp tries to fight one of them, but is defeated. Luffy defeats one, but Vivi explains that if you win, they become your pupils. Luffy starts training with them, and they want to follow him afterwards, but Vivi tells them that they cannot cross the desert. Chopper comes up with the idea of giving them food so they stay at the shore. When he takes out a piece of meat, all the Kung Fu dugongs top Chopper. After that, the Kung Fu dugongs are making them a farewell with a drum, and Sanji gets mad because Luffy just lowered the supplies of the Straw Hats. The pirates arrive at Irimalu. Vivi explains how it used to be known and why it is now a ghost town. Dance powder was used to make rain in Alabarna, and people called it the King's Miracle. After that, a load of the power was sent as if the king had ordered it, making it look like the king was provoking the droughts in the towns of the surroundings. Luffy gets angry and destroys a building with a punch and tells Vivi that now he cannot wait to do it. The Straw Hats are on their journey to Yuba. Luffy is tired and thirsty, so the crew let him drink a mouthful of water, but he stacks his cheeks to the fullest, so Nami hits him. During the night in their camp, Vivi starts talking to Ace about Luffy. Ace then tells Vivi that Luffy has always been that way since he was a child, and that he has not changed a bit. He also tells that he has always had charisma and befriended people around him. In the morning, Luffy finds an extremely poisonous scorpion, but mistakes it for a shrimp. When Vivi wakes up and sees Luffy holding the scorpion, she yells for him to leave it, since the sting is extremely poisonous. They continue on their journey, and Luffy proposes to have a lunch because he's hungry. Vivi tells him that they're only 1/10 of their way, and Luffy makes up a proverb for eating. She then tells Luffy that he can have a meal when they arrive to the next rocks, and Luffy runs ahead. Later, Luffy invites the crew to play rock, paper, Hasami, and whoever wins will carry all the equipment. He wins and starts to carry the equipment, but then complains, saying that it's unfair since he won the game. Usopp spots the next rocks, and after telling the crew, Luffy runs out extremely fast. As he enters the rocks, a bird lands on one of them. He starts to hear noises, so he gets further to the spot, seeing a lot of birds on the floor and moaning. He grabs one of them and says that he'll get a doctor, rushing for Chopper. The crew returns to the place to find that the birds are missing and all their stuff is gone. Vivi explains that the Warusagi are bandit birds that take advantage of travelers to steal their belongings. The birds are in front of them, showing off the things that they got. Luffy starts chasing the birds, and Vivi tells him not to do that, but he continues on anyway. As he's chasing them, one of the birds falls off, and a carnivorous plant starts to get out of the sand. One of the plants eats Luffy, but he is able to break free. After then, he sees a camel who's going to be eaten by a plant and saves him after he asks for help. After that, something big starts to move behind them. Ace apologizes for all the trouble his brother always brings, but the crew thinks it's okay. Usopp spots Luffy far away riding a camel rapidly towards them. They do not figure out what's chasing him until Vivi remembers that there are giant lizards that wait for their prey below the sand. Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy are able to beat it, but another one appears behind Ace. The lizard is able to trap Ace in his mouth, but then it explodes with fire inside it and Ace comes out. The Straw Hats eat the meat of the gigantic lizard, and Nami names the camel Matsuge. The camel is then willing to carry her and Vivi through the desert. Everyone then continues their journey. The Straw Hats are on their journey, and Luffy is really thirsty. Vivi and Nami get ahead of them because they're riding Matsuge. Zoro is pulling Chopper because he cannot stand the heat. Suddenly, Luffy starts seeing that a tsunami is coming, and Usopp remembers that he let him drink a cactus back during their journey, and Chopper realizes that this is a psychoactive cactus. Luffy tries to hit the others, and Chopper injects him with a tranquilizer. Zoro is pulling Luffy, and they continue their journey, but they suddenly notice they lost sight of Nami and Ace. Luffy wakes up, and everyone blames him for getting lost. Usopp starts hearing something, and when they pass the dunes, a pirate ship is sailing through the sand. Usopp then sees that the pirates have captured Nami and Vivi. Luffy starts to run towards the ship, and the others follow him. He then stretches his arms as he tangles it around the mast. He rams the mast, breaking it. The mast then falls over onto the deck of the ship. A giant scorpion comes from below the sand in front of Ace, and he tells it not to dare do it. Luffy's on the deck of the ship with the pirates, telling them that he's really thirsty. Nami asks if he did not come to save them, but he says that he only came for water. The captain of the pirates walks towards Luffy and and mentions that they are the Barbar Pirates. He also mentions that they have a saying: aside from friends, everything alive in the desert can be eaten. Luffy has a chit-chat with Barbarossa, and he later apologizes for treating the Nakama that way. He says that they were really hungry and wanted to eat something. Then one pirate says that they cannot leave because the main mast is broken, and without it they will not have enough thrust to go through the sand. Luffy decides to collect wood for the pirates in order to save the ship, since he was the one responsible for breaking it. They give him a sand sled and let Rasa and Zaba accompany him because they know where the Mariasu Oasis is. Ace is walking and the Scorpion is behind him, having some smoke coming out of it. He then says that he warned him. Meanwhile, Luffy and Vivi are in trouble after Rasa pushed their sled into quicksand. Sanji and Zoro are working inside the ship of Barbarossa, and Nami is talking to him. The Sandora desert bandits approach the ship's location to fight the pirates. A Sandora giant bug is carrying a boulder over a dune, only to release it towards the sand sled. Barbarossa tries to stop the rock after it's gained momentum, but he's quickly overcome. So Zoro cuts the big rock and Sanji breaks the debris coming towards the ship. A giant gecko is messing with Ace's course, but after he sees the roasted scorpion, he starts to cry. Meanwhile, Luffy is able to reach for the sled that Rasa is piloting. Luffy and the others arrive to the oasis only to find everything is buried. Here they learn about Rasa's backstory. At dusk, Ace is riding the gecko and screams after Luffy. Luffy and his crew say their parting goodbyes to the sand pirates. As they're leaving, Zoro questions the whereabouts of Luffy's brother Ace. Luffy claims that Ace would eventually show up out of nowhere, and their crew begins their journey to the city of Edo. Meanwhile, in Edo, a group of Kemu's rebels are having a meal with the mayor, discussing the strength of their troops and telling how the rebel and royal army would soon have a clash. Suddenly, one of Kamu's men runs up to him exclaiming about the arrival of sand pirates. Kamu's decision was to run and hide to the other's surprise. As Kamu begins to walk out, the lizard that Ace was accompanying showed up behind them, and Ace was sitting at their table eating their food. The men call Ace a food thief, and Ace goes on to beat the living crap out of them. Kamu watches petrified and bows to Ace in fear and begs for his help against the sand pirates. Ace agrees to do so, but under one condition. While riding on the lizard to defeat the sand pirates, he runs into Luffy and his crew, saying how the rebels believe that they were sand pirates. Ace explains to Vivi how there are rebels in town, but they're merely hoodlums. Vivi gets upset, saying that there's nothing wrong with villagers wanting to protect their village, even if it means posing as rebels. She brings up the idea of testing them to see if they're strong enough to carry the burden of protecting the village on their shoulders. Kamu and his men are seen hiding behind the barrels, questioning whether Ace had beat up the sand pirates or not. As Kamu begins to leave once again, the villagers all show up outside his door, cheering him on for the oncoming fight against the sand pirates. The mayor walks up to them and wishes them the best against the sea pirates. Kamu is confused as he was sure that they were sand pirates. The mayor then goes on to show him the wanted poster of 30 million on Luffy's head as he becomes frightened. They begin to secretly devise a plan to outrun the pirates once they leave town, but as they open the gates, the Straw Hats surround them menacingly. The rebels stand their ground as the Straw Hats begin to attack, but at the end of the episode, Luffy and his crew deem the rebels worthy of staying to protect their town. The Straw Hats, Vivi, and Ace are still traveling together. The Straw Hats and Vivi are on their way to the Yuba Oasis to meet with the rebel army. Luffy and Usopp, tired and thirsty, begin struggling for each to get a drink of water from the skin bottle. Sanji decides to save his for Nami and Vivi, but Luffy tries to take his bottle away from him. At that point, Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji begin to struggle for the water in their skin bottles. Nami asks Vivi to tell her more about the rebel army, and Vivi went to tell her that the event that occurred 11 years back. A young Koza is seen before King Cobra, complaining that his village is dried up and the king never came to save them. The king in turn told them that the weather is commanded by God and that he has no power over nature. Just then, Toto arrived beseeching the king that he would accept the punishment for his rude son. Cobra promised to look after the village affected by the drought and told Toto to remain in Albarna. Koza, still upset at the king, said the king does not understand the feelings of the people and fled his sight. Cobra then told Toto that Koza is a good child because he cares for the people and their feelings. Vivi, standing in the hallway, saw Koza running down crying and called him a crybaby. Igaram is seen telling Cobra that the country's budget will not suffice to help the whole village affected by the drought, and Cobra, comically hitting him over the head, told him to take money out of their personal wallets. Just then, Vivi appeared before her father and told him she got into a fight and lost. Igaram was angry that Koza hit the princess, and Toto was pleading for the king for him to commit suicide as a way of apology. Cobra told him to stay out of it as this is a fight between children. In the village, Vivi challenged Koza for the position of leader. After their fight, Koza announced Vivi as the assistant leader of the Sunasuna clan. Igaram and Cobra were watching and hiding, and Cobra commented that Vivi made friends, which is very important for the next ruler to have. Vivi, after joining the clan, became close to Koza's family. Vivi was about to be kidnapped when the Sunasuna clan launched an offensive against the kidnappers to protect Vivi. Meanwhile, in the desert, a scorpion came up from the ground and was about to attack Luffy, making Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, and Luffy all beat the scorpion. The Sunasuna clan continued to fight the kidnappers when a third one appeared grabbing Vivi. Vivi bit him and ran off towards the ruins. Igaram and Cobra appeared after the children had been defeated and inquired on what happened. They were told and they went after Vivi. At the ruins, the kidnappers were looking for Vivi and one found her. Koza came from behind and hit him with a stick. The kidnapper and Koza went at each other, but Koza defeated him by hitting him on the head, but got a knife cut by his left eye. Just then, the other two arrived, and when they were about to fight Koza, and Igaram and Cobra knocked them out. Pell and Chaka also defeated the rest of the kidnapping ring crew. Vivi, upon Koza's recovery, cried and told him not to talk of death anymore after remembering their resolve to protect her. Cobra thanked Koza for his noble deed, although Koza said that he did it for a friend. Cobra asked if Koza loved the country, and he replied yes, saying that it's the country of his birth, and Cobra commented that he also loves this country. Koza told Vivi of Toto accepting the position of a representative to build the Oasis of Yuba into a town, since it is the hub of Western Arabasta. Koza then told her he was leaving with his father and would build Yuba with his two hands. Koza, upon leaving, told Vivi to become a great princess. In the present, Nami comments that Vivi's friend Koza seems like a good person and asks what happened to him. him. Vivi then revealed to Nami that Koza was the leader of the rebel army. The next episode starts off showing the Arabasta desert. A man named Scorpion is shown sleeping on top of a large rock outlook with a bird that looks like an ostrich wearing a helmet called Popo. Food is scattered across the ground. Popo walks over to Scorpion and wakes him up. When Scorpion asks what the matter, Popo points to rising smoke in the distance. Scorpion grabs his spyglass and points to where the smoke is rising up. He sees the Straw Hats and Ace. Once Scorpion realizes who it is, sweat covers his face and he gets excited. He's been waiting for the day that he finally tracked down Port Casti Ace. The Straw Hats and Ace are eating. Luffy and Usopp are asking for seconds. Sanji kicks them and tells them to stop being greedy. After hearing this, Luffy steals some from Zoro's plate. They all start fighting. Vivi starts talking to Nami and asks why every meal turns into a fight. Nami responds by telling her to ignore it. They both admire Port Casti Ace for eating quietly and cleaning his fork and plate. He sure is different, remarks Nami, comparing Ace to Luffy. Nami starts talking about how much Ace is worth and that his bounty makes bounty hunters drool. Switching back to Scorpion, he's loading a rocket launcher and he starts aiming at Ace. He says, with this one shot, I'll settle everything. He lights the fuse on his rocket. Popo sneezes on the fuse, putting it out without Scorpion noticing. Nami starts getting ready to set off traveling to Yuba. She tells the rest of the Straw Hats to start getting ready by cleaning up. Two shadows appear behind some rocks without anyone noticing. Then all of a sudden, a piece of meat starts to rise with no one touching it. This catches Luffy's attention. It's then revealed that it's floating because of a fishing rod pulling it up. Luffy, still not noticing this, thinks the meat is floating and talking. Once the two shadows pull the meat in, they start running away. Luffy chases after it. It's then revealed as two boys trying to get food because they're starving. They had not eaten in 10 days. As they start eating, Ace asks if they came from the Badlands. They're shocked for a second that they were caught. They then get aggressive and scared of Ace, asking who are you, and saying that they won't give back the food. The eldest brother pulls out a revolver and says, one move and you're a dead man. Ace doesn't appear to be scared. Instead, he smirks and calmly states, dangerous things like that won't frighten me. The brother fires the weapon and Ace easily deflects it. The Straw Hats come up behind Ace, asking who they are. The elder brother drops the revolver and says, we have something to ask of you. We need you to find and capture a man. The two boys pull out a picture of Scorpion. Returning to Scorpion, he is still waiting for the fuse to go off, even though it's no longer burning. He asks Popo if he's ready, but then he realizes that Popo ate the fuse. Scorpion screams at Popo, which catches Luffy's attention, who is right under where they're located. Luffy hops up and starts talking to them. In the commotion, Scorpion loses track of Ace. The two boys tell Ace that they've traveled all across the Badlands looking for him. Usopp asks who this person is that they're looking for. Nami tells Usopp that it's a bounty hunter named Scorpion. Ace tells him that he has business with Scorpion because the person who defeated Blackbeard and Yuba was called Scorpion. Luffy finds out the person he's talking to is the bounty hunter Scorpion. He tells Luffy that he's going to find and kill Fire Fist Ace. Luffy tells him that this is funny, and Scorpion responds by telling him don't mock me in a playful tone. The two boys realize who Ace is. They ask Ace if he's the real Ace, but he's too busy scanning the desert for something. Usopp asks if there's something wrong. He responds by saying 2 men and a bird. Scorpion rides up with Luffy and says, I am Scorpion and I'm going to defeat you. He's very nervous and it's obvious that he's faking everything. They set up a true battle between him and Ace. Scorpion shoots a net at Ace, but he knocks it back into Scorpion. Then Ace quickly punches and defeats him. Ace tells Scorpion that he could not have defeated Blackbeard because he's too weak. The eldest boy yells, that's enough, Dad. Everyone is surprised that Scorpion is their father. It turns out that they were originally farmers. Once the drought set in, their farm died. The father told his children that he'd become a bounty hunter, take down Ace, and return rich. His children are now telling him that he's no match for the Fire Fist. He chuckles and nervously says, what are you saying? Your dad is now the world's greatest bounty hunter. Scorpion gives a speech to his children and returns to the fight. His children beg him not to. Just as he's about to launch the rocket, his children tell him to stop. He drops the rocket and it goes off and hits a rock. The rock explodes, sending smaller rocks towards them. Ace then saves all 3 of them from certain death. They then return home to the Badlands. At the end of all this, Ace leaves. Before he leaves, he gives Luffy a piece of paper and tells Luffy that the next time they see each other, it will be at the top of Pirate's Summit. The next episode starts off with Luffy hallucinating because of dehydration. The crew is very confused on what he's doing, and as he runs around the desert screaming random names, he starts throwing punches at people who are not there. Nami tells Zoro to get Chopper, but they see Chopper has collapsed because of the heat. Since Chopper has collapsed and cannot help Luffy, Nami tells Zoro to take care of Luffy. When Zoro starts walking towards Luffy to get him, Nami and the rest of the crew start off again, as they want to get to Yuba as fast as possible. When they start off, Vivi thinks to herself that Luffy, Chopper, and Zoro will probably not be alright, foreshadowing that they will not be. Zoro approaches Luffy, dragging Chopper, and tells Luffy to calm down. Luffy, who is throwing punches at his hallucinogenic enemies, mistakes Zoro as Crocodile. He punches Zoro very hard, invoking Zoro to start fighting back. Zoro does not want to hurt Luffy, so he puts his swords away. He starts the beginning of a fist fight. The two of them continue throwing punches until they both punch each other very hard. This knocks them both out. They collapse unconscious into the desert sand. Chopper then wakes up confused about what happened, as he was asleep while they were fighting. Chopper runs over to where Zoro and Luffy are and wakes Zoro up using a pungent smelling medicine. Zoro asks Chopper where the group is, and Chopper replies by telling him that they were gone when he arose. At first, Zoro says that they'll just follow the group's footprints, but they realize that the desert wind has eroded them away. The scene then changes to Nami and Vivi in an ancient ruin. Vivi remarks how kingdoms change and fade away, that civilizations grow and die, but the people stay the same. It's clear that she's afraid that her father's kingdom will fall to Baroque works and become a fading kingdom. Nami tells her not to worry, and that Luffy will take them down along with Crocodile. Vivi agrees, but she's worried. Back to Luffy, Chopper, and Zoro. After a while, Luffy wakes up, confused as to why they're alone. Zoro punches him, telling Luffy that it's his fault that they're now lost. They set off in a random direction. Once Luffy realizes what happened, he starts complaining. Zoro and Chopper walk on ahead. They start talking about why each one joined the crew. Chopper remarks that the crew seems so wild compared to him. Zoro then starts talking about how everyone has different goals, and their goals to be the best in what they do unite them. While they're still talking, Luffy spots some shade and uses his rubber arm to propel the three of them to a cave. Zoro sits on a rock that turns into a sinkhole. He falls into a cavern. He spots the poneglyph and wonders what it is. Luffy and Chopper both fall into the cavern and join Zoro. When their eyes have adjusted, they realize that they're in a dome built by humans. Zoro, Luffy, and Chopper decide to leave and catch up with the rest of the group. Luffy swings his arm trying to get up and out of the underground dome, but misses, making it slowly collapse. He finally succeeds and zooms out. They're sent flying into the sky. When they land, Chopper smells that the wind has changed. He catches a whiff of Nami's perfume. They head off in that direction and meet up with the group. The perspective changes back to the rest of the group. Nami and Vivi start talking about Luffy and how the crew came to be. Nami says that in the pirate crew, each person has an ability. Zoro has the swords, Nami is the navigator, Usopp is the liar, Luffy is the fighter, Chopper is the doctor, and Sanji is the cook. Each of them plays a crucial role in the fabric of the Straw Hat Pirates, and without each and every one of them doing their role, the crew would fall apart. This is how they can trust each other, through the fact that they know that each one of them has some unique trait that allows them to be able to get through anything. Vivi is impressed with this answer and overall likes that theory. She turns her head and sees Luffy, Chopper, and Zoro coming over the horizon. She knows Nami is right and that she doesn't have to worry because each crew member is powerful and loyal. The next episode starts off with Luffy looking at the piece of paper that Ace gave him. He ponders what it is and why Ace gave it to him. The rest of the crew also look at it and conclude that it's just a piece of paper. Since it's so important to Luffy, Nami sews it on the inside of his hat. Vivi is looking onward and tells the rest of the crew that Yuba is only past the distant rock. Meanwhile, in Crocodile's lair, he and Miss All Sunday are discussing their plan. Miss All Sunday says that all preparations are in place and they can carry out their plan in 2 days. Crocodile is pleased and tells her the other agents are coming from the Spider Cafe to meet them. In Spider Cafe, the agents start gathering. The only one left is Mr. 1. The other agents start getting impatient and just want to leave. Mr. 2 and his men put on a dance show, but all of a sudden Mr. 1 bursts through the wall, knocking over one of Mr. 2's men. Mr. 2 and Mr. 1 start fighting because Mr. 2 is angry that he knocked over one of his men like that. Miss Doublefinger quickly puts an end to it. She said that they received word to go to Rain Base and meet the boss. They all go into a carriage that starts off. Luffy and his group finally make it to Yuba. It's being ravaged by a sandstorm. After it stops, they can see that it's been abandoned. Yuba is not the oasis they were expecting. The only one left is the founder of Yuba, who they find out that the rebel army is relocated to Kataria. When Luffy calls over Vivi, the old man recognizes her. He runs over to her and she realizes that he is Toto from her youth. His son is the rebel army's leader. It's clear that he's very loyal to the crown and feels terrible that his son is leading the revolution. There's then a flashback of Vivi and his son playing together when they were younger. Toto decides to start a new city called Yuba, and so the son and Vivi part ways. Vivi and Toto have a strong connection. Since Vivi and Toto know each other, the crew decides to stay in Yuba for the night. Toto shares stories of how great Yuba was before the 3 years of drought. They all fall asleep, but not before deciding to set off in the morning. In Yuba, Luffy learns that Toto was entrusted by Cobra to watch over the land and figures out a way to stop the rainstorm. At Rain Base, the officer agents learn that their leader, Mr. Zero, is actually Crocodile, and they learn that they're going to overthrow the country during the war. Mr. 3 reveals that the Straw Hats are alive. As punishment, Mr. Crocodile dries him up and drops him into a Bananawani pit for failing to kill them. Crocodile has Ms. All Sunday to tell the rebel army to kill everyone on sight. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats depart to Kataria, but Luffy stops. When Luffy tells Vivi of his plan to defeat Crocodile and denounces Vivi's plan to stop the rebellion as naive, the two get into a struggle. During this, Vivi reveals that she will only risk her own life. Luffy, however, says that she should be putting their lives on the line together and to trust her friends, and Vivi is moved to tears by the sentiment. Vivi, still in tears, declares that their plans of stopping the rebellion have changed to finding Crocodile. Nami states that this seems to be the quickest way of stopping the fighting from happening. Vivi takes out a map of Arabasta and shows them Alabarna's location, the capital of Arabasta where her father is, and Kataria where the rebel army is camped. Sanji supposes that they have to get to Crocodile before the rebels invade Alabarna. She also shows them where Crocodile lives, which is Rain Base, and tells them that it's a day's journey from where they are. On their way to Rain Base, Usopp asks for a sip of Luffy's water given to him by Toto, but Luffy refuses to give Usopp any since the old man had to dig all night to find the container, and that they can't just drink it like regular water. Meanwhile, in the rebel base in Kataria, a boy is begging the leader of the rebel army, Koza, to join the fight. Koza dissuades the boy, but he remains determined, stating he wants to fight. Koza then says that that is the reason he can't let the boy join, because none of the rebels want to fight, and their only reason they do so is because they have to. Koza tells the boy to leave, and they start to discuss their plans to invade Alabarna with his men. Once they've gathered all the weapons they need from the rebel towns, they will begin their all-out attack against the capital. In Alabarna, Chaka suggests to Cobra that they must take action towards the rebel army before they attack the capital. Cobra angrily refuses to attack the rebels, that in doing so would be a true destruction of their kingdom. He recalls the dance powder incident and surmises that since the incident, someone has been trying to tear their country apart, and that before they should act, they should determine who is really behind it all. Chaka argues that whoever's behind it all has not made himself known, and they cannot sit back and wait for whoever it is to divide them, to which the king remained adamant in his refusal to act. While Chaka and Pell discuss Vivi and Igorub's efforts to determine the mastermind of the turmoil within their kingdom, a palace guard informs them that the crew has returned. They rush to see Karoo and find Cobra reading the letter Vivi wrote, informing them that Crocodile is without a doubt the person who's trying to destroy Arabasta Kingdom. She tells them that Igaram died protecting her. Furthermore, she says that she has teamed up with an amazing group of people who will help her save the kingdom. Having learned the identity of the mastermind behind their country's troubles, Cobra orders his forces to march onto Rain Base. Chaka and Pell discourage this plan, saying that they will have to plan the attack and that Crocodile has the hearts of some of the citizens and even more than the king. Moreover, they're worried that the absence of the royal army from the capital will make it vulnerable to the rebel army's occupation. Cobra replies that he doesn't care if the rebels destroy the palace since it's only a building. It doesn't matter that the royal army falls in the end, and as long as Crocodile's defeated, the country can still be reborn. But if they battle the rebel army, Crocodile will win. They start preparations to take down Crocodile, with Chaka readying the war council and Pell scouting ahead to conduct reconnaissance. Meanwhile, at Rain Base, Luffy's group has finally arrived. They plan to lay low since they're under the assumption that Crocodile already knows that they're in the island. However, Luffy and Usopp loudly enter a bar where Smoker and Tashigi are staying and inadvertently sit down right beside them. At first, they're unnoticed, but eventually the two parties see each other, so Luffy and Usopp run away and are chased by the Marines. They lead the Marines to their other crew members minus Chopper, so their plans of laying low are no longer feasible, thereby deciding to split up and just meet at Rain Dinners, the casino where Crocodile is. Chopper, after going to the restroom, returns where everyone was and sees that they're gone. He determines that everyone split up, but he finds everyone's scent coming from different directions. Luffy is chased by Smoker, but he manages to lose him temporarily. Vivi and Zoro are chased down by the Marines, but Zoro lets Vivi go ahead without him. However, he is faced by Tashigi, so he runs away, unable to handle the confrontation with her since she looks so much like his childhood friend. Usopp, Nami, and Sanji are also pursued by the Marines, but Sanji asks Usopp to protect Nami so he can deal with the Marines. Nami and Usopp arrive at Rain Dinners and find Zoro there. Luffy arrives shortly after, again being chased by Smoker. The four of them decide to enter the casino without the others to escape Smoker. Inside, Crocodile and Miss All Sunday find out the Straw Hats' arrival and plan to give them a warm welcome. Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp run towards the Rain Dinners casino. They know that without Vivi, they do not know what Crocodile looks like, but realize that Vivi is not there with them. They're both shouting for Vivi and Crocodile, but realize it's useless. Smoker catches up to them and chases them inside the casino, but the casino security personnel stop them, saying that government employees are not allowed inside. He persists in chasing after the group, and the ruckus causes casino security to also try and stop Luffy's group. They're unable to contain the commotion, so the manager, Ms. All Sunday, tells the personnel to send them to the VIP room. The group is led to the VIP room, and Smoker continues to give chase. Inside, the hallway is split in two, with a sign saying that VIP should go to the left and that Pirate should go to the right. The group decides to go to the right, being that they are pirates. This leads to a dead end and a trapdoor. The trapdoor opens, and the group, along with Smoker, fall down into the trapdoor. Meanwhile, Chopper is still looking for his crewmates and sees Tashigi. He realizes that the Marines are after the Straw Hats and tries to stop her. However, Tashigi bumps into him and falls on top, her glasses also falling on Chopper's eyes. Chopper becomes disoriented and dizzy due to the prescription of Tashigi's eyeglasses. Tashigi, unable to see without them, does not recognize Chopper, who has fallen down. Sanji sees this and hides. Chopper gives her back her glasses, but she still does not recognize him. Sanji and Chopper are reunited. In the casino, Luffy's group and Smoker are inside a prison cell. Luffy notices that something is wrong and he's feeling weak all of a sudden. Smoker then hits Luffy with his jit, causing Luffy to fall and feel helpless like he's falling into the sea. Smoker explains that the tip of his weapon is made of sea prism stone, which is a rare mineral that gives off a mystical energy with the same wavelength as the ocean, or basically a solid form of the sea. It affects Devil Fruit users the same way as if they have fallen into the ocean. As Zoro is about to attack Smoker for attacking Luffy, Crocodile interrupts and tells him to try to get along since they're about to die together anyway. Crocodile tells Smoker that he knows he's there on his own without orders from the government, since he knows that the government trusts him completely, being a warlord of the sea. Crocodile then proceeds to tell him that he will deal with him after the guest of honor arrives. Meanwhile, outside, Vivi is fending off Baroque Works' billions, and she's knocked down and about to be captured. Shortly after, bullets rain down on the billions from the sky. Pell then swoops down and carries Vivi to safety. Pell updates Vivi on her father's plans and then eliminates the billions that were after her. Just as she's about to leave and find the Straw Hats, Miss All Sunday appears, saying that she's been invited to a gathering. Vivi attacks her but is overpowered and falls down. Pell tries to take her down, but Miss All Sunday manages to use her Hana Hana no Mi Devil Fruit powers and overpowers him. Miss All Sunday then takes Vivi to the casino. Back inside the prison cell, Luffy's group and Crocodile wait for Vivi and Miss All Sunday to arrive. Vivi tries to attack Crocodile, but her attack is ineffective as Crocodile has turned into sand. Crocodile then reveals that he has eaten the Suna Suna no Mi fruit, which turns him into a sand human. Crocodile then has Vivi sit down and states that the party is just about to begin. Miss All Sunday then agrees and tells everyone that it's already noon and it's time for Operation Utopia. Asked about what this is, Crocodile then says that Operation Utopia means the demise of the Kingdom of Arabasta. Baroque Works' plan to take over Arabasta is set in motion. Crocodile begins explaining to Vivi what Operation Utopia is. The king is kidnapped and replaced by Bentham, who announces that he must eliminate the town of Nanohana and all of its inhabitants to prevent word of the dance powder incident that occurred earlier in the same city from reaching the Marines. But as soon as Bentham gives the order to destroy Nanohana, Koza arrives to confront him. After a brief exchange, Koza attempts to attack Bentham, but is stopped by two royal guards and then shot, allowing the royal army to attack Nanohana. Koza, still badly wounded, wondered why the rebel army fought. In the midst of the fight, Number 1 and Miss Doublefinger crash into Nanohana on a giant pirate ship that they had commandeered by killing everyone on board. The ship then causes massive collateral damage, forcing the city's inhabitants to flee. Bentham then announces that his part of the mission is complete and tells the royal army to burn the city. While fleeing, it's shown that the royal soldiers in Nanohana were actually billions under Bentham's control. Meanwhile, the citizens of Nanohana admit that they can't put out the fire. Koza, still badly wounded, is dragged out of the fire by 2 rebel army soldiers. The same 2 rebel army soldiers find a boy who, after discovering that someone had impersonated Cobra, was attacked by Mr. One and Miss Doublefinger. The boy tries to tell them that the king wasn't responsible, but is too wounded to speak, and the rebels are framed for the crime. Koza orders the rebel army to move. When one of the rebel soldiers says they don't have enough weapons, another soldier says that the ship that just crashed was an armory ship. Koza proclaims that it's like divine guidance. Back at the palace, Chaka is astonished at the Nanohana incident and is told by a royal soldier that all of Arabasta is headed towards the palace. Back at Rain Base, Crocodile has just finished explaining his plan to Vivi, who is shocked into silence. Eventually, Vivi regains some spirit and attempts to escape with her hands still tied. Chaka orders the royal guards to attack the rebels in order to protect Arabasta. Meanwhile, Koza and the rebels head to Alabarna. The Straw Hat pirates are still locked up in Crocodile's cell. Crocodile taunts the tied up Vivi with a key to get the locked up pirates. Vivi is able to get free from the ropes, but the key that Crocodile had accidentally slips from his hands and goes through the trap door where one of his many banana crocodiles eats it. Mr. Zero gives everyone in his VIP room 1 hour to live because water will fill the room. Before he's able to leave with Miss All Sunday, Crocodile gets a call on his responder snail from Mr. Prince. Vivi leaves to get Sanji and Chopper to help the rest of the Straw Hat pirates. The bridge at the casino collapses before Princess Vivi can leave, trapping her inside, but Sanji says that he didn't do it to keep her trapped inside, but rather to keep the Baroque works out of the casino. Chopper distracts Crocodile while Sanji frees the rest of the crew. Smoker reveals to the Straw Hats that Miss All Sunday is a wanted woman, and that the world government has been chasing after her for 20 years, along with a bounty of 70 million, almost as much as Crocodile's. Sanji beats up a few banana gators to get the key to the cell, but instead of getting the key, the Straw Hats see Mr. 3 pop out of an alligator's stomach. Mr. 3 retrieves the key and throws it in the middle of the 3 banana gators. While Crocodile and Miss All Sunday are speaking, Crocodile reveals that he had the real key to the cell all along. Usopp has an idea that could use Mr. 3's devil fruit powers to get them out. By the time Crocodile and Miss All Sunday get back to the room, they see that the Straw Hats and Smoker have left the cell. After Luffy tells Zoro to save Smoker, he lets these Straw Hats off while the rest of the Marines chase after them. The crew runs away while Luffy says they're not going to stop running until they reach Alabarna. Starting from the previous episode, the Straw Hat pirates are seen escaping to the east from the pursuing Marines. However, Smoker calls them off, claiming that he's tired and that they won't catch them. Smoker then tells a subordinate to order for backup from surrounding Marine warships straight to Arabasta. Next, it shows Chopper and Matsuge riding on a large crab creature called a moving crab towards the scent of Nami's perfume. Apparently, Matsuge is friends with several animals, including the moving crab. However, as the Straw Hats plus Vivi, Matsuge, and the moving crab head towards Alabarna, Crocodile's hook latches into Vivi, pulling her away. Luffy, in a split-second decision, grabs onto Vivi and follows the hook to Shichibukai. Before engaging with the man, though, Luffy orders the others to head straight to Alabarna without him and to get Vivi home. Finally, with one last promise to meet in Alabarna, Luffy engages Crocodile and Miss All Sunday. Luffy then addresses how kind Vivi is in her selflessness and entirely to protect her kingdom and solve the conflict without bloodshed. Crocodile says hers is a foolish belief and asks if Luffy agrees with him. He does. However, Luffy claims that as long as Crocodile lives, Vivi will suffer, and as her friend, Luffy would stop him here. Crocodile claims that this made Luffy an even bigger fool for becoming intimate with others, and as such, he will die for it. After a taunt towards Crocodile, Miss All Sunday laughs, and Crocodile offers if he should kill her too, calling her by her real name, Nico Robin. Robin then tells him to do as he wishes, even though he has broken his promise to never call her by that name. She then leaves, claiming to go to Alabarna. His patience thinning, Crocodile places a sand timer with a limit of 3 minutes down, saying that he only has that much time to play with Luffy. Luffy claims that it's fine with him and starts his offense in his Gomu Gomu no pistol attack. Crocodile evades by predictably evaporating into sand. Crocodile lunges forward with his hook, but Luffy narrowly dodges the attack. Luffy's next attack to Crocodile's bat, Gomu Gomu no Stamp, is also thwarted as the Crocodile's Sunasuna Nomi's abilities seem to be impervious to physical attack. This is shown again by a futile Gomu Gomu no Gatling gun, each attack passing through, a Gomu Gomu no Bazooka blasting sand everywhere, and an axe kick that does no damage. However, as Crocodile continues to try to explain to Luffy why he'll never win, Luffy cuts him off by clocking his face with a haymaker. That, although doing no physical damage, shuts Crocodile up and enrages him. Before the 3 minutes are up, Crocodile decides that he's done playing with Luffy, even though Luffy says to have been fighting seriously the whole time. He then shows off his first impressive attack, Desert Spada, Desert Sword in Italian. It sends a blade of sand towards Luffy, and once again Luffy narrowly dodges. Crocodile compliments Luffy on his nice reflexes and claims that if it had hit him, he would have certainly died. Crocodile finally explains to Luffy why he'll never win. Unlike Luffy, Crocodile trained his devil fruit powers to the point of mastering them. He claims that any devil fruit power can be powerful in a fight as long as someone knows how to use them properly. Crocodile says to Luffy that if he has proper training, even his skills can be as formidable as any, but claims that Luffy is not there yet, just like all the other fools who waste time obsessing over their abilities. Crocodile attacks again instantly afterwards with Desert Girasole, Desert Sunflower, creating a large pit of quicksand that Luffy just happened to be standing in. He escapes, however, with another bazooka. This is when Crocodile seems to get deadly serious. As Luffy futilely continues to attack him, Crocodile uses Barchan, which completely dehydrates Luffy's right arm. In a comedic fashion, Luffy remembers the water from Yuba and drinks from it, restoring his right arm frighteningly quickly. Luffy then attacks in a quite familiar fashion to the former king of Drum Kingdom, Wapol, by using Gomu Gomu no Baku Baku to chomp off the top part of Crocodile. Crocodile dodges but is infuriated decimated by Luffy's attack. The 3 minutes from the beginning have gone out as well. Crocodile prepares his last attack, Sabless, or Sandstorm, to finish Luffy. However, it seems as if it was not actually designed for Luffy, but for Yuba to the south where the wind blows from north to south. Luffy, enraged at Crocodile's cruelty, asks why. Luffy, for whatever reason, thinks that talking Crocodile and the Sandstorm down will make it go away. Crocodile impales Luffy right in the middle of his ranting. Water has reached Yuba and Toto is relieved. Another sandstorm is caused by Crocodile. Meanwhile, Crocodile pierces Luffy in his stomach and tells him he failed. Luffy is bleeding some water caused by the one he drank earlier to rehydrate his arm. Luffy grabs his arm heavily and Crocodile is surprised he's still alive. He throws Luffy into the quicksand and heads to Alabarna. The rest of the Straw Hats are riding on Hasumi. Usopp is telling Chopper one of his stories and Zoro is working out by using Matsuge as the dumbbell. Zoro and Sanji argue to each other because Sanji thinks Zoro is scared. Nami hits them and says that it's not the time to fool around. Vivi believes in Luffy and says he will meet them in Alabarna. She was the one who worried the most. Nami bonks her in the head and says she worries about the rebellion. Smoker orders Tashigi to go to Alabarna. She has the chance to help out the Straw Hats or support the rebels while Smoker goes out to sea. Nami and the others have to cross the sea if they want to go to Alabarna. Hasumi cannot cross the ocean, so they decide to make him speed up enough to run on the water. Nami motivates Hasumi by using her dancing outfit to make him run across the ocean since Hasumi likes dancer girls. They reach 3/4 of the way across the ocean when Hasumi sinks down into the sea. They swim back and they're attacked by a sea monster who is quickly defeated by the Kung Fu Dugongs. The Kung Fu Dugongs reply that they would never disobey their master's will. They reach the shore and see something coming after them in the distance. It's revealed to be Karoo and the super spot build duck troops. Luffy is stuck in the middle of the quicksand. He tries to struggle out, but he's being covered with sand. Nico Robin saves him by using her Hana Hana no Mi powers and asks him about the Will of D. Also having retrieved Luffy's hat. Pell, still injured, asks Nico Robin what she did to Vivi. She replies that Luffy saved her and that she is safe, telling Pell to aid Luffy. While she leaves, Luffy grabs onto Pell while yelling for meat. The royal guards are preparing for battle. The king is kidnapped by Mr. 4 and Miss Merry Christmas, not wanting Chaka and Koza to fight. Igaram is shown to be still alive. Luffy is near Arabasta with Pell as he continues to tell Pell that he needs meat. Since Luffy is badly injured from his last encounter with Crocodile, Pell tells him that he does not need food, he needs a doctor. But Luffy pulls on his clothing and tells him that he will make Crocodile pay for what he did to Vivi and Toto. Meanwhile, the rebel army is still on their way to Alabarna to attack the royal army. The elite members of Baroque Works wait for Vivi and the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates to show up. Unexpectedly, Mr. 4 spots them approaching Alabarna on ducks, who are part of the super spot build duck troops, or Hikoichi. Vivi and the Straw Hats are all wearing similar cloaks, so it's difficult for the Baroque Works to spot who Vivi really is. Vivi and the Straw Hats split up in different directions, which forces the Baroque Works members to split up as well. After everyone is successfully broken down into groups, the people on the ducks reveal who they are, but Princess Vivi is not in any of the groups. She did not run off with everyone else. Vivi and Karoo stand outside of Alabarna City in order to stop the rebel army and the royal army from fighting with each other. Koza sees someone out front of the city but thinks he's hallucinating. Then a cannon was shot by a royal army guard who is actually a member of the Baroque Works team. Vivi and Karoo are still standing but they cannot see what's in front of them. Vivi shouts to Koza, yelling "Leader," a nickname that Koza had since they were kids. Koza hears it but thinks he's hearing things over the commotion. Vivi is knocked over and sees that there are camels coming her way. Vivi then gets up and sees what he did and begins to cry and tells Karoo that she will stop it no matter what. Then Usopp comes along on a horse, but it's actually Mr. 2. Vivi notices that it wasn't actually Usopp because he calls Karoo that bird. Vivi does not believe that the real Usopp would call Karoo that after so much they've been through on Little Garden. So she tells the fake Usopp to prove himself with a bandage that the crew had wrapped around their arms. The scene then goes to Sanji telling the real Usopp and Matsuge to wake up because they had been beaten and knocked out. It goes to a flashback of how they set up the bandage with the real person on the team. Mr. 2 reveals that he isn't really Usopp, but that Crocodile told the elite members of Baroque Works that the Straw Hat Pirates had bandages on their arm. Sanji realizes that Vivi's in trouble and that Mr. 2 had went up after her. He tells Usopp to go help Chopper at the southeast gate, but Sanji is caught in between a fight with the royal army and the rebel army. He tells both sides that he's not on either side and beats up both sides to get to Princess Vivi, telling both groups that he only fights for the ladies. Chopper is caught in a fight with the team of Miss Merry Christmas and Mr. 4. Mr. 2 attempts to kill Vivi, but Karoo gets up in time to get her on his back and run away, although he's not in good condition to run fast. Karoo runs up a cliff and he's unable to get to the top, which is a step away. He then remembers that Luffy told him that Vivi is the Straw Hat's friend and he reaches the top. Although Mr. 2 begins to run up the cliff too. Karoo gets hit with a stray bullet and is no longer able to run anymore. After falling, Karoo tells Vivi to run by moving his wing because Mr. 2 is getting closer. Out of nowhere, 2 other members of the duck troops come back to Vivi and Karoo, and Sanji's with them. Sanji is left to fight Mr. 2, and the 2 members of the duck troops are left to take care of the injured Karoo. Zoro and Nami are left with Mr. 1 and Miss Doublefinger. Nami and the ducks cheer Zoro on because they believe he's going to fight the Baroque Works members. But they walk past Zoro and go straight for Nami. They believe that the weakest should be taken out first. Nami tries to talk her way out of it, but realizes that they will not back down, so she runs away. Usopp finds Chopper laying in the ground and wakes him up. Chopper tells Usopp that Miss Merry Christmas ate the mole fruit, so she's able to go underground and that Mr. 4 is very strong. Usopp and Chopper are left to dodge the bombs that Mr. 4 continues to hit. Chopper is able to move Usopp out of the way from the exploding baseballs. Usopp is able to go inside of Miss Merry Christmas's mole holes and hit Mr. 4 over the head with a fake 5-ton hammer. Usopp begins to play whack-a-mole with Miss Merry Christmas. Usopp and Chopper continue to fight the pair. Vivi is still running to try and stop the rebellion. Miss Merry Christmas tries to attack Usopp from underground. Chopper gets hit by Mr. 4 because he was paying too much attention to Usopp and Miss Merry Christmas's battle. Chopper finds a way to defeat Mr. 4 and Miss Merry Christmas using Mr. 4's dog, Lasso. Miss Merry Christmas has informed Usopp that Luffy is dead. While she and Mr. 4 are glad that Luffy's gone, Usopp refuses to accept it. The mole-like woman swings Usopp along the ground and Mr. 4 takes a hit. Even so, Usopp is still standing and believes that Luffy's still alive. Before Mr. 4 and Miss Merry Christmas continue, Usopp obstructs their vision with smoke, then Chopper tricks Mr. 4 into hitting his partner. Usopp then slingshots a hammer right into the giant Baroque Works agent from Chopper's horns. One of Mr. 4's baseballs then puts the Baroque Works pair out. In the city, the fighting worsens, and Koza is feeling unfazed by the bullet he took in Nanohana. He then plans to force Cobra to surrender. Vivi races to warn her father, but if she couldn't see him, wishes to speak with Chaka. Meanwhile, Mr. 2 is fighting Sanji in the streets. He then intends to distract Sanji with a swan ballet. Much of their attacks barely affect one another. Bon Clay uses his clone powers to rearrange his own face, but Sanji dislikes it. He then tries to use Usopp's face, but the cook doesn't fall for it. Bon Clay believes his soul is refined. He then shifts his face into Nami's rapidly. Vivi arrives at the palace to stop Chaka's fighting. She then wants the palace destroyed. Chaka shakes for a moment, but then accepts her orders. The battle between Mr. 2 and Sanji continues forward, with Sanji appearing to be outmatched after being hoodwinked by Bonkore transforming continuously into Nami. Eventually, with determination, Sanji is able to see that Bonkore has to become himself in order to be able to perform the ballet. Meanwhile, at the palace, Vivi is determined to ensure that the palace is blown up in order to get the attention of the rebels. Chaka has been convinced, and Vivi remembers her time with the crew. Back within Chopper's care, Usopp is badly hurt and believed to be dying when Chopper admits that he hid the manju bun so that Usopp couldn't eat it, and now he wants to share half with Usopp. However, this reinvigorates Usopp, who is hungry and determined to fight for the entire manju bun, wide awake and just fine after the battle, punching Chopper away. The scene cuts back to a panicking Zoro, angry at Nami for not hiding when he warned her to because Mr. 1 and his partner have determined to kill Nami first because she is the weakest and easier to beat. We here learn the story of how Zoro was first faced Mr. 1 and invited to join Baroque Works, as well as learn about Mr. 1 and his Blade fruit abilities that allow him to turn his entire body into blades. Vivi cannot believe that Luffy is dead. Crocodile proceeds to tell her that Luffy would still have been alive had he not gotten involved with her. Vivi refuses to believe this and demands that Crocodile tell her where Luffy is. Meanwhile, the battle between the rebels and the royal army is still going on. Nami remarks that Vivi's plan to stop the rebel army at the entrance must have failed. She wonders if Vivi and the others are alright, as they are all fighting while she's running and hiding. She thinks back to the day where she asks Usopp to make her a weapon so she can be strong enough not to endanger the others. Being a couple of ordinary humans with no special abilities, she says that she knows that Usopp can't empathize with her. Usopp agrees to make her a weapon. Miss Doublefinger finds Nami and stabs her shoulder using her Toge Toge Nomi abilities, which allow her to grow spikes on any part of her body. Nami takes out her climate attack and decides to fight her as she recalls Usopp telling her the features of her new weapon that had elemental powers. She tries her first move, Fine Tempo, which made doves appear. She's disappointed as this attack is nothing more than a party trick. She remains optimistic, thinking that at least the move has caught the enemy off guard. She tries a second move, Cloudy Tempo, which causes flowers to sprout when a button is pushed. Miss Doublefinger, seeing Nami's weak attempts to attack her, feels sorry for her but proceeds to attack her with her spikes. Nami barely dodges her but is determined to fight back. She drops her climb attack, but seeing no real threat from Nami's weapon, Miss Doublefinger gives it back to her. Nami launches her third move, Thunder Tempo, where a boxing glove springs from the weapon. Miss Doublefinger loses patience and attacks Nami, which she dodges. She hides and continues to read the climb attack instructions, desperate to find a move that can damage her enemy. She finds battle configurations at the back of the instructions. She discovers that each of the 3 batons of her weapon have special qualities. The first can create hot air, emitting a hot ball. The second can create cool air, emitting a cool ball. And the third can create electricity, emitting a thunder ball. She tests this out, but Usopp's instructions state that these features have not been perfected yet but can be used at parties. Miss Doublefinger proceeds to attack Nami again and she runs away. Nami is stabbed in her calf and she falls down. Just as Miss Doublefinger is about to give the finishing blow, Nami swings her climb attack and she unintentionally uses Cyclone Temple, the effect of which is like a boomerang. As she's studying her weapon, Nami has her back turned against the enemy, which insults Miss Doublefinger and causes her to attack. Nami is seemingly skewered by the attack, but a dove flies over the skewered Nami, revealing that it was just an illusion. Nami explained that she used Mirage Tempo, where her climb attack allowed her to create a mirage of herself. Finally getting a better understanding of how the climb attack works, Nami tells Miss Doublefinger that she's now ready to fight. Meanwhile, Crocodile has captured Cobra and nails him to the palace walls. Vivi and Chaka are unable to do anything. He tells them he has no intention of keeping Cobra or Vivi alive and will kill them after he gets what he's really after from the very beginning. He then asks Cobra where the Pluton is. Cobra is shocked by the question and demands to know how Crocodile knows the name. Crocodile reveals his true motive and explains the details of Pluton. After hearing of this for the first time, King Cobra informs Crocodile that even the existence of the weapon is in doubt. Crocodile affirms that he cannot confirm its existence, but reveals his backup plan. Crocodile informs Vivi and Cobra that he has planted a bomb to explode in the palace square at 4:30, 1.5 hours after the rebel army and the royal guard clash at the square. Crocodile then instead asks for the location of the poneglyph from Cobra, who agrees to go with Crocodile and take him to the location. Enraged, Chaka prepares to attack Crocodile. Elsewhere, Nami attempts to further understand the climb attack and reads Usopp's instructions on the special Tornado Tempo attack as Miss Doublefinger continues hers. Nami considers the options ahead of her and uses many of the features of the climate tact, to the amusement of Miss Doublefinger, who continues to attack Nami as she tries to buy more time for her strategy. Outside Alabarna, Sanji meets up with Usopp and Chopper and returns Usopp's goggles that he took from Mr. 2. They all meet up with Matsuge and decide to continue towards the palace to help Vivi. At the Alabarna North Block, Miss Doublefinger continues to attack Nami, leaving her injured and bleeding. But Nami buys enough time to create a thundercloud and launches an electric shock on Miss Doublefinger. Angry and injured, Miss Doublefinger again attacks Nami, at which point Nami reveals her Mirage Tempo ability, which manipulates the humidity and atmosphere to create mirages. This allows Nami to go behind Miss Doublefinger and remember information that Usopp warns her about the Tornado Tempo is a one-time only attack. Nami remembers the dangers the crew had been through and resolves to continue fighting for Vivi's sake, but her injured leg is causing her to falter. Seeing an opportunity, Miss Doublefinger attacks her with Sea Urchin Stinger, and Nami stops the attack with her leg. Nami launches the Tornado Tempo, which initially does not do anything, but then wraps around Miss Doublefinger and launches her through buildings, ending the fight in Nami's victory. In another location, Zoro and Mr. 1 are clashing, and Zoro recalls that Mr. 1 used to be a famous assassin in West Blue. They clash, and Zoro realizes that Mr. 1's body is as hard as steel, exclaiming that he's been waiting for an opportunity like this to grow stronger. After a prolonged battle where Zoro displays a wide variety of techniques against the assassin, he thinks back to when his old mentor said that a swordsman who can cut nothing can cut anything, including steel. Still not understanding this idea, he's forced onto the defensive from Mr. 1's attacks, which climax with the latter creating multiple spinning blades on his arm, landing a direct hit on the swordsman. Unable to defend against it, Zoro falls against a pillar, and Mr. 1 delivers what he believes is the final blow that further wounds Zoro and destroys the pillar he was leaning on, causing the pillar and arch to fall on top of him. Mr. 1 begins to walk away, but notices that Zoro has gotten up once again. Wondering out loud how Zoro was able to dodge all the flying debris, the swordsman claims that he did not dodge it at all, and he was just able to sense where no debris was falling and went there. Further elaborating to himself, Zoro notes that he can sense the rhythm of all things around him and can tell where his sword is, turning over a stone to find it. Picking it up, he then turns and slashes at some leaves on a tree without cutting them, before then cutting a rock clean in half. Finally coming to an understanding of his teacher's words, he then attacks Mr. 1 anyway with only one sword. Zoro then proves that he was finally able to cut Mr. 1 and defeats him, collapsing to the ground and wondering if everyone else is okay. The Sumagari guards charge into the palace and attempt to save Cobra. Cobra tells them not to attack as they'll just be throwing away their lives. The guards tell their king that they have sworn to protect him even to the death. Acknowledging their reputation, Crocodile offers to spare their lives if they leave and go home, to which they refuse. However, before they can attack, their bodies show signs of change and bruising. Chaka explains that to temporarily increase their power, they must have drunk hero water, which grants incredible strength but kills their host, and they're as good as dead. They proceed to attack Crocodile, but he turns himself into sand and dodges them. Crocodile states that he won't bother to fight them since they're going to die anyway. Shortly thereafter, the Sumagari guards all collapse and die. Crocodile laughs at this, which angers Chaka, causing him to attack Crocodile. Chaka reveals his Inu Inu no Mi, model, jackal, devil fruit power. However, he's unable to land a blow due to Crocodile's powers. Meanwhile, after his fight, Zoro collapses due to blood loss. As he lies there barely conscious, he wonders how the others are doing and that they better not be dead. With this, he thinks about Usopp. In another part of the city, Sanji along with Chopper and Usopp, who are being carried by Matsuge, are running towards the palace. Usopp is in tears, remembering that Miss Merry Christmas told him that Luffy's dead. Chopper tearfully tells him that it might not be true, while Sanji, with a smile on his face, asks him if they truly believe that. They answered that they believe Luffy's still alive. Cutting back to Zoro, he's now thinking about Nami and wondering if she managed to escape. Nami is then shown somewhere in Alabarna, North Block, detangling her Climate's final attack from Miss Doublefinger's body. As she proceeds to go to the palace, Zoro wonders if Vivi's okay. Vivi's then shown calling out Chaka's name, with Chaka lying on the ground, bloodied. A figure then approaches Vivi and calls her out by name. The scene cuts to the palace square, showing that there are 25 minutes left until the time of explosion. The figure is revealed to be Koza, who is in disbelief as to what he's seeing before him. He sees the Sumagari guards dead on the ground, Chaka bloodied and lifeless, Cobra nailed to the palace walls, and that Crocodile, the supposed country's hero, is behind it all. Crocodile is amused at this turn of events where the country is in the midst of war and the leaders of both sides are not on the battlefield but are standing at his feet. Miss All Sunday ridicules Koza's confusion and offers to help him understand. She tells him to relax and open his mind and think of the worst possible scenario. Koza realizes that his father was right about Cobra and that he was wrong to doubt him. Koza demands to know who is responsible for the drought-ravaging Arabasta, where Crocodile answers that for the past 2 years, every single malicious thing Koza attributed to Cobra was in fact perpetuated by his company, Baroque Works. Crocodile continues to taunt Koza, but Cobra calls his attention and demands that he listen. Cobra asks him to save as many citizens as he can. Chaka tells him about the bomb in the palace square and to hurry. Crocodile, seeing that Chaka is still alive, proceeds to strike him once more, seemingly killing him. Koza runs towards the palace square, but Vivi stops him. She implores him to listen and think things through. She explains that if they tell everyone that the palace will explode, then everyone will panic, which will add more chaos to the battle, and that even if they stop the bomb, it doesn't really stop the fighting, and people are still going to die. She tells him that they have to stop the rebellion instead, and that he's the only one who can do it. Hearing their plans, Crocodile tries to stop them and attempts to strike Vivi, but is blocked by Chaka, giving them time to get away. Vivi reaches the royal army and commands them to surrender immediately. Koza then comes out and tells the royal army that they no longer want to fight and that they just want to end the conflict. As the rebel army approaches the palace square, we see the royal army white flags of surrender. They also see their leader, Koza, waving a white flag. He tells them to quiet their anger and lower their weapons. He announces that the battle is over. However, he is shot multiple times by what looks like a soldier of the royal army, but is actually a Baroque Works agent who has infiltrated their ranks. Vivi screams in horror. Koza is shot by the Baroque Works agents who have infiltrated the royal guard, and as he collapses, he tries to tell the rebel army not to fight. The royal guards confront the soldier that shot Koza, but as Koza once again tries to talk to the rebel army, a sandstorm blows through the palace, obscuring the battlefield and allowing the Baroque Works agents that have infiltrated both sides to fire more shots towards the rebel army and royal guard, triggering a clash between them. Vivi and Koza try to stop the fighting, but their voices are drowned out by the fighting occurring in the palace square. In the palace, Chaka succumbs to his wounds and collapses, and King Cobra tells Vivi to run away, which she refuses, pointing out the crocodile was the cause of the sandstorm and that she wanted to stop the bomb that is set to explode in 15 minutes, to at least save some of the fighters in the palace square. Crocodile then grabs Vivi by the neck, telling her she was too weak to have those zealous ideals, and she reminds him that as princess of the country, she will never yield to him or give up. Crocodile reminds Vivi that the rebel army reinforcements are still arriving and will walk into the range of the blast, and then hangs her over the cliff by the neck as he lambasts her for her decision not to tell the soldiers about the bomb, pointing out that despite the panic, at least a few thousand would have survived. Crocodile notes that Vivi had been working as a spy in Baroque Works for 2 years, then drops her off a cliff. In the distance, Luffy arrives flying on Pell, to Crocodile's shock. They catch Vivi before she hits the ground, and she tells him about the bomb that's said to explode. At the palace square, Luffy and Vivi meet up with Chopper, Sanji, and Usopp, as well as Zoro and Nami, who is being carried by Zoro. Luffy apologizes for losing to Crocodile and promises not to lose again, and tells him to take care on other matters as she stretches up towards the palace to fight Crocodile. Crocodile attempts to dodge Luffy's hit, only to get punched in the face, making him bleed slightly. Before he could recover, Luffy attacks him again, and Crocodile begins to realize that Luffy has uncovered his weakness. Luffy explained that he found his weakness after his first fight when the water he got from Yuba spilled on Crocodile, preventing him from turning to sand. With Crocodile lying on the ground, Luffy demands that he get up and fight. Crocodile laughs at this statement. Meanwhile, Vivi and the rest of the Straw Hats are in the palace square. Vivi explains that according to Crocodile, within 10 minutes a huge cannon will be fired, and once the cannon's fired, no one within a 5-kilometer radius will survive, wiping out both the rebel and royal army forces. Zoro tells them that they need to find the cannon and stop the cannoneer from shooting. Before they can go ahead and look for the cannon, some Baroque Works billions find Vivi and try to bring her to Crocodile for a promotion. Sanji and Zoro volunteer to stay behind to deal with the agents, while the others go on ahead and split up to look for the cannon. Crocodile is still laughing at Luffy's statement, telling him that he will not be so easy to defeat, since he's one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Luffy is unimpressed and says that if he's one of the 7 warlords, then he is the 8th. Cobra can't believe what he's hearing and is impressed by Luffy's confidence. He asks who Luffy is, and Miss Sunday tells him that he's the one responsible for bringing Vivi back to Arabasta. Even though Luffy has figured out how to land a punch on Crocodile, the warlord is still confident, stating that even though Luffy can hit him, he can still absorb any fluid on Luffy's body. He proceeds to dehydrate Luffy's arm, which Luffy counters by drinking more water. The two continue their battle, and Luffy reveals that he was planning to throw the barrel of water he was carrying to douse Crocodile in water. Crocodile predicts this move and counters it by conjuring a twister of sand, sending Luffy and the barrel flying away. Luffy barely catches the barrel of water. Crocodile laughs at Luffy, telling him that this battle was no different than the first time they fought. Luffy proceeds to drink the whole barrel of water he was carrying and dubs himself as Water Luffy, showing a bloated stomach full of water, which shocks both Crocodile and Cobra and amuses Miss All Sunday. Crocodile attacks Luffy, but Luffy squirts out water from his mouth and douses Crocodile with water, just as he planned, making the warlord susceptible to Luffy's physical attacks. Luffy uses his Gomu Gomu no Bazooka technique and hits Crocodile directly to the stomach, which sends him crashing. Crocodile is laying on the ground, not moving. Miss All Sunday removes the stakes impaling Cobra and demands that he show her the way to the poneglyph. Cobra asks what she wants with it, but she subdues him and reiterates her demand. Crocodile gets up and calls Miss All Sunday by her real name, Nico Robin, telling her that she should be going to get the poneglyphs. As Nico Robin and the king leave, Crocodile uses his ground secco technique and dehydrates all their surroundings, turning into a desert wasteland. Luffy shoots water at Crocodile, which he simply absorbs with his hand. He continues to suck the moisture out of the ground, the effects of which are felt throughout the palace. With 8 minutes left until the explosion, Vivi, Pell, and the rest of the Straw Hats scramble to find the cannon. Meanwhile, Cobra asks if Nico Robin is truly Miss All Sunday's name. He remembers that the poneglyphs were known throughout the world 20 years ago. On their way to the poneglyphs, they encounter Tashigi and a bunch of marines. Tashigi refuses to let them pass, but Robin uses her abilities to incapacitate some of her men. Seeing the ability, a marine recognizes who she is and tells Tashigi that 20 years ago, when she was 8 years old, Robin earned a bounty of 79 million for sinking 6 marine ships, classifying her as a first-degree risk. After the incident, she was said to have vanished and never been heard from again. After hearing about her reputation, Tashigi commands her men to go to the palace square to stop the explosion, deeming it useless for so many men to fight against someone with her power. She stays behind, deciding to fight her, but Robin uses her ability against Tashigi and easily defeats her. In the palace, the entire lawn is turned to sand. Crocodile is able to sneak up on Luffy and grab him by the neck. He proceeds to absorb all the water in Luffy's body, dehydrating him. Luffy's signature straw hat is shown to be blown away by the wind. While still holding Luffy by the neck, Crocodile declares that Luffy has lost to him for the second time. Luffy's body water got dried up by Crocodile, leaving Luffy close to death. However, the water that he had shot at a Crocodile came falling down and landed back on him, which brought him back to life. After Luffy recovered, he went searching for Crocodile. Nico Robin and King Cobra, on the way to the Royal Tomb, encountered the Marines and were ordered to surrender. However, she overcame them easily. Sometime afterward, Crocodile came by and laughed at them for being easily overcome. Meanwhile, the remainder of the Straw Hat crew, Vivi and Pell, are still in search of the hidden bomb, and the time is counting down fast. Luffy, in pursuit of Crocodile, came by Tashigi and requested which route Crocodile took. After some contemplation, she showed Luffy the way Crocodile went and scolded herself after he took off. Upon reaching the tomb, Luffy began to bleed and fell to the ground sleeping. Meanwhile, with the help of Cobra, Nico Robin found the poneglyph and started reading it. Crocodile at this point had reached the location of the poneglyph as well. The Straw Hats are still in search of the bomb. Upon encountering the poneglyph, Nico Robin read and was inquired from Cobra if there were any more poneglyphs in the country, and Cobra asked if she was disappointed by the one they found. Crocodile finds them and tells Nico Robin to read what's written on the poneglyph. She began reading, however, but she was reading the history of Arabasta to him. Upon hearing that, Crocodile got very upset and asked if the poneglyph revealed the location of the ancient weapon, Pluton. Nico Robin answered him, saying that nothing of the name Pluton is mentioned in this poneglyph. Crocodile then told her that she's been useful for the 4 years they've been together operating Baroque works. However, she would have to die since she broke her promise of not giving him the location of Pluton after reading the poneglyph. Nico Robin tried to kill him, but failed. At that point, Cobra had initiated a timer that would destroy the underground tomb, stating that both Crocodile and Nico Robin would die along with him because he would never let Crocodile have the country of sand. During the search for the bomb, Vivi ends up with a skinned knee when one of her platform sandals disintegrates from all the abuse of running that is worn into it and sends her tumbling into the hard stony road. Losing her other sandal in the fall, she's forced to abandon the ruined pair and continue running barefoot. She got a revelation of the possible location of the bomb and had Usopp summon the remainder of the Straw Hats when they cross the streets. Luffy is finally awake from his nap and he went searching for Crocodile. Crocodile informs Cobra that his plan to bury all three of them together is futile because he's able to turn the bedrock of the tomb to sand and make it escape. Vivi and Usopp are together and Vivi has an idea as to where the cannon is hidden. Usopp had signaled the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates in the previous episode with one of his slingshot bombs, but billions from the Baroque works had found them instead. To distract them, Usopp uses a chalkboard and drags his nails down it to make a loud noise. He grabs Vivi and runs away. Meanwhile, Luffy finds where Crocodile, Nefertari Cobra, and the critically injured Nico Robin is. Crocodile is upset that Luffy is still alive no matter how many times he hurts him. Cobra is baffled as to who the strange boy is. Luffy demands that Crocodile give him back Vivi's country so Vivi can smile again. Luffy punches Crocodile twice, but Crocodile is confused as to how he's doing without water. Luffy was using his blood to touch Crocodile, without Crocodile using his powers from the Devil Fruit. Crocodile takes off a piece of his hook and reveals that he has poison in it. Zoro runs to where the smoke bomb was shot by Usopp, but he finds a group of Marines who are there with Tashigi. They give him orders on where to go to find the center of the city of Alabarna. Vivi and Usopp are still running with Baroque Works members chasing them. Tashigi and a few Marine members attack the men chasing Vivi and Usopp. Nami and Tony Chopper find Vivi and Usopp with 2 minutes left. Pell is shot by a mysterious frog woman in the clock tower, who is later revealed to be working for Baroque Works. Luffy and Crocodile continue their fight, and Luffy dodges Crocodile's attacks made by his hook. Cobra notices that Crocodile is struggling in the fight. Vivi is looking for Pell, Sanji and Zoro are in the clock tower. With 30 seconds left, the clock tower opens, Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day inside laughing. Tashigi attacks the men from Baroque Works and tells the Marines they should not hesitate and they should immediately know who their enemy is. Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day speak with joy about firing the bomb because that's their last mission from the boss and believes that they will get a promotion. Luffy continues to fight Crocodile, but the poison starts flowing out of Luffy's shoulder, making his body numb. Crocodile tells Luffy that he should have forgotten about Vivi because he would have avoided such situations they had been in. Meanwhile, Nami came up with an idea to stop the bomb with the weapon Usopp created for her. The plan is aiding Vivi up the clock tower, starting by having her sit on Chopper, who is standing on Usopp's shoulders. Nami then threw her climb attack between her legs using Cyclone Temple, making him jump high enough in the air for Chopper to jump towards Sanji, who kicks him towards Zoro. While mid-air and with only 7 seconds left, Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day saw them and shoots at them, but only hits Zoro, who manages to push Chopper and Vivi out of the way and high enough for Chopper to throw Vivi towards the clock tower. With 5 seconds left, Vivi is able to cut the rope that will activate the bomb. Meanwhile, Crocodile laughs at how pathetic Luffy looks with the poison running through his body. Crocodile tells Nefertari Cobra that he was well prepared for this big event and the time bomb would do plenty of damage from where it was placed, and it would only delay the bomb for a couple of seconds or so. Vivi finds out that the cannon is also a time bomb and cries with frustration because she sees that Crocodile is mocking her. He had told her before that she will not succeed in saving her beloved country no matter what she does. Pell shows up, and while Vivi is trying to tell him about the time bomb, she speaks of how the clock tower brings back so many memories from Vivi's childhood. In Pell's flashback, he tells Vivi that he is a guard and that he's there to protect this country. He takes the time bomb and flies up towards the sky. As he's flying away, in the background his voice is heard saying, "I am Arabasta's guardian deity, the Falcon. I am sworn to destroy the enemies of the royal family." When the sentence is finished, the time bomb blows up. Vivi is distraught after Pell's sacrifice. Even though he got the bomb away, the shockwave still knocks people down and damages buildings. None of the Straw Hats on the surface can believe it either. Even worse, the residents of Alabarna just get up and start killing each other again. Tashigi is held back by the Marines on the scene from interfering. Having lost all hope, Vivi just starts screaming repeatedly, "Please stop fighting," from the bell tower. Only the Straw Hats can hear her. Nami and the others go to stop the civil war at all costs. Under Alabarna, the tomb is crumbling. King Cobra and Miss All Sunday are both out, as well as apparently Luffy. Crocodile revels in what appears to be his ultimate victory. However, Luffy gets up to Crocodile's shock. Cobra comes to as well, as Luffy declares he cannot be beaten. Crocodile tries to get him with its hook again, but Luffy kicks it away so hard that the hook breaks off. Luffy starts beating on Crocodile and is making headway, throwing him through the ruins. Crocodile has no idea why the scorpion venom isn't working on Luffy. He deploys a knife from the stub of his boot, but when he lunges at Luffy, he gets kicked up into the ruins rafters. Tired of these games, he uses Sables Pasado to blow away more ruins. Luffy inflates his body and then twists and blows, rifling back towards Crocodile. Luffy begins Gomu Gomu no Storm, using his Gatling attack while rocketing towards his enemy. Crocodile counters with Desert La Espada, forming a giant set of claw blades as they're neutralized by Luffy's blood-soaked fists. Crocodile gets pummeled against the ceiling of the ruins. To Cobra's shock, Crocodile is eventually driven through several feet of bedrock and hundreds of feet into the air above Alabarna. The Straw Hats and Vivi see Crocodile's unconscious body tumble through the air, and Vivi recalls reading about the worsening situation at Arabasta during their journey. Although the Straw Hats rejoice in Luffy's victory initially, the civil war continues to rage on around them. As Vivi continues to beg them to stop, rain suddenly begins to fall. As they feel Alabarna's first rainfall in 3 years, the people finally stop fighting. Eventually, the dust clears and the people finally hear Vivi's pleas to stop fighting. The people drop their partisans when they realize the princess is alive and well. As Crocodile collides with the street, Luffy hits the bottom of the tomb next to King Cobra. Vivi tells her people that the nightmare is finally over, as Cobra thanked Luffy. Although the people's anger is quelled, they don't initially believe Vivi's claim that the nightmare is over. There are people still angry that King Cobra apparently attacked Nanohana. At this point, Chaka orders the royal army of Arabasta to stand down. Also, Igaram appears, to Vivi's relief, as she descends the clock tower. He presents Kappa, the kid who was allegedly hurt by the royal army in Nanohana. Kappa testifies to the treachery of Crocodile and Baroque Works, and how Mr. 2 Bankure impersonated King Cobra. The people finally agree to throw down their weapons for good. In the streets, the Straw Hat pirates are met with King Cobra, who is carrying Luffy, weak but alive. Sanji doesn't know who Cobra is at first until Vivi runs into him and hugs him. Cobra said that Luffy somehow found the strength to carry up both of them to the surface. He also said that Luffy got an antidote for Crocodile's poison, though he'll still need to be treated for his injuries. The Straw Hats say they'll make their way to the palace incognito when they're ready, since they're wanted. The people gather around the disgraced Crocodile as the Marines arrive with Tashigi. Tashigi reveals that her men had confiscated Baroque Works ships with dance powder, a powder that can induce rain and link them to Crocodile. She strips him of his title of Warlord of the Sea and places him under arrest, though he's still unconscious and can't resist anyway. The rest of the Baroque Works is out of commission except for Mr. 2, who sneaks through Alabarna to get away. Koza tries to reconcile the actions of the rebellion as he digests Crocodile's treachery, but King Cobra tells his people that they can get past this ugly moment in their history and Arabasta can continue to move forward. On the coastline, Hina accuses Smoker of using dance powder. Smoker says he knows King Cobra was trying to protect his kingdom without using it, and he didn't want to ruin that. He asks Hina to take the ship they are aboard, the Baroque Works Rainmaker ship, and Crocodile to headquarters. Tashigi also orders the Marines and her unit to turn a blind eye to the Straw Hats. The wounded are cleared from Alabarna Square, and Koza assures Vivi that she'll be fine. The people of Arabasta rejoice at the return of the rain. That evening, back at the palace, the Straw Hats finally made it back and are now recuperating from their injuries. Vivi is watching the rain in their room when Igaram came in. He eulogizes Pell and honors his bravery in protecting the kingdom. The next day, at the port where the Marines are moored, Tashigi arrives with Crocodile. She reports to Smoker and apologizes for letting Luffy go. Smoker ignores it. Tashigi feels as if she could not figure out what true justice was in the situation, and was ashamed that she assisted the Straw Hats in defeating Crocodile. Smoker starts talking about ambition and how some he knows are making names for themselves. Smoker provides no comfort to the conflicted Tashigi, only telling her to get stronger if she feels she's not up to the task. She declares she will, and then tells the other soldiers they can only wish for guts like hers. Marine headquarters places a Den Mushi call into Smoker, requesting that he and Tashigi report in. They've ignored his report and are crediting him and Tashigi with the apprehension of Crocodile, with promotions in rank to match. Hina says the world government wants to cover up the Straw Hats' involvement. Unwilling to accept that, Smoker tells the world government what they can do with their promotion. Dr. Ho wonders over Chopper's skill at mixing medicines. As she passes by, Vivi notes that he was trained as a doctor on Drum Island. Dr. Ho notes that he did not know about Chopper's technique despite 40 years of training himself. Chopper goes into his usual routine of responding to praise with insults, but Dr. Ho translates them as appreciation. Vivi cares for Luffy at a nearby bed, with Karoo lying the next bed over. Sanji and Usopp walk through the capital city as it rebuilds, remarking at the people's resilience as they should. Sanji quickly walks away from one area when he recalls that a particular set of holes through a series of buildings was caused by him. Zoro is elsewhere, working on his concentration by balancing boulders on his fists, seeking to be able to call upon his utmost skills at the shortest notice. In the palace library, King Cobra encourages Nami to take as many books as she likes back with her when the Straw Hats depart. Chaka and his guards hold off the Marines who are looking for Luffy and Zoro, while Sanji and Usopp, who are not yet wanted, walk by unnoticed. Luffy soon wakes up and is feeling much better. He looks for his hat, then quickly feels hungry, and is conflicted between looking for his hat and finding food. Usopp points out Luffy's straw hat on the next bed over. It was found at the ruins by a soldier. Luffy had no idea he was in bad shape when he was brought to the palace infirmary, and thanks Chopper and Vivi for nursing him back to health. Zoro enters and Luffy says to him, "Long time no see," and then gets puzzled as to why. Zoro gets yelled at by Chopper for ignoring his advice to take it easy. Apparently Luffy had been asleep for 3 days, and he calculates that he missed 15 meals. A figure comes in, sensing Luffy's awakening. At first, Zoro thinks it's Igaram cross-dressing, but it's actually his wife, Terracotta, the royal chef. Zoro notes how disturbingly similar she looks to Igaram. She's personally overseeing the banquet to thank Luffy for rescuing Vivi and her husband. Having heard of Luffy's legendary appetite, she's brought a large tray of fruit for Luffy to tide him over before dinner. He scarfs up the entire tray in a split second. Terracotta looks forward to the challenge of feeding Luffy. At the banquet that follows, the palace guards stand in disbelief as the Straw Hats gorge themselves, especially Luffy, who had a bad habit of eating food off of other people's plates. Sanji is concerned over how fast Chopper is sucking down pasta. Usopp puts the contents of one of his Tabasco no Boshi on a rice ball as a trick. Luffy eats it, of course, and spits fire. Sanji starts to get recipes from the servers. Vivi just laughs at the spectacle, and soon even the guards can't help but laugh as the banquet gets even more raucous. It eventually involves the nose chopsticks. All the while, Terracotta cooks happily, embracing the challenge. Later on, Cobra invites the Straw Hats to the baths. Eventually, Sanji asks Igaram to show him to the ladies' side of the bath so he can do some peeping. He gets offended, but Cobra himself points at a wall that they can look over, even though his daughter's in there. Nami and Vivi have that side of the bath to themselves, even though it is spacious and lavish as the men's side. Nami wonders if a ship could carry such a bath. Vivi notes all the wonderful things that they've seen on their voyage together. As they get ready to switch so Nami can watch Vivi, they notice all the men looking over the wall. Luffy, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, even Cobra and Igaram, only Zoro absent. Nami has a simple solution to this. She stands up, pulling her towel around her, and tells the men that they will owe her 100,000 each for this. She then unleashes her most diabolical move, Happiness Punch. She opens her towel, bearing her entire body to the guys. They're all stunned, getting massive nosebleeds and falling back to their sides, Sanji mumbling. With the bath back to themselves, Nami notes the Straw Hats might leave Arabasta that evening. There's no reason for them to say, and the Marines are probably looking for them by now. This news startles Vivi. On the men's side, Cobra does something unexpected by bowing to the Straw Hats. Igaram is alarmed by his unkingly display of bowing to another man, but Cobra states that there's no such thing as a naked king. He's thanking them as a resident of Arabasta for saving his kingdom, and as a father for saving his daughter. Nami and Vivi overhear Cobra's gesture. As night falls over the palace, Nami officially suggests to the others that they leave tonight. Zoro and Sanji agree with her reasoning. Luffy wants some more food, but Zoro says they have to leave immediately. Elsewhere in the palace, Chaka and Igaram have received a new bounty poster for Luffy and one for Zoro as well. Luffy's bounty has been raised to 100 million, and Zoro now has a bounty of 60 million. Igaram remarks that Luffy cannot turn back now that he's defeated one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Later that night, Igaram runs to warn the Straw Hats, but they're already gone, only with Vivi left in her room. Vivi tells them that they've already left. Elsewhere in Arabasta, 2 Marine sergeants appear on a ship. One of them is Django, who has turned traitor on the pirate movement. The other is Full Body, who has apparently gotten new clout among the Marines. They've taken down a pirate ship and are dancing in victory. On the nearby dock, Hina is disappointed that their operation took so long. Another Marine notes that all harbors are blockaded, but the Going Merry has gone missing from Aramalu. She orders the Marines to search all over for that ship. Django and Full Body return to Hina. She orders them to begin patrol for the Straw Hat pirates, to their excitement. The Straw Hats are running across the desert on a group of riding ducks. Luffy is still eating. Sanji got some recipes and spices from Terracotta so we can make some of the native dishes in the future. Chopper looks at Nami, who is feeling down right now. Sanji suspects she's thinking about Vivi. Nami says that she's down because she's giving up the 1 billion ransom she originally extorted from Igaram. Everyone is shocked when she's feeling down about giving up the money as opposed to leaving Vivi behind. Usopp ends up falling off his duck. Igaram wants Vivi to ride with the Straw Hats and warn them about their increased bounties, but Vivi knows Karoo will never be able to catch them by now. Vivi insists that they'll be alright and pushes Igaram out of the room so she can sleep. She is addressing the people of Arabasta the next day. Igaram is concerned that she's too calm about it. Before she goes to bed, Vivi notes how quiet it is now that she's away from the Straw Hats. Earlier in the day, the Straw Hats got a call over Denden Mushi from someone named Bonchan. They recognize it as Bonkore. Luffy wonders what he wants. He claims that he's taken their ship to the upper Sandora River and that they are now friends. Zoro says they have no choice but to go where he took their ship and to keep a watchful eye out if he has any tricks for them. Vivi gets their attention and asks what she should do. She's uncertain about whether to stay or go. Nami says that they will get their ship and sail to the eastern harbor. If Vivi is not there by noon, they will consider her to be staying and leave without her. It is at that point that the Straw Hats take their leave. Vivi notes that she can leave for the eastern harbor at 8 AM and make it on time if she chooses. The question is whether to be a pirate or a princess. She asks Karoo what he would like to do. Bonkore meets the Straw Hats as they arrive at the Going Merry. Luffy is leery of Bon's help since he lied earlier about helping him, but there's no longer a point to Bon for them to be enemies since the Baroque works his history. He says he took the Going Merry to keep her from being captured by Marines and alerts them that they have blocked off all ports. Luffy accepts him as a friend, but Zoro thinks that Bon's doing it because he's just as trapped by the Marines as they are. He admits that this is the case, and Bonkore's ship appears shortly thereafter to assist. That morning, the Marines find the ship, and Hina prepares to enter the battle. Igaram, overcome by his worry of Vivi joining the Straw Hats pirate crew, dreamed that she declared wanting to be the pirate queen. Upon awakening, he went right away to Vivi's room, and Vivi was in her room getting dressed for his speech with the help of Terracotta, and Terracotta sent him out. Igaram and Chaka are then seen discussing about the battle between the Straw Hats and the Marines ongoing at the harbor and lamenting that they unfortunately cannot help the crew. The Marines and the Straw Hats have begun battle, and the Marines are attempting to sink the Going Merry, leaving the crew in a pinch. Luffy recognized Django and questioned why he was a Marine, with Django answering that he has his own reasons. Sanji, on the other hand, commented that the man next to Django appeared familiar. Full Body commented that Sanji and his crew will meet their doom on that day since he's powered up. Usopp went to the cannon launcher and launched a cannon at Django, which destroyed the ship he was on as well as the ship full body was on. Luffy then praised Usopp's marksmanship, saying it was awesome. Bon Curry told them to escape after those two ships were destroyed and received word that Hina the Black Cage had arrived. He explained that Black Cage Hina is the Marine Headquarters captain that patrolled the area. Bon Curry questioned why the Straw Hats would not escape, and Nami told him about the promise they made with Luffy by adding that it was so they could meet a friend. Cobra and Igaram visit Vivi as she announced that she would like to tell them something very important. With his disguise ability, Bon Curry fooled the Marines into pursuing him, allowing the Straw Hats to escape. Bon Curry recited his Okama Way poem and prepared to engage the Marines in battle. Upon witnessing what was unfolding between Bon Curry's crew and the Marines, the Straw Hats cried and swore to never forget them. A flashback as to how Igaram and Vizzy found out the instigator of their country's unrest was visited. Another crew of Marine ships attacked the Straw Hats once again, but were overwhelmed. Vivi began her speech, which told secretly about her travel with the Straw Hats. On hearing the speech, Zoro and Sanji told Luffy that they had to leave since it appeared that Vivi was not coming. Moreover, they were under attack again by another crew of Marine ships. The country's people who came to watch Vivi give her speech realized Igaram's attempt to disguise himself as Vivi and yelled for him to step down. Vivi made it to the harbor and found the Straw Hat crew waiting as promised. Vivi told them she came to say goodbye and that she'd be staying behind. She, however, asked if they ever meet again, would they consider her as part of their family. Luffy was about to give her a verbal answer when Nami shut him up. She told him that the Marines have seen Vivi and responding verbally would make them consider her as a part of them, thus making her into a criminal. So, to give a silent answer and goodbye, the Straw Hats rose their left arm with the cross mark on it as proof that they considered her one of them. Vivi and Karoo also rose their left arm at the shore, indicating their friendship. Hina explains to Smoker that they sunk Bon Curry's ship and captured his crew, but the Straw Hats managed to run away. Although, Hina observes that Smoker seems pleased that they managed to escape. King Cobra continues the speech given to the kingdom started by Vivi. Chaka mourns Pell's death at his grave, though he admits that he cannot accept Pell is really gone. Back at Yuba, Toto continues to laugh ever since hearing the kingdom-wide speech, as he's one of the few people who know the true extent of the Straw Hats' involvement in saving Arabasta. It then cuts to various people and animals who interacted with the Straw Hats through their journey in the desert. Among them are citizens' reactions and plans for the future. Crocodile's casino will probably be shut down as people do not have time to take care of it, neither would they want to. It's then revealed that Pell survived the blast. The Marines continue to attack the Going Merry and it seems to be sinking. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji decide that they've got to fight them while they trip over large metal pipes Usopp kept, which they then decide to throw out. Luffy throws them all off the ship and they end up striking the Marine ships, disabling them. Using this to their advantage, they make a quick escape. After hearing of the escape, Smoker informs Tashigi of the bounties on Luffy and Zoro, informing her of the latter's exploits at Whiskey Peak and his victory over Daz Bones and Arabasta. He assures her that they will get their rematch some other time. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats bemoan the loss of Vivi, except for Zoro, who says that if they miss her so much, they may as well have forced her to come along. The others insult him, except for Luffy, who does not know how to make a proper insult. Suddenly, the door to the captain's cabin opens, revealing Nico Robin. Everyone who knows who she is panics. Robin says Luffy did something to her, and Sanji immediately gets angry at him. Luffy has no idea what she's talking about, but Robin insists that he put her through excruciating treatment, and that he needs to take responsibility by allowing her to become part of the crew. Flashback to the temple collapse as Luffy lay unconscious. Robin gives King Cobra the antidote to Crocodile's poison, telling him that Luffy could survive the collapse due to his rubber body. She admits that she did lie to Crocodile about the poneglyph, but never had any intention of handing over a weapon to him. As Cobra administers the medicine, she tells him the truth. All she wants to know is the true history through the real poneglyph. But now she's given up. She spent 20 years looking for it, and Arabasta was her last good lead. At that point, she believed that there were simply too many enemies in the path to her achieving her dream. Luffy then wakes up and saves Cobra and Robin, even though she tells him to just leave her to die, but he ignores her resolutely. Why do I have to listen to you? Back in the present, Robin says that now she has nowhere else to go, and that Luffy's crime was forcing her to live when she wished to die. Luffy allows her on the crew without another word, shocking the others. He said that she is no longer a threat to them. As she allows Luffy and Chopper to play with her powers, Usopp attempts to interrogate her, but he fails rather miserably and ends up terrified of her. Nami is bribed by jewels and gems into accepting her. Sanji was gone from the word go since she's a woman, and Usopp, Luffy, and Chopper are having too much fun playing games with her. The only person who stays suspicious is Zoro, but even he is briefly disarmed by her cheerfulness. As things on the Going Merry get back to being as close to normal as they ever are, cut back to Arabasta one last time. Pell drops his crutch as he finds himself standing at his own grave. The scene opens on an early dawn where all the Straw Hat pirates are asleep. Nami, who's above deck, wakes up and discovers an island in the distance. She calls out to the others, and after a humorous fight between Zoro and Sanji, Luffy awakens and climbs up on a deck, sees the island, and gives a howl of joy. When they land on the island, Sanji notices that it's abundant with fruit. He suggests that they gather fruit as surplus, therefore Nami has the remaining crew draw straws to see who gets to stay behind and watch the Going Merry. Luffy takes 3, thinking that would make him smarter, which it did not, and in the end, Chopper ended up drawing the longest straw, so he got to stay behind. And so, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp go to gather fruit. Nami goes to survey the island and draw a map of it, and Sanji follows her, swooning. Chopper, thinking he's all alone on the ship, decides to play captain, giving up pretend orders to his fellow crew members. For a while, he has fun until he discovers that the newest member of the crew, Nico Robin, was below the whole time reading a book. Chopper immediately gets freaked out, remembering how she was once a Baroque Works officer agent and that her specialty is assassination. He tells her that he does not trust her and runs off into the ship, though Robin did not seem to be paying attention. Once inside the ship, Chopper forgets about Robin slightly and decides to make more rumble balls. While he does so, Robin enters and begins to make more coffee, though Chopper does not notice. Instead, he remembers the first time he made a rumble ball. A flashback occurs back before Chopper met the Straw Hat Pirates, back when Chopper was still learning medicine. He was experimenting with some of Dr. Kureha's medicine until he heard her coming and accidentally dropped a few of them. Acting quickly but not thinking, he pressed the ingredients together and tossed the ball into his mouth, swallowing it. His body then underwent an unusual change as his arms suddenly became muscular and grow larger without him doing so on his own. The flashback ends and Chopper begins to wonder how Dr. Kureha is doing. He then finally noticed Robin was in the room the whole time and panics again. Thinking she was trying to learn the rumble ball's secrets and assassinate him, he quickly eats a rumble ball and attacks, breaking a barrel of water. He changes back into his brain point form and uses his scope move to try and find Robin's weakness. Robin just laughs and uses her devil fruit power to tickle Chopper. She also says he's funny and cute, to which Chopper insults her with doing a happy little dance. Then Robin hands him an empty barrel, saying that since he broke the other one, he should refill another barrel with more water. Chopper does so and heads off onto the island. Meanwhile, Luffy goofs around with monkeys, and Usopp acts as though he was dying, trying to gather fruit for his crewmates, making a dramatic scene. Zoro, while grumbling about being ordered around by a woman, especially Nami, does what he's told and gathers lots of fruit by cutting down the trees using his three-sword style. Nami, in the meantime, is busy surveying the land as Sanji showers her with compliments and expresses his love. Nami says he's in the way and knocks him out of the way. We then go back to Chopper, who, along with Robin, goes to gather water. When Chopper wonders why she came along, she simply says it's been a while since she's gone for a walk like this. They finally reach a lake on the island, and Chopper proceeds to fill the barrel. Robin sits in a nearby field of flowers. Chopper asks if she really was wanted by the Marines all along ever since she was 8, to which she replies yes. She goes on to say how she survived by working for various pirates. She then asks Chopper about the person he was talking about before. Chopper describes Dr. Kureha as a woman who dresses like a pirate but who is a doctor. He starts by saying he spent 6 years learning how to be a doctor from her. He's seen yet again messing with medicine when Dr. Kureha shows up. She asks if he's finished reading all the pages that he was supposed to read, but Chopper complains, asking when he's going to do stuff doctors actually do. He then goes on to say that he's already memorized all 200 of the books given to him. Then suddenly Dr. Kureha collapses. Chopper runs over to her, asking her what's wrong. Dr. Kureha mentions that she might have gotten sick from one of her patients. She then says that he will have to treat her as a test, and if he fails, she dies. Chopper immediately puts her to bed and runs some tests. After checking several books and mixing medicines, he gives her a green sphere-shaped ball, which Dr. Kureha takes. Chopper wonders if she's going to ask what's in it, and she explains that there is no patient who has room in his or her heart to ask such a question. Illnesses cannot be cured unless the patient completely trusts their doctor. She then eats the medicine. Chopper asks if she's any better, but Dr. Kureha says that medicine does not work that fast and she needs her rest. Later that night, when Chopper was about to go to get more water, Dr. Kureha tells him he did a good job for someone like him. Back in the present, Chopper continues to say that was the only compliment he had ever gotten from Dr. Kureha in all those 6 years. So instead of acknowledging him as a doctor, she trusted him with her life, and that's the kind of person Dr. Kureha is. Then Chopper realizes he said too much, but Robin has already gotten up and was ready to head back for the ship. Before she goes, she tells Chopper that she wishes she had someone to write to like he did. They went back together, with Chopper carrying the full barrel of water still in Brainpoint. Later that night, all the Straw Hats were eating the fruit that Zoro gathered. Nami was disappointed with Luffy and Usopp, but congratulated Zoro and said that he'd get to collect fruit through the night. Sanji swooned, but Zoro tells him to shut up. Before they got into a fight, Nami holds them both back, saying that she was just kidding. While everyone laughs, Luffy then asks how Chopper's day was. Chopper said that nothing special happened, but then looks over at Robin reading a book and then added, "But it's been a great day." Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper are finishing off the side of the boat while the rest of the crew relaxes. Chopper catches a large fish and Usopp catches a small one. Sanji offers Nami a tropical juice that says will make her skin smooth, and Luffy and the others ask for some too as they want to look cuter. Luffy keeps fishing and pulls a large sea snail out, and the crew discusses whether or not to cook it. Before they can, a hatch on the side of the snail's shell opens and a man comes out. He introduces himself as Rice, a traveling salesman from the Den Den Company who was lost in a storm during a delivery. He thanks them by offering them free product catalogs. While he was explaining his trade to most of the crew, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper wandered into his S-car and began playing with his inventory. He interrupted them and took the Budo Budo blade from Luffy, explaining its different features and apparent value. When he saw Chopper playing with the Ab slider, he did the same, claiming that both were his company's #1 product. He strapped Usopp into the golden fish, much to Usopp's dismay, to demonstrate its functions, and then offered the 3 products, Mero Mero juice, a stack of encyclopedias, and binoculars for 23,800. As the crew thumbed through the catalog, Sanji noticed the company's knife collection. Rice pitched him a super flexible knife from High Mountain and then offered him a double table knife set, scissors, a peeling knife, and an electric sharpener for 2980. He tried to pitch his silky smooth skin soap to Robin, and she commented on his company's vast inventory. Luffy asked him if they sold live animals, and when Rice told him he did not, the captain was disappointed. Nami asked him if he sold paper strong enough to resist weathering. Rice revealed his Millennium Paper, explaining its qualities and possible uses. When Luffy asked if it could be used to make paper airplanes, Rice annoyedly said that doing so would be a waste. Recognizing Nami's strong desire for the paper, he tried to cheat her and drive up the price. He offered it to her for a reduced rate of 48 million, and she asked if he could take it down any further. When he offered to sell it for 47.5 million, she counter-offered with 2. Though Rice dropped back to 4.8 million, Sanji said they would pay for it. He tied up Luffy and proposed that they turn him into the Marines, and Rice realized that he was now the notorious pirate Monkey D. Luffy. As he trembled in fear, he noticed the crew's Jolly Roger and fell to the ship's deck, nervously cowering. He quickly jumped to his feet and made an excuse that he had an appointment to go to, and he climbed into his S-car, and the two fled the ship in haste. With Rice gone, the crew notices that he left the inventory he was showing them, including the Millennium paper that Nami wanted. She takes it into her room, telling her crewmates to keep quiet and watch the clouds for any weather changes. She decides to start making her dream of drawing a map of the world a reality, settling down to draw Little Garden, Drum Island, and Arabasta. She recalls standing on a cliff in Kokoyashi village with Bellmare and Nojiko, asking her mom where the wind and sea came from. Bellmare answers, laughing and patting her daughter's head. Nami then recalls when she returned to that spot after stealing books from a shop in her village, and her mom came to bring her home for dinner. Nami asks her mom what's past the sea, to which Bellmare responds that she does not know past the Grand Line. She then told her mom her resolve to travel the world and make a map of everywhere she goes. Outside, Sanji orders Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper to clean the ship's deck. Zoro argues that Robin should help instead of relaxing with her book, but Sanji defends her. Zoro and Sanji begin to fight over it, causing the ship's deck to shake. With the rumble, Nami's ink pen slides across the paper while she's mid-stroke. She comes out of her room and hits both of them over the head, telling everyone to be quiet. She returns to her drawing and starts a new draft. Back outside, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper try cleaning the ship by rubbing the Ab slider with a mop. They use the silky smooth skin soap and make sudsy bubbles over the entire deck. Nami comes out when she hears them laughing loudly and is surprised by the bubbles. Getting carried away, Luffy falls off the Ab slider and overboard. He grabs the figurehead to prevent himself from falling into the sea, but he launches himself straight into Nami's room, knocking over all of her map-making supplies to the floor in a crash. Furious, she demands they all stay quiet or else she would charge them all 100,000. Luffy tries to apologize, but she pushes them all out. Chopper is scared and saddened by Nami's frustration. Nami returns to her map making and everyone except for Chopper falls asleep on the ship's deck. He notices the clouds change and a tornado appears before them. Terrified, he tries to tell Nami, but he recalls her threat. Unsure what to do, he sits on the ship's deck in fear. Nami finishes her map first and exits her room to find Chopper crying about the tornado and not being able to tell her. She reassures him that everything will be alright and wakes the crew. They all jump to raise the sails and steer the ship except Robin, who continues to read in the rain. After they pass the storm, Nami tells everyone about her first map and reaffirms her dream to chart the whole sea. Robin finishes reading and closes her book, and the crew lowers the sails to continue onward. Luffy sits at the head of the Going Merry while Usopp uses his goggles on top of the ship trying to see through the fog. A ship appears in front of them and he realizes it belongs to the Marines, causing him to become uneasy. More of them start popping up, and Nami suggests the Marines are probably having a hard time seeing through it too, with Robin agreeing and saying that there's probably nothing to worry about. Sanji then spots a child standing on one of the Marine ships, and the child gets startled by seeing the pirate's flag, to which he passes out and tips overboard. Sanji goes to save the child, but Robin insists that she should save him using her devil fruit powers to reach the boy and bring him to safety. The boy, startled seeing the strangers, says that they're probably planning on attacking the Marines. Luffy declines his accusation, and Sanji brings some soup out for the boy. The boy accepts after a moment of observation and happily enjoys it when he introduces himself as Taijo, one of the probationary cooks for the Marines. Prior to falling off the boat, Taijo explains that he recently was carrying a pot full of soup where he tripped over a broom and spilled it. He apologized to the chef, who told him to make another one if he truly meant it. Taijo agreed, but he wasn't able to make it very good, and Nami asks if he has any experience. He answers her by saying that it's only been 6 months since he started as a probationary cook, to which Sanji says that it's long enough for him to learn something. Taijo disagrees and reveals that his entire time he's only been washing dishes and peeling some items. He's never made actual food yet. He then adds that the soup wasn't being prepared for any ordinary lunch, but a special lunch consisting of all Marine captains. Sanji tells him just to apologize again, but Taijo reveals that if he doesn't make a new soup, he'll be kicked off the ship. Luffy asks why he can't just cook on land, and Nami asks if this particular ship means anything. The boy smiles and asks if any of them have heard of the All Blue, which interests Sanji as he explains what he knows about it to them. After Nami says that he should head back to his ship, Sanji offers to help him out, and he asks Luffy to lend him a hand in returning to the ship. Luffy stretches his arms as Nami questions Sanji about helping, and he explains that he wants to check out the galley for the Marine ship. They hold on to Luffy, and like a slingshot, he shoots them towards it, and then he decides to join them as Sanji angrily asks for explanation. Luffy responds by asking Sanji how he planned on returning to the ship without him. Taijo then shows Sanji where the galley is, and Sanji takes note of how expensive everything looks. Suddenly, hearing a noise nearby, Taijo approaches the pantry to find Luffy making himself comfortable with the various items, and when Sanji asks him what he was doing, he lies and claims he was exploring. Before he can leave, Sanji forces him to empty his pockets. He then begins to tell Taijo about his time when he was younger, back when he had the same job as him. His chef told him that he'll never learn anything by doing chores all the time, but this makes Taijo realize that the chef didn't teach him not because he didn't want to, but because he wanted him to learn through observation. Taijo recalls that the chef was making curry, and he starts to remember the steps to make it. Meanwhile, Luffy admires the ship's huge mast, touching it until he hears Marines approaching. To avoid detection, he pulls himself to the very top and hangs from it until they pass. Taijo is able to slowly remember everything the chef did to prepare the curry, and he slowly makes some, having Sanji try it. Sanji gives critique and reminds him that cooking cannot be rushed, which makes Taijo remember the chef explaining the process to him with fine detail. He tries to use this to improve his curry, but Sanji spots another mistake, and he assists him with some advice. It's then that Luffy gets spotted by a Marine that is on lookout. With a little more help, Taijo prepares the curry perfectly, and he thanks Sanji as they spot Luffy currently being chased. He stretches out his arms and prepares to leave as Sanji tells Taijo that he thinks the Great All Blue is out there too. Then he holds on to Luffy, allowing them to escape before the Marines can arrive. Taijo smiles as the Marines approach to ask if he saw anyone suspicious. He claims he didn't and suggests that the fog might have been playing tricks on their eyes. Luffy and Sanji are back with the crew, and Nami gets mad that Luffy got caught by the Marines, as this could have gotten them into trouble. Usopp angrily cheers him out for damaging the Going Merry and reminds him that they need to be more careful with it. The crew stops on Fireworks Island that's getting ready for its annual fireworks festival. Usopp meets a young fireworks maker named Kodama and helps her achieve her dream. The next episode begins on an island where Zoro wanders around very exhausted. A group of pirates are seen laughing at a bar named W Brothers. The head of the table is Billy, who proclaims he will drink this bar dry, with the other pirates questioning him. Yosaku notices Billy and finds out his 5 million bounty. Johnny is shown to be very reluctant and tells Yosaku, but he tries to counter Johnny by saying that they can't just take the small guys forever. However, Johnny is still persistent, not wanting to risk instant death. Just then, Zoro enters the pub very exhausted and sits down wanting food. The owner tells Zoro off because he has no money to pay with. Zoro, however, says he'll pay once he collects the bounty from one of the guys sitting behind me. Billy, very angry to hear this, gets up and charges at Zoro. Zoro quickly opens his katana slightly and counters the sword. Zoro, very hungry, asks about Billy's bounty, and Billy confirms the 5 million on his head. With the information given, Zoro quickly finishes him off in the chest. He now has the money he needs to eat. Johnny and Yosaku, very frightened from the ordeal, question if the stranger is the infamous pirate hunter guy, describing it as the 3-sword wielding demon that took the form as human. Quickly brushing off the rumors, they approach Zoro asking him about the fellow bounty hunter rules and hand over the dead body of Billy because they spotted him first. Zoro ignores, making Johnny annoyed. Zoro then stops and asks if they've heard of Hawkeye's Mihawk. They answer in approval, and Zoro explains that he's searching for Mihawk so he can defeat him and become the greatest swordsman in the world. He then clarifies he claims bounties in order to eat and therefore is no bounty hunter. Yosaku scoffs at Zoro, calling Zoro's goal an impossible task. Zoro ignores these comments, saying he already made up his mind because it was a childhood dream and nobody can ever change his mind. This comment leaves Johnny in shock. Zoro gets up and apologizes for his intrusion on taking their bounty and lets them have it. Of course, if they pay the bill for his meal. After turning in the bounty, Yosaku is seen to be very happy as they now get to lay off the bounty hunting for a while and be able to eat more nicely. Johnny, still remembering his conversation with the stranger, asks Yosaku why he became a bounty hunter. Yosaku, confused, answers back to eat. But Johnny explains that he became a bounty hunter because he yearned to be like the brave hunters that protected his poor village from pirates that attacked it. His talk with the stranger made him remember about his own childhood dream. Yosaku laughs it off, saying that's not like him. Suddenly, the villagers in the town are running in fear, closing the windows and running away. One of the villagers tells him that the infamous Dick bandits are attacking the storage at the edge of town. Yosaku scrolls through the papers to find out that he's got a bounty of 10 million. At the edge of town, Dick breaks open the storage facilities with his massive pistol and his band of bandits loot the goods. Johnny and Yosaku arrive at the scene with the frightened villagers. All the villagers are too afraid to reclaim the stolen goods, fearing their death. As the bandits empty the storage, Dick becomes very arrogant, proclaiming only idiots try to oppose his mighty self. Suddenly, he gets hit by a hammer. A boy named Harry tries to attack Dick to no avail, but he won't give up. This reminds Johnny of his childhood and convinces Yosaku to go on the offense. They charge at Dick, now face to face with him. Dick shows no fear of the duo, saying they aren't worth his time and he'd rather pay them to buzz off. Johnny proclaims he'd rather fight for justice. This makes the bandits laugh. Johnny pleads for Yosaku to fight with him. Yosaku, with a sense of bravery, agrees to the offer. Yosaku then brags they turned in the 5 million bounty over to the Marines. This makes Dick stop laughing and gets angry with them, since it turns out that Billy was Dick's younger brother, causing him to rage. Meanwhile, as the fights begin in the distance, we pan to Zoro walking up the steps to a swordsmith. He walks up to the sweating man and asks if his Maito has been repaired. He compliments the swordsman for his impressive workmanship. The swordsmith adds on that it wasn't very easy as Zoro handles his katanas too hard, with the other 2 that he's used shown to be shattered. He then has a flashback to the time that he challenged and fought Kuina. Zoro offers to pay the swordsmith back, but is denied as it's not every day that you get to see such a beautiful sword. Zoro hands back the longsword that he'd used prior to kill Billy, but the sword shatters right in front of the swordsmith. He scoffs, saying that Zoro would break every katana he touches. Zoro, with regret, promises to pay him back somehow. As this happens, a huge gunshot can be heard. Zoro is informed that the bandit Mountain Whale Dick has arrived and has a 10 million bounty on him. Zoro is then showing relief as he now knows how to pay the swordsman back. Cutting back to the fight, Harry, the little boy, watches in horror as the duo try to fight Dick to no avail as he keeps knocking them back before they could reach him. Even still, they got back up to charge at him with determination. Dick questions if they even took out his little brother. They reply that they only turned him in. The 2 bounty hunters charge back one more time for being called weak before being knocked out to the ground very weak and worn out. Harry gets mad and charges only to get hit. Dick's crew reports back saying they loaded everything onto the cart. Dick, out of impatience, declares that he's had enough with such weak punks. Johnny and Yosaku get back up as Johnny proclaims that he would risk his life to prevent the bandits from getting away. This makes an impact on Harry. Dick, running out of patience, asks his crew to finish them off. Harry is knocked away by one of the bandits landing in front of Zoro's feet. The bandits then beat up Johnny and Yosaku. Harry gets back up but is stopped by Zoro. He tells Harry to think about what he can do before attacking. As Johnny and Yosaku are badly hurt and thrown to the ground, Dick tells them that they had bad luck and that he earned nothing from this fight. One of the bandits picks up a sword and charges to kill them, but is interrupted by Zoro's blade. The two recognize him, and Zoro asks if it's okay to take their bounty again, needing the money, with them approving. Zoro then ties the bandana on his head as Dick slowly recognizes him. The two also recognize the katana with a white scabbard, Wado Ichimonji. Zoro asks if he can borrow their katanas. They slowly agree and realize Zoro's identity. Dick doubts Zoro would be able to take out his men using 3 katanas. Zoro points out that there's a difference between using and practicing the 3-sword technique. As the bandits charge at Zoro, he swiftly defeats them all at once. Zoro looks back at the bodies only to have Dick charge at him from behind and pull the trigger. As the bang happens, we finally cut back to the present where a big mountain gets blown to bits with Usopp firing next to everyone on board. Zoro comes back to his senses sneezing. As he sneezes, Robin comes in the jacket. Since Zoro is suspicious of her, he grabs tightly to his Wado Ichimonji, guarding it. He reminds Robin that she can't stand beside him. She tries saying that he'll catch a cold. Zoro declines, saying that people who catch colds have weak hearts. Robin then reminds him of the pirate hunter Zoro name. He tells her that he never called himself that. Robin asks who gave him that name. He replies saying he doesn't know and that has nothing to do with him. More cannon fire is heard as Robin walks back to reading the Rainbow Mist book. We then cut back to where Dick fires at Zoro with Harry flying in with a water bucket, canceling the gunshot. Zoro uses the opportunity to slash Dick. Zoro examines the borrowed katanas and is relieved they aren't broken. He thanks Harry for helping him. After the commotion, both Johnny and Yosaku are in awe of Zoro and tell them that they would devote themselves to him. Zoro shrugs and tells them why not. Johnny and Yosaku celebrate. And that is it for our One Piece speedrun, all the way through to the end of the Arabasta saga. Hope you enjoyed. Make sure you let us know in the comments if you'd like to see more like this. I would love to speedrun through the next few arcs.